After 20 Years by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The policeman on the beat moved up the avenue impressively. The impressiveness was habitual and not for show, for spectators were few. The time was barely 10 o'clock at night, but chilly gusts of wind with a taste of rain in them had well nigh de-peopled the streets. Trying doors as he went, twirling his club with many intricate and artful movements, turning now and then to cast his watchful eye adown the Pacific thoroughfare, the officer, with his stalwart form and slight swagger, made a fine picture of a guardian of the peace. The vicinity was one that kept early hours. Now and then you might see the lights of a cigar store or of an all-night lunch counter, but the majority of the doors belonged to business places that had long since been closed. When about midway of a certain block, the policeman suddenly slowed his walk. In the doorway of a darkened hardware store, a man leaned with an unlighted cigar in his mouth. As the policeman walked up to him, the man spoke up quickly. "It's all right, officer," he said reassuringly. "I'm just waiting for a friend. It's an appointment made 20 years ago. Sounds a little funny to you, doesn't it? Well, I'll explain if you'd like to make certain it's all straight. About that long ago, there used to be a restaurant where this store stands. Big Joe Brady's restaurant." "Until 5 years ago," said the policeman. "It was torn down then." The man in the doorway struck a match and lit his cigar. The light showed a pale, square-jawed face with keen eyes and a little white scar near his right eyebrow. His scarf-pin was a large diamond, oddly set. "20 years ago tonight," said the man, "I dined here at Big Joe Brady's with Jimmy Wells, my best chum and the finest chap in the world. He and I were raised here in New York, just like two brothers, together. I was 18 and Jimmy was 20. The next morning I was to start for the West to make my fortune. You couldn't have dragged Jimmy out of New York. He thought it was the only place on earth. Well, we agreed that night that we would meet here again exactly 20 years from that date and time, no matter what our conditions might be or from what distance we might have to come. We figured that in 20 years each of us ought to have our destiny worked out and our fortunes made, whatever they were going to be." "It sounds pretty interesting," said the policeman. "Rather a long time between meets, though, it seems to me. Haven't you heard from your friend since you left?" "Well, yes, for a time we corresponded," said the other. "But after a year or two we've lost track of each other. You see, the West is a pretty big proposition, and I kept hustling around it pretty lively. But I know Jimmy will meet me here if he's alive, for he always was the truest, stanchest old chap in the world. He'll never forget. I came 1,000 miles to stand up in this door tonight, and it's worth it if my old partner turns up." The waiting man pulled out a handsome watch, the lids of it set with small diamonds. 3 minutes to 10, he announced. "It was exactly 10 o'clock when you parted here at the restaurant door." "Did pretty well out West, didn't you?" asked the policeman. "You bet. I hope Jimmy has done half as well. He was a kind of plodder, though, good fellow as he was. I've had to compete with some of the sharpest wits going to get my pile. A mile gets in a groove in New York. It takes the West to put a razor edge in him." The policeman twirled his club and took a step or two. "I'll be on my way. Hope your friend comes around all right. Going to call on him sharp?" "I should say not," said the other. "I'll give him half an hour at least. If Jimmy's alive on earth, he'll be here by that time. So long, officer." "Good night, sir," said the policeman, passing along on his beat, trying doors as he went. There was now a fine, cold drizzle falling, and the wind had risen from its uncertain puffs into a steady blow. The few foot passengers astir in that quarter hurried dismally and silently along with coat collars turned high and pocketed hands. and in the door of the hardware store the man who had come 1,000 miles to fill an appointment, uncertain almost to absurdity, with the friend of his youth, smoked his cigar and waited. About 20 minutes he waited, and then a tall man in a long overcoat, with collar turned up to his ears, hurried across from the opposite side of the street. He went directly to the waiting man. "Is that you, Bob?" he asked, doubtfully. "Is that you, Jimmy Wells?" cried the man in the door. "Bless my heart!" exclaimed the new arrival, grasping both the other's hand with his own. "It's Bob, sure as fate. I was certain I'd find you here if you were still in existence. Well, well, well! 20 years is a long time. The old gone, Bob. I wish it had lasted, so we could have another dinner here. How has the West treated you, old man?" "Bully! It has given me everything I've asked it for. You've changed lots, Jimmy. I never thought you'd be so tall by 2 or 3 inches." "Oh, I grew a bit after I was 20. "Doing well in New York, Jimmy?" "Moderately. I have a position in one of the city departments. Come on, Bob. We'll go around to a place I know of, and have a good long talk about the old times." The two men started up the street, arm in arm. The man from the West, his egotism enlarged by success, was beginning to outline the history of his career. The other, submerged in his overcoat, listened with interest. At the corner stood a drugstore, brilliant with electric lights. When they came into this glare, each of them turned simultaneously to gaze upon the other's face. The man from the West stopped suddenly and released his arm. "You're not Jimmy Wells," he snapped. 20 years is a long time, but not long enough to change a man's nose from a Roman to a pug." "It sometimes changes a good man into a bad one," said the tall man. "You've been under arrest for 10 minutes. Silky, Bob. Chicago thinks you may have dropped over our way, and wires us she wants to have a chat with you. Going quietly, are you? That's sensible. Now, before we go on to the station, here's a note I was asked to hand to you. You may read it here at the window. It's from Patrolman Wells." The man from the West unfolded the little piece of paper handed him. His hand was steady when he began to read, but it trembled a little by the time it had finished. The note was rather short. "Bob, I was at the appointed place on time. When you struck the match to light your cigar, I saw it was the face of the man wanted in Chicago. Somehow I couldn't do it myself, so I went around and got a plainclothes man to do the job. Jimmy." End of After 20 Years by O. Henry. Read by Kamna.
The Assembly Trench by Sapper. From The War Illustrated, 16th of March 1918. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Herein are shown the perils of preparation. If you had wandered along Devon Lane on Monday morning, you would have arrived at the junction of No. 23 Boyo, popularly known as Fritz's Own, owing to the large number of dead Huns who graced it with their presence. You would have perceived No. 23 forking away left-handed to the front line 30 or 40 yards ahead. You would have seen Devon Lane, under its new name of No. 22, doing the same thing towards the right. Only, as the wooden notice-boards conveying these mystic numbers had long ago been burnt for firewood, and the new tin ones had not arrived, all that you would really have perceived on Monday morning would have been the junction of two streams of liquid mud, lying stagnant and grey between their chalky walls. Here and there a few sandbags had fallen in, forming a sodden brown island at the bottom of the trench. Here and there the decaying end of a trench-board sat up and laughed. If you stood on it, the other end, working on the principle of a seesaw, arose and knocked you down. If you didn't stand on it, you drowned. Which all goes to show that it was an excellent spot to spend Monday morning. Firmly gripping his waders with both hands as he took each step, an officer ducked his way along the morass until he reached the junction. Arrived there, he leant against the side and carefully examined a trench map, which he produced from his pocket. Then once again he struggled on, up the right-hand branch of the fork. He went perhaps 20 yards, and then he stopped and cautiously peered over the side. His eyes searched the flat sea of dirt and desolation in the hope of spotting some landmark which would serve him as a guide for the job that had to be done that night. But the quest was hopeless, and after a moment or two he felt in his pocket for his compass. Taking off his steel helmet, for no compass can be used with one on, he made a rapid calculation. "True bearing of the Valley Trench, 120 degrees," he muttered. "Compass bearing 132. That will bring us near that little mound, and Bing!" With the agility of a young lamb, the officer descended into the trench and replaced his tin hat. "Taking the air, sapper?" said a voice behind him, and the maker of calculations turned to find the second in command of the battalion holding the line, grinning gently. "Methought I heard a little visitor up there." "Of course, James," returned the sapper in pained surprise. "If your snipers are so singularly rotten that they allow the Hun to interrupt me in my work, no one can blame me if the assembly trench is laid out wrong." "Is this where we start from?" The Major thoughtfully filled his pipe. "A cheery trench to get a working party up at night," he continued. "Better to bring 'em up along the top. Our friend yonder will have calmed down by then." The sapper replaced his map. "But I'm thinking we'll have some casualties to-night." And of all casualties, perhaps the working party ones are the most unsatisfactory. In an attack, a man is up and doing, he's moving, and he has a chance of doing the killing himself. In a working party, when the men are wiring or digging, it's a different matter. They are shot at, and they cannot shoot back. They're killed, and they cannot kill back. And yet, without the working party, without the trenches where the other men later may assemble before an assault, the attack is bound to fail. The dull preparations out of the limelight are as important as the final job on the day. Such a little thing may cause such a big difference. A trench a few degrees out of the direction in which it should be, maybe throws out the direction of one wave of the assaulting troops, may bring them askew on to their objective, may cause disaster. It's the same all through. One battalion will gain its objective with 30 casualties, the one next to it with 600. And the reason is one machine gun in an unexpected place, or an officer's watch half a minute wrong. Mais c'est la guerre. "Go to your right, Sergeant Palmer. Get that tape 2 yards to your right." From Boyo 22 came the muttered orders to the N.C.O., who was standing on the top. Inside the boyo, with the compass laid carefully on the side to give the direction, stood the sapper officer. Glowing faintly in the darkness, the luminous patches on the lid of his instrument showed the bearing of 132 degrees, which marked the direction in which the assembly trench had to be dug. Before the infantry working party arrived, the white tracing tape, which showed them in the darkness what they had to do, must be stretched out along the ground. It marked the front of the trench, and on it the men would be extended at a distance of 2 yards. Then dig, and go on digging till the job is done. "That's it. Now carry on in that line. I'll check you every 50 yards. The sapper officer came out of the trench and followed along behind his sergeant, who was running the tape off a stick. "Steady, let's have a look at the direction now." With his compass in his hand, he peered steadily at the white line on the ground. "Getting a bit too much to the left, Palmer. Save the mark." "Where's that one going to?" Both men watched with expert eyes the trail of sparks that shot up into the air from the German lines. It was the outward and visible sign of the rum jar, so called because of its likeness in appearance to that homely and delightful commodity. Except in appearance, however, the likeness was not great. The sparks continued for a while, and then disappeared as the abomination reached its highest point of flight and started to descend. You can't see it. That's the devil of it. You know it's there above you somewhere. You know that in about 2 seconds, according to friend Newton's inexorable rule, it will no longer be above you. You also know that 1 second after it has become sociable and returned out of the clouds, a great tearing explosion will shake the ground, bits of metal will ping like lost souls through the night, a cloud of stifling fumes will hang like a pall for a while, a cloud which will gradually drift away on the faint night breeze. Moreover, it always happens at the moment when you're waiting that you remember the poor devil who inadvertently went to ground in the same hole as the rum-jar, and who was finally identified by his boots. "It's short, I think, sir," said the sergeant. The officer did not answer. He was listening, waiting for the soft thud which would announce the arrival of the Hun's little message of love. Suddenly he heard it, ominously near. There was a faint swishing as the rum-jar came down through the air, and then a squelching thud. As if actuated by a single string, the 2 men dived into a shell-hole and crouched, waiting. "It's near, sir." The sergeant just got out the words before it came. A shower of mud and water rained down on them, and the fumes drifting over left them coughing and spluttering. With a metallic ring a lump of metal hit the officer on his hat, and then once more silence reigned. "Damned near, far too damned near. If they're going to send over many of those, Palmer, we're going to have quite a cheery time. Where was it exactly?" "Here, sir." The NCO's voice came to him out of the darkness. "It's cut the tape." Just one of the little things. Had they started from Boyo 22 a quarter of a minute after they did, that rum-jar would have bagged a bigger quarry than a piece of white tracing tape. "Knot it together. We must be getting a move on, Palmer. The working party will be here soon." It was a quarter of an hour later, to be exact, that the 2 men retraced their footsteps along the tape towards Boyo 22. No more rum-jars had come to disturb them. Only the great green flares had gone on continuously bobbing up into the night. From away to the south, where the horizon flickered and danced with the flashes of the guns, there came a ceaseless, monotonous rumble. But at Devon Lane all was peace. Everything was ready for the alteration of the landscape. Only the actual performers, who would prepare fresh vistas for the beholders on Tuesday morning, were absent. The sapper officer looked at his watch. "Very nicely timed, Palmer. I hope they're not late." To those who are wont to think of war as an occupation teeming with excitement, the digging of an assembly trench by a working party will probably seem a singularly flat entertainment. And in parenthesis one may say that it is the heartfelt wish of all the performers that it will prove so. Since work of that sort fills by far the greater part of the madness called war, and since the appetite for excitement of the death or glory type is more prevalent in stories than in reality, all that the average digger asks for is easy soil and a quick finish. But let us labour under no delusions. There is room during the night's work for enough excitement to satisfy the veriest glutton. And though the occupation would not thrill crowded houses at the movies if it were filmed, it can be jumpy. Deuced jumpy. Things do happen. Everything was peaceful in Devon Lane as the sapper officer and his sergeant sat waiting for their working party. Occasionally, by the light of a very flare, the white tracing tape they had just laid out could be seen stretching away over the ground. No further rum-jars had come to disturb the harmony of the evening, and except for the muttering of the guns away south there was silence. Suddenly the metallic clang of a pick or shovel made the sapper look up, and at the same moment a low voice hailed him. "Are you there, sapper? The men are behind." There is something oddly mysterious watching a party filing past in the darkness. The occasional creak of equipment, the heavy breathing of the men, the sudden curse as someone slips, all tend to help the illusion that one is watching some sinister deed. They crowd on one out of the night, looming up in turn and disappearing again into the darkness. Now and again, as a flare lights up everything, the whole line becomes motionless. Crouching, rigid, each man waits, with the green light shining on his face. Away, right away, until one loses it in the night, runs the line of silent men. Just so many units, that's all, so many pawns in a great game. In a moment, when the darkness comes again, they will be passing on, these pawns, Once more they will have become dim shapes squelching by. But just for that moment it's different. The human touch comes in. The man stooping beside one is an individual, not a pawn. Perhaps there's a smile on his face. Perhaps there's a curse on his lips. Perhaps he's a stockbroker. Perhaps he's a navvy. But whatever he is, whatever he looks like, for the moment he is not a shape. He's an individual, and he, that individual, may be the man to stop a stray bullet before the dawn. But then, for that matter, so may you. So what's the use of worrying anyway? Been quiet up to date? The officer in charge of the working party strolled slowly along the line of digging men with the sapper. The chink of a pick on a stone, the soft fall of the excavated earth, the dim line of figures bending and heaving, silently and regularly, showed that the night's work had begun. "A rum-jar unpleasingly close was the only excitement," returned the sapper. "But there's plenty of time yet, so don't despair." "God lummy!" A hoarse voice from just in front of them made them stop, and they saw one of the men peering into the hole where he was digging. "Cor lummy, Herb, we've struck the blinking bag of nuts here." The information apparently left Herb cold. "What's the matter?" he demanded. "Got a fritz?" "Not half, I ain't. Damn me, ain't he a fair treat? Hidden treasure, ain't in it?" But the two officers had not waited for further explorations. With due attention to the direction of the wind, they faded away, and left the proud discoverer to his own devices. "How the devil," remarked the sapper, "some of these fellows can stand it, I don't know. That Hun was guaranteed to make a Maltese goat unconscious at the range of a mile." "I remember taking over a line once where the parapet was riveted with 'em," said the infantryman. "It's all a question of habit." And so is most of this war a question of habit. Where death is such a common visitor, it stands to reason he loses much of his horror. If it were not so, men would go mad. But mercifully for them, a callousness numbs their sensibilities, and the dead are just part of the scenery. It will not last. In time the crust will break away, and a man's outlook on life will become as it once was. The things that are happening over the water will seem to them then a dream, and the horror of that dream will be glossed over by the kindly hand of time. Only a certain contempt of death will remain, the legacy of their present mood. Clang! The noise came distinctly in the two officers standing for a few minutes in Devon Lane. "That's it," said the infantryman irritably. "Let's have a brass band while we're at it. A machine gun on this little lot, sapper, would be the deuce." "There are a lot of stray rifle bullets coming across," remarked the other. "I wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't one of them getting busy." They scrambled out of the trench, and even as they got on top, the order for stretcher-bearers came down the line. "Who is it, Sergeant Ratcliffe?" said the infantryman. "Dunno, sir. Someone up the other end, I think." To be exact, it was Herb. There lies the impartiality of it all. It might have been the finder of the bag of nuts. It might have been any of the 200-odd men stretched out along the tape. Just a stray, unaimed bullet loosed off by a sentry into the blue, and Herb had stopped it. They found him lying on the ground, and because he was a man, and a big man for all his shortness, he wasn't making a fuss. Just now and again he gave a little groan, and his feet drummed feebly on the ground. Around him there crouched 3 or 4 others who, with clumsy gentleness, were trying to make the passing easier. "Don't bunch, men." The infantryman's voice made them look up. "The stretcher-bearers are coming, so get on with your job." He knelt down beside the dying man. "Where were you hit, lad? They'll be here for you in a minute."
"No use this time, sir. I blinking well copped it through the back."
His voice was feeble, and as he finished speaking he groaned and moved weakly.
"Lummy, and I was just due for leave."
The words trailed away into a whisper, and the officer, tending over him, caught a woman's name. Screening the light with his body, he flashed his torch for a moment onto the man's face. Then he stood up, and the sapper beside him saw him shake his head.
"None so dusty, Liza. You weren't much to look at, but—"
Once again he was silent.
"It ain't fair, sir. It ain't fair, not altogether."
"What isn't, lad?" The officer bent over him.
"My cousin, sir. £10 a week, unmarried, blast him."
10 seconds later the stretcher-bearers arrived. But the soul of Herb had already started on the great journey, and if he went into the valley with an oath on his lips, maybe the judge is human. It ain't fair, not altogether. Such are the little thumbnail sketches of the game over the water. There are thousands similar, and yet each one is different. For each one is the tragedy of the individual to someone. The stretcher-bearers took him away, and later, in one of the military cemeteries behind the line, there will appear a cross, plain and unpretentious, number 1234, Private Herbert Musson, The Loamshires, R.I.P. But that is later. At present all that matters is that Herb has copped it, and the blinking trench has got to be finished. It's got to be used, that trench, in a few days. Men will have to sit there and wait. The shells will be screaming over them, the ground will be shaking. One of the showpieces of the war, beloved of the newspaper correspondent, will be about to start, and unless the trench has been finished, and finished correctly by the Herbs, the showpiece may fail. So that if you regard Herb as a pawn, the price is not great. Unfortunately, to Liza, he's an individual. And that is the tragedy of war. End of The Assembly Trench. Read by Andy Minter.
The Beggar by Anton Chekhov. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kind sir, be so good as to notice a poor hungry man. I have not tasted food for 3 days. I have not a 5-kopeck piece for a night's lodging. I swear by God. For 5 years I was a village schoolmaster, and lost my post through the intrigues of the Zemstvo. I was the victim of false witness. I have been out of a place for a year now. Skvortsov, a Petersburg lawyer, looked at the speaker's tattered dark blue overcoat, at his muddy drunken eyes, at the red patches on his cheeks, and it seemed to him that he had seen the man before. "And now I am offered a post in the Kaluga province," the beggar continued, "but I have not the means for the journey there. Graciously help me. I am ashamed to ask, but I am compelled by circumstances." Skvortsov looked at his goloshes, of which one was shallow, like a shoe, while the other came high up the leg, like a boot, and suddenly remembered. "Listen. The day before yesterday I met you in Sadovoy Street," he said, "and then you told me not that you were a village schoolmaster, but that you were a student who had been expelled. Do you remember?" "No, no, that cannot be so," the beggar muttered in confusion. "I am a village schoolmaster, and if you wish it I can show you documents to prove it." "That's enough lies. You called yourself a student, and even told me what you were expelled for. Do you remember?" Skvortsov flushed, and with a look of disgust on his face turned away from the ragged figure. "It's contemptible, sir," he cried angrily. "It's a swindle. I'll hand you over to the police, damn you. You are poor and hungry, but that does not give you the right to lie so shamelessly." The ragged figure took hold of the door-handle, and like a bird in a snare looked round the hall desperately. I am not lying," he muttered. "I can show you documents." "Who can believe you?" Skvortsov went on, still indignant. "To exploit the sympathy of the public for village schoolmasters and students. It's so low, so mean, so dirty. It's revolting." Skvortsov flew into a rage and gave the beggar a merciless scolding. The ragged fellow's insolent lying aroused his disgust and aversion, was an offence against what he, Skvortsov, loved and prized in himself: kindliness, a feeling heart, sympathy for the unhappy. By his lying, by his treacherous assault upon compassion, the individual had, as it were, defiled the charity which he liked to give to the poor with no misgivings in his heart. The beggar at first defended himself, protested with oaths, then he sank into silence and hung his head, overcome with shame. "Sir," he said, laying his hand on his heart, "I really was lying. I am not a student, and not a village schoolmaster. All that's mere invention. I used to be in the Russian choir, and I was turned out of it for drunkenness. But what can I do? Believe me, in God's name, I can't get on without lying. When I tell the truth, no one will give me anything. With the truth one may die of hunger and freeze without a night's lodging. What you say is true, I understand that, but what am I to do?" "What are you to do? You ask what are you to do?" cried Skvortsov, going close up to him. "Work! That's what you must do. You must work." "Work! I know that myself, but where can I get work?" "Nonsense! You are young, strong, and healthy, and could always find work if you wanted to. But you know you are lazy, pampered, drunken. You reek of vodka like a pothouse. You have become false and corrupt to the marrow of your bones, and fit for nothing but begging and lying. If you do graciously condescend to take work, you must have a job in an office, in the Russian choir, or as a billiard marker, where you will have a salary and have nothing to do. But how would you like to undertake manual labor? I'll be bound you wouldn't be a house porter or a factory hand. You are too genteel for that." "What things you say, really," said the beggar, and he gave a bitter smile. "How can I get manual work? It's rather late for me to be a shopman, for in trade one has to begin from a boy. No one would take me as a house porter, because I am not of that class. And I could not get work in a factory. One must know a trade, and I know nothing." "Nonsense! You always find some justification. Wouldn't you like to chop wood?" "I would not refuse to, but the regular wood choppers are out of work now." "Oh, all idlers argue like that. As soon as you are offered anything, you refuse it. Would you care to chop wood for me?" "Certainly I will." "Very good. We shall see." "Excellent. We'll see." Skvortsov, in nervous haste, and not without malignant pleasure, rubbing his hands, summoned his cook from the kitchen. "Here, Olga," he said to her, "take this gentleman to the shed, and let him chop some wood." The beggar shrugged his shoulders as though puzzled, and irresolutely followed the cook. It was evident from his demeanor that he had consented to go and chop wood, not because he was hungry and wanted to earn money, but simply from shame and amour propre, because he had been taken at his word. It was clear, too, that he was suffering from the effects of vodka, that he was unwell, and felt not the faintest inclination to work. Skvortsov hurried into the dining-room. There, from the window which looked out into the yard, he could see the woodshed and everything that happened in the yard. Standing at the window, Skvortsov saw the cook and the beggar come by the back way into the yard and go through the muddy snow to the woodshed. Olga scrutinized her companion angrily, and jerking her elbow, unlocked the woodshed and angrily banged the door open. "Most likely we interrupted the woman drinking her coffee," thought Skvortsov. "What a cross creature she is!" Then he saw the pseudo-schoolmaster and pseudo-student seat himself on a block of wood, and, leaning his red cheeks upon his fists, sink into thought. The cook flung an axe at his feet, spat angrily on the ground, and, judging by the expression of her lips, began abusing him. The beggar drew a log of wood towards him irresolutely, set it up between his feet, and diffidently drew the axe across it. The log toppled and fell over. The beggar drew it towards him, breathed on his frozen hands, and again drew the axe along it, as cautiously as though he were afraid of its hitting his galosh or chopping off his fingers. The log fell over again. Skvortsov's wrath had passed off by now. He felt sore and ashamed at the thought that he had forced a pampered, drunken, and perhaps sick man to do hard, rough work in the cold. "Never mind, let him go on," he thought, going from the dining-room into his study. "I am doing it for his good." An hour later Olga appeared and announced that the wood had been chopped up. "Here, give him half a rouble," said Skvortsov. "If he likes, let him come and chop wood on the 1st of every month. There will always be work for him." On the 1st of the month the beggar turned up and again earned half a rouble, though he could hardly stand. From that time forward he took to turning up frequently, and work was always found for him. Sometimes he would sweep the snow into heaps or clear up the shed. At another he used to beat the rugs and the mattresses. He always received 30 to 40 kopecks for his work, and on one occasion an old pair of trousers was sent out to him. When he moved, Skvortsov engaged him to assist in packing and moving the furniture. On this occasion the beggar was sober, gloomy, and silent. He scarcely touched the furniture, walked with hanging head behind the furniture vans, and did not even try to appear busy. He merely shivered with the cold, and was overcome with confusion when the men with the vans laughed at his idleness, feebleness, and ragged coat that had once been a gentleman's. After the removal, Skvortsov sent for him. "Well, I see my words have had an effect upon you," he said, giving him a rouble. "This is for your work. I see that you are sober, and not disinclined to work. What is your name?" "Lushkov." "I can offer you better work, not so rough, Lushkov. Can you write?" "Yes, sir." "Then go with this note to-morrow to my colleague, and he will give you some copying to do. Work, don't drink, and don't forget what I said to you. Good-bye." Skvortsov, pleased that he had put a man in the path of rectitude, patted Lushkov genially on the shoulder, and even shook hands with him at parting. Lushkov took the letter, departed, and from that time forward did not come to the backyard for work. 2 years passed. One day, as Skvortsov was standing at the ticket office of a theatre, paying for his ticket, he saw beside him a little man with a lambskin collar and a shabby catskin cap. The man timidly asked the clerk for a gallery ticket, and paid for it with kopecks. "Lushkov, is it you?" asked Skvortsov, recognizing in the little man his former woodchopper. "Well, what are you doing? Are you getting on all right?" "Pretty well. I am in a notary's office now. I earn 35 roubles." "Well, thank God, that's capital. I rejoice for you. I am very, very glad, Lushkov. You know, in a way you are my godson. It was I who shoved you into the right way. Do you remember what a scolding I gave you, eh? You almost sank through the floor that time. Well, thank you, my dear fellow, for remembering my words." "Thank you, too," said Lushkov. "If I had not come to you that day, maybe I should be calling myself a schoolmaster or a student still. Yes, in your house I was saved and climbed out of the pit. I am very, very glad. Thank you for your kind words and deeds. What you said that day was excellent. I am grateful to you and to your cook. God bless that kind, noble-hearted woman. What you said that day was excellent. I am indebted to you as long as I live, of course. But it was your cook, Olga, who really saved me." "How was that?" "Why, it was like this. I used to come to you to chop wood, and she would begin, "Ah, you drunkard, you God-forsaken man, and yet death does not take you." And then she would sit opposite me, lamenting, looking into my face and wailing, "You unlucky fellow, you have no gladness in this world, and in the next you will burn in hell, poor drunkard, you poor sorrowful creature." And she always went on in that style, you know. How often she upset herself, and how many tears she shed over me, I can't tell you. But what affected me most, she chopped the wood for me. Do you know, sir, I never chopped a single log for you. She did it all. How it was she saved me, how it was I changed, looking at her, and gave up drinking, I can't explain. I only know that what she said, and the noble way she behaved, brought about a change in my soul, and I shall never forget it. It's time to go up, though. They are just going to ring the bell." Lushkov bowed and went off to the gallery. End of The Beggar, by Anton Chekhov. Read by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio.
The Curate's Friend, by E.M. Forster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It is uncertain how the Faun came to be in Wiltshire. Perhaps he came over with the Roman legionaries to live with his friends in camp, talking to them of Lucretius or Garganus, or of the slopes of Etna. They, in the joy of their recall, forgot to take him on board, and he wept in exile. But at last he found that our hills also understood his sorrows, and rejoiced when he was happy. Or perhaps he came to be there because he had been there always. There is nothing particularly classical about a faun. It is only that the Greeks and Italians have ever had the sharpest eyes. You will find him in the Tempest and the Benedicite, and any country which has beech clumps and sloping grass and very clear streams may reasonably produce him. How I came to see him is a more difficult question. For to see him there is required a certain quality, for which truthfulness is too cold a name, and animal spirits too coarse a one, and he alone knows how this quality came to be in me. No man has the right to call himself a fool, but I may say that I then presented the perfect semblance of one. I was facetious without humour, and serious without conviction. Every Sunday I would speak to my rural parishioners about the other world in the tone of one who has been behind the scenes, or I would explain to them the errors of the Pelagians, or I would warn them against hurrying from one dissipation to another. Every Tuesday I gave what I called straight talks to my lads, talks which led straight past anything awkward. And every Thursday I addressed the Mothers' Union on the duties of wives or widows, and gave them practical hints on the management of a family of 10. I took myself in, and for a time I certainly took in Emily. I have never known a girl attend so carefully to my sermons, or laugh so heartily at my jokes. It is no wonder that I became engaged. She has made an excellent wife, freely correcting her husband's absurdities, but allowing no one else to breathe a word against them, able to talk about the subconscious self in the drawing-room, and yet have an ear for the children crying in the nursery, or the plates breaking in the scullery. An excellent wife, better than I ever imagined. But she has not married me. Had we stopped indoors that afternoon, nothing would have happened. It was all owing to Emily's mother, who insisted on our teeing out. Opposite the village, across the stream, was a small chalk-down, crowned by a beech copse and a few Roman earthworks. I lectured very vividly on those earthworks. They have since proved to be Saxon. Hither did I drag up a tea-basket and a heavy rug for Emily's mother, while Emily and a little friend went on in front. The little friend, who has played all through a much less important part than he supposes, was a pleasant youth, full of intelligence and poetry, especially of what he called the poetry of earth. He longed to wrest earth's secret from her, and I have seen him press his face passionately into the grass, even when he has believed himself to be alone. Emily was at that time full of vague aspirations, and though I should have preferred them all to centre in me, Yet it seemed unreasonable to deny her such other opportunities for self-culture as the neighbourhood provided. It was then my habit, on reaching the top of any eminence, to exclaim facetiously, "And who will stand on either hand and keep the bridge with me?" and at the same moment violently agitating my arms or casting my wide-awake at an imaginary foe. Emily and the friend received my sally as usual, nor could I detect any insincerity in their mirth. Yet I was convinced that someone was present who did not think I had been funny, and any public speaker will understand my growing uneasiness. I was somewhat cheered by Emily's mother, who puffed up, exclaiming, "Kind Harry, to carry the things! What should we do without you even now? Oh, what a view! Can you see the dear cathedral? No, too hazy. Now I'm going to sit right on the rug." She smiled mysteriously. "The Downs in September, you know." We gave some perfunctory admiration to the landscape, which is indeed only beautiful to those who admire land, and to them perhaps the most beautiful in England. For here is the body of the great chalk spider who straddles over our island, whose legs are the South Downs and the North Downs and the Chilterns, and the tips of whose toes poke out at Cromer and Dover. He is a clean creature, who grows as few trees as he can, and those few in tidy clumps, and he loves to be tickled by quickly flowing streams. He is pimpled all over with earthworks, for from the beginning of time men have fought for the privilege of standing on him, and the oldest of our temples is built upon his back. But in those days I liked my country snug and pretty, full of gentlemen's residences and shady bowers, and people who touch their hats. The great sombre expanses on which one may walk for miles and hardly shift a landmark or meet a genteel person were still intolerable to me. I turned away as soon as propriety allowed, and said, "And may I now prepare the cup that cheers?" Emily's mother replied, "Kind man, to help me! I always do say that tea out is worth the extra effort. I wish we led simpler lives." We agreed with her. I spread out the food. "Won't the kettle stand? Oh, but make it stand!" I did so. There was a little cry, faint but distinct, as of something in pain. "How silent it all is up here," said Emily. I dropped a lighted match on the grass, and again I heard the little cry. "What is that?" I asked. "I only said it was so silent," said Emily. "Silent indeed," echoed the little friend. Silent! The place was full of noises. If the match had fallen in a drawing-room it could not have been worse, and the loudest noise came from Emily herself. I had exactly the sensation of going to a great party, of waiting to be announced in the echoing hall, where I could hear the voices of the guests, but could not yet see their faces. It is a nervous moment for a self-conscious man, especially if all the voices should be strange to him, and he has never met his host. "My dear Harry," said the elder lady, "never mind about that match. That'll smoulder away and harm no one. Tea! I always say, and you will find Emily the same, that as the magic hour of 5 approaches, no matter how good a lunch, one begins to feel a sort of—" Now the faun is of the kind who capers upon the Neo-Attic reliefs, and if you do not notice his ears or see his tail, you take him for a man, and are horrified. "Bathing!" I cried wildly. "Such a thing for our village lads, but I quite agree. More supervision. I blame myself. Go away, bad boy, go away." "What will he think of next?" said Emily, while the creature beside her stood up and beckoned to me. I advanced, struggling and gesticulating with tiny steps and horrified cries, exorcising the apparition with my hat. Not otherwise had I advanced the day before, when Emily's nieces showed me their guinea-pigs, and by no less hearty laughter was I greeted now. Until the strange fingers closed upon me, I still thought that here was one of my parishioners, and did not cease to exclaim, "Let me go, naughty boy, let me go!" And Emily's mother, believing herself to have detected the joke, replied, "Well, I must confess they are naughty boys, and reach one even on the rug, the Downs in September, as I said before." Here I caught sight of the tail, uttered a wild shriek, and fled into the beech copse behind. "Harry would have been a born actor," said Emily's mother as I left them. I realized that a great crisis in my life was approaching, and that if I failed in it I might permanently lose my self-esteem. Already in the wood I was troubled by a multitude of voices, the voices of the hill beneath me, of the trees over my head, of the very insects in the bark of the tree. I could even hear the stream licking little pieces out of the meadows, and the meadows dreamily protesting. Above the din, which is no louder than the flight of a bee, rose the fawn's voice, saying, "Dear priest, be placid, be placid. Why are you frightened?" "I am not frightened," said I, and indeed I was not. "But I am grieved. You have disgraced me in the presence of ladies." "No one else has seen me," he said, smiling idly. "The women have tight boots, and the man has long hair. Those kind never see. For years I have only spoken to children, and they lose sight of me as soon as they grow up. But you will not be able to lose sight of me, and until you die you will be my friend. Now I begin to make you happy. Lie upon your back, or run races, or climb trees, or shall I get you blackberries, or harebells, or wives?" In a terrible voice I said to him, "Get thee behind me." He got behind me. "Once for all," I continued, "let me tell you that it is vain to tempt one whose happiness consists in giving happiness to others." "I cannot understand you," he said ruefully. "What is 'to tempt'?" "Poor woodland creature," said I, turning round. "How could you understand? It was idle of me to chide you. It is not in your little nature to comprehend a life of self-denial. Ah, if only I could reach you!" "You have reached him," said the hill. "If only I could touch you!" "You have touched him," said the hill. "But I will never leave you," burst out the fawn. "I will sweep out your shrine for you. I will accompany you to the meetings of matrons. I will enrich you at the bazaars." I shook my head. For these things I care not at all, and indeed I was minded to reject your offer of service altogether. There I was wrong. You shall help me. You shall help me to make others happy. Dear priest, what a curious life! People whom I have never seen, people who cannot see me, why should I make them happy? My poor lad, perhaps in time you will learn why. Now be gone. Commence. On this very hill sits a young lady for whom I have a high regard. Commence with her. Aha! Your face falls. I thought as much. You cannot do anything. Here is the conclusion of the whole matter. "I can make her happy," he replied, "if you order me, and when I have done so, perhaps you will trust me more." Emily's mother had started home, but Emily and the little friend still sat beside the tea-things, she in her white piqué dress and biscuit straw, he in his rough but well-cut summer suit. The great pagan figure of the faun towered insolently above them. The friend was saying, "And have you never felt the appalling loneliness of a crowd?" "All that," replied Emily, "have I felt, and very much more." Then the faun laid his hands upon them. They, who had only intended a little cultured flirtation, resisted him as long as they could, but were gradually urged into each other's arms, and embraced with passion. "Miscreant!" I shouted, bursting from the wood, "you have betrayed me." "I know it. I care not," cried the little friend. "Stand aside. You are in the presence of that which you do not understand. In the great solitude we have found ourselves at last." "Remove your accursed hands!" I shrieked to the faun. He obeyed, and the little friend continued more calmly. "It is idle to chide. What should you know, poor clerical creature, of the mystery of love, of the eternal man and the eternal woman, of the self-effectuation of a soul?" "That is true," said Emily angrily. "Harry, you would never have made me happy. I shall treat you as a friend, but how could I give myself to a man who makes such silly jokes? When you played the buffoon at tea, your hour was sealed. I must be treated seriously. I must see infinities broadening around me as I rise. You may not approve of it, but so I am. In the great solitude I have found myself at last." "Wretched girl!" I cried. "Great solitude! O pair of helpless puppets!" The little friend began to lead Emily away, but I heard her whisper to him, "Dear, we can't possibly leave the basket for Harry after this, and mother's rug. Do you mind having that in the other hand?" So they departed, and I flung myself upon the ground with every appearance of despair. "Does he cry?" said the faun. "He does not cry," answered the hill. "His eyes are as dry as pebbles." My tormentor made me look at him. "I see happiness at the bottom of your heart," said he. "I trust I have my secret springs," I answered stiffly. And then I prepared a scathing denunciation, but of all the words I might have said, I only said one, and it began with D. He gave a joyful cry. "Oh, now you really belong to us. To the end of your life you will swear when you are cross, and laugh when you are happy. Now laugh." There was a great silence. All nature stood waiting, while a curate tried to conceal his thoughts not only from nature, but from himself. I thought of my injured pride, of my baffled unselfishness, of Emily, whom I was losing through no fault of her own, of the little friend, who just then slipped beneath the heavy tea-basket, and that decided me, and I laughed. That evening, for the first time, I heard the chalk-downs singing to each other across the valleys, as they often do when the air is quiet and they have had a comfortable day. From my study window I could see the sunlit figure of the faun sitting before the beech copse as a man sits before his house. And as night came on, I knew for certain that not only was he asleep, but that the hills and woods were asleep also. The stream, of course, never slept any more than it ever freezes. Indeed, the hour of darkness is really the hour of water, which has been somewhat stifled all day by the great pulsings of the land. That is why you can feel it and hear it from a greater distance in the night, and why a bath after sundown is most wonderful. The joy of that first evening is still clear in my memory, in spite of all the happy years that have followed. I remember it when I ascend my pulpit (I have a living now), and look down upon the best people sitting beneath me pew after pew, generous and contented, upon the worst people crowded in the aisles, upon the whiskered tenors of the choir, and the high-browed curates and the churchwardens fingering their bags, and the supercilious vergers who turn late-comers from the door. I remember it also when I sit in my comfortable bachelor rectory, amidst the carpet-slippers that good young ladies have worked for me, and the oak brackets that have been carved for me by good young men, amidst my phalanx of presentation teapots, and my illuminated testimonials, and all the other offerings of people who believe that I have given them a helping hand, and who really have helped me out of the mire themselves. And though I try to communicate that joy to others, as I try to communicate anything else that seems good, and though I sometimes succeed, yet I can tell no one exactly how it came to me. For if I breathed one word of that, my present life, so agreeable and profitable, would come to an end, my congregation would depart, and so should I, and instead of being an asset to my parish, I might find myself an expense to the nation. Therefore, in the place of the lyrical and rhetorical treatment, so suitable to the subject, so congenial to my profession, I have been forced to use the unworthy medium of a narrative, and to delude you by declaring that this is a short story, suitable for reading in the train. End of The Curate's Friend, by E.M. Forster. Read by Elizabeth Klett.
When Father Brought Home the Lamp by Juhani Aho. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Note: päre, Swedish pärta, German pärgej, is a resinous pine chip or splinter used instead of torch or candle to light the poorer houses in Finland. When Father Brought Home the Lamp by Juhani Aho, translated by R. Nisbet Bain. When Father bought the lamp, or a little before that, he said to Mother, "Hark ye, Mother, oughtn't we to buy us a lamp?" "A lamp? What sort of a lamp?" "What? Don't you know that the storekeeper who lives in the market town has brought from St. Petersburg lamps that actually burn better than 10 päre? They've already got a lamp of the sort at the parsonage." "Oh, yes. Isn't it one of those things which shines in the middle of the room so that we can see to read in every corner, just as if it was broad daylight?" "That's just it. There's oil that burns in it, and you only have to light it of an evening, and it burns on without going out till the next morning." "But how can the wet oil burn?" "You might as well ask how can brandy burn." "But it might set the whole place on fire. When brandy begins to burn, you can't put it out even with water." "How can the place be set on fire when the oil is shut up in a glass, and the fire as well?" "In a glass? How can a fire burn in a glass? Won't it burst?" "Won't what burst?" "The glass." Burst? No, it never bursts. It might burst, I grant you, if you screwed the fire up too high, but you are not obliged to do that. Screw up the fire? Nay, dear, you are joking. How can you screw up fire? Listen now. When you turn the screw to the right, the wick mounts. The lamp, you know, has a wick like any common candle, and a flame too. But if you turn the screw to the left, the flame gets smaller, and then when you blow it, it goes out. It goes out, of course. But I don't understand it a bit yet, however much you may explain. Some sort of newfangled gentlefolk arrangement, I suppose. You'll understand it right enough when I've bought one. How much does it cost? 7.5 marks, and the oil separate at 1 mark the can. 7.5 marks, and the oil as well? Why, for that you might buy Parev for many a long day. That is, of course, if you were inclined to waste money on such things at all. But when Pekka splits them, not a penny is lost. And you'll lose nothing by the lamp either. Parev wood costs money too, and you can't find it everywhere on our land now as you used to. You have to get leave to look for such wood, and drag it hither to the bog from the most out-of-the-way places, and it's soon used up too. Mother knew well enough that Parev wood was not so quickly used up as all that, as nothing had been said about it up to now, and that it was only an excuse to go away and buy this lamp. But she wisely held her tongue so as not to vex father, for then the lamp and all would have been unbought and unseen. Or someone else might manage to get a lamp first for his farm, and then the whole parish would begin talking about the farm that had been the first, after the parsonage, to use a lighted lamp. So mother thought the matter over, and then she said to father, "Buy it if you like. It is all the same to me if it is a parrot that burns, or any other sort of oil, if only I can see to spin. When, pray, do you think of buying it?" "I thought of setting off tomorrow. I have some other little business with the storekeeper as well." It was now the middle of the week, and mother knew very well that the other business could very well wait till Saturday, but she did not say anything now either, but the sooner the better, thought she. And that same evening father brought in from the storehouse the big travelling chest in which grandfather, in his time, had stowed his provisions when he came from Uleåborg, and bade mother fill it with hay and lay a little cotton wool in the middle of it. We children asked why they put nothing in the box but hay and a little wool in the middle, but she bade us hold our tongues, the whole lot of us. Father was in a better humour, and explained that he was going to bring a lamp from the storekeeper, and that it was of glass, and might be broken to bits if he stumbled, or if the sledge bumped too much. That evening we children lay awake a long time, and thought of the new lamp, but old Scullery-Pekka, the man who used to split up all the pare, began to snore as soon as ever the evening pare was put out. And he didn't once ask what sort of thing the lamp was, although we talked about it ever so much. The journey took father all day, and a very long time it seemed to us all. We didn't even relish our food that day, although we had milk soup for dinner. But Scullery-Pekka gobbled and guzzled as much as all of us put together, and spent the day in splitting pare till he had filled the outhouse full. Mother, too, didn't spin much flax that day either, for she kept on going to the window and peeping out over the ice after father. She said to Pekka now and then that perhaps we shouldn't want all those pare any more, but Pekka couldn't have laid it very much to heart, for he didn't so much as ask the reason why. It was not till supper time that we heard the horses' bells in the courtyard. With the bread crumbs in our mouths, we children rushed out, but father drove us in again and bade Scullery-Pekka come and help with the chest. Pekka, who had already been dozing away on the bench by the stove, was so awkward as to knock the chest against the threshold as he was helping father to carry it into the room, and he would most certainly have got a sound drubbing for it from father if only he had been younger, But he was an old fellow now, and father had never in his life struck a man older than himself. Nevertheless, Pekka would have heard a thing or two from father if the lamp had gone to pieces, but fortunately no damage had been done. "Get up on the stove, you lout," roared father at Pekka, and up on the stove Pekka crept. But father had already taken the lamp out of the chest, and now let it hang down from one hand. "Look, there it is now. How do you think it looks? You pour the oil into this glass, and that stump of ribbon inside is the wick. Hold that barrel a little further off, will you?" "Shall we light it?" said mother, as she drew back. "Are you mad? How can it be lighted when there's no oil in it?" "Well, but can't you pour some in then?" "Pour in oil, a likely tale! Yes, that is just the way when people don't understand these things. But the storekeeper warned me again and again never to pour the oil in by firelight, as it might catch fire and burn the whole house down." "Then when will you pour the oil into it?" "In the daytime. Daytime, do you hear? Can't you wait till day? It isn't such a great marvel as all that." "Have you seen it burn then?" "Of course I have. What a question! I've seen it burn many a time, both at the parsonage and when we tried this one here at the storekeeper's." "And it burned, did it?" "Burnt? Of course it did. And when we put up the shutters of the shop, you could have seen a needle on the floor. Look here now. Here's a sort of capsule, and when the fire is burning in this fixed glass here, the light cannot creep up to the top where it isn't wanted either, but spreads out downward, so that you could find a needle on the floor. Now we should have all very much liked to try if we could find a needle on the floor, but father rang up the lamp to the ceiling and began to eat his supper. "This evening we must be content once more with a parre," said father as he ate, "but tomorrow the lamp shall burn in this very house." "Look, father, Pekka has been splitting parre all day, and filled the outhouse with them." "That's all right. We've fuel now at any rate to last us all the winter, for we shan't want them for anything else." "But how about the bathroom and the stable?" said mother. "In the bathroom we'll burn the lamp," said father. That night I slept still less than the night before, and when I woke in the morning I could almost have wept, if I hadn't been ashamed, when I called to mind that the lamp was not to be lit till the evening. I had dreamed that father had poured oil into the lamp at night, and that it had burnt the whole day long. Immediately, when it began to dawn, father dug up out of that great travelling chest of his a big bottle, and poured something out of it into a smaller bottle. We should have very much liked to ask what was in this bottle, but we daren't, for father looked so solemn about it that it quite frightened us. But when he drew the lamp a little lower down from the ceiling, and began to bustle about it and unscrew it, mother could contain herself no longer, and asked him what he was doing. "I am pouring oil into the lamp." "Well, but you are taking it to pieces. How will you ever get everything you have unscrewed into its proper place again?" Neither mother nor we knew what to call the thing which father took out from the glass holder. Father said nothing, but he bade us keep farther off. Then he filled the glass holder nearly full from the smaller bottle, and we now guessed that there was oil in the larger bottle also. "Well, won't you light it now?" asked mother again, when all the unscrewed things had been put back into their places, and father hoisted the lamp up to the ceiling again. "What, in the daytime?" "Yes, surely we might try it, to see how it will burn." "It'll burn right enough. Just wait till the evening, and don't bother." After dinner, Skalari-Pekka brought in a large frozen block of wood to split up into parre, and cast it from his shoulders onto the floor with a thud which shook the whole room and set in motion the oil in the lamp. "Steady!" cries father. "What are you making that row for?" "I brought in this parre block to melt it a bit. Nothing else will do it. It is regularly frozen." "You may save yourself the trouble then," said father, and he winked at us. Well, but you can't get a blaze out of it at all otherwise. You may save yourself the trouble, I say. Are no more parrot to be split up, then? Well, I suppose I did say that no more parrot were to be split up. Oh, it's all the same to me if master can get on without them. Don't you see, Pekka, what's hanging down from the rafters there? When father put this question, he looked proudly up at the lamp, and then he looked pityingly down upon Pekka. Pekka put his clod in the corner, and then, but not till then, looked up at the lamp. It's a lamp, says father, and when it burns you don't want any more parrel light. Oh, said Pekka, and without a single word more, he went off to his chopping block behind the stable, and all day long, just as on other days, he chopped a branch of his own height into little faggots, but all the rest of us were scarce able to get on with anything. Mother made believe to spin, but her supply of flax had not diminished by 1/2 when he shoved aside the spindle and went out. Father chipped away at first at the handle of his axe, but the work must have been a little against the grain, for he left it half done. After mother went away, father went out also, but whether he went to town or not I don't know. At any rate, he forbade us to go out too, and promised us a whipping if we so much as touched the lamp with the tips of our fingers. Why, we should as soon have thought of fingering the priest's gold-embroidered chasuble. We were only afraid that the cord which held up all this splendour might break, and we should get the blame of it. But time hung heavily in the sitting-room, and as we couldn't hit upon anything else, we resolved to go in a body to the sleighing hill. The town had a right of way to the river for fetching water therefrom, and this road ended at the foot of a good hill down which the sleigh could run, and then up the other side along the ice rift. "Here come the Lamp Hill children," cried the children of the town as soon as they saw us. We understood well enough what they meant, but for all that we did not ask what Lamp Hill children they alluded to, for our farm was of course never called Lamp Hill. Ah, we know. You've gone and bought one of them lambs for your place. We know all about it." "But how come you to know about it already?" "Your mother mentioned it to my mother when she went through our place. She said that your father had bought from the storeman one of that sort of lamps that burn so brightly that one can find a needle on the floor. So at least said the justice's maid." "It is just like the lamp in the parsonage drawing-room, your father told us just now. I heard him say so with my own ears," said the innkeeper's lad. "Then you really have got a lamp like that, hey?" inquired all the children of the town. "Yes, we have, but it's nothing to look at in the daytime, but in the evening we'll all go there together." And we went on sleighing downhill and uphill till dusk, and every time we drew our sleighs up to the hilltop, we talked about the lamp with the children of the town. In this way the time passed quicker than we thought, and when we had sped down the hill for the last time, the whole lot of us sprang off homeward. Pekka was standing at the chopping block and didn't even turn his head, although we called to him with one voice to come and see how the lamp was lit. We children plunged headlong into the room in a body. But at the door we stood stock still. The lamp was already burning there beneath the rafters so brightly that we couldn't look at it without blinking. "Shut the door, it's rare cold," cried father from behind the table. "They scurry about like fowls in windy weather," grumbled mother from her place by the fireside. "No wonder the children are dazed by it, when I, old woman as I am, cannot help looking up at it," said the innkeeper's old mother. "Our maid also will never get over it," said the magistrate's stepdaughter. It was only when our eyes had got a little used to the light that we saw that the room was half full of neighbours. "Come nearer, children, that you may see it properly," said father, in a much milder voice than just before. "Knock the snow off your feet, and come hither to the stove. It looks quite splendid from here," said mother in her turn. Skipping and jumping, we went toward mother, and sat us all down in a row on the bench beside her. It was only when we were under her wing that we dared to examine the lamp more critically. We had never once thought that it would burn as it was burning now. But when we came to sift the matter out, we arrived at the conclusion that after all it was burning just as it ought to burn. And when we had peeped at it a good bit longer, it seemed to us as if we had fancied all along that it would burn exactly as it was. But what we could not make out at all was how the fire was put into that sort of glass. We asked mother, but she said we should see how it was done afterward. The townsfolk vied with each other in praising the lamp, and one said one thing, and another said another. The innkeeper's old mother maintained that it shone just as calmly and brightly as the stars of heaven. The magistrate, who had sad eyes, thought it excellent because it didn't smoke, and you could burn it right in the middle of the hall without blackening the walls in the least. To which father replied that it was in fact meant for the hall, but did capitally for the dwelling room as well, and one had no need now to dash hither and thither with Pare, for all could now see by a single light, let there never be so many. When mother observed that the lesser chandelier in the church scarcely gave a better light, father bade me take my ABC book and go to the door to see if I could read it there. I went and began to read Our Father. But then they all said, the lad knows that by heart. Mother then stuck a hymn book in my hand, and I set off with By the Waters of Babylon. Yes, it is perfectly marvellous, was the testimony of the townsfolk. Then said father, now, if anyone had a needle, you might throw it on the floor, and you would see that it would be found at once. The magistrate's stepdaughter had a needle in her bosom, but when she threw it on the floor it fell into a crack, and we couldn't find it at all, it was so small. It was only after the townsfolk had gone that Pekka came in. He blinked a bit at first at the unusual lamplight, but then calmly proceeded to take off his jacket and raggy boots. Was that twinkling in the ceiling there enough to put your eyes out? He asked at last, when he had hung his stockings up on the rafters. Come now, guess what it is, said father, and he winked at mother and us. I can't guess, said Pekka, and he came nearer to the lamp. Perhaps it's the church chandelier, hey? Said father jokingly. Perhaps, admitted Pekka, but he had become really curious, and passed his thumb along the lamp. There's no need to finger it, says father. Look at it, but don't touch it. All right, I don't want to meddle with it, said Pekka, a little put out, and he drew back to the bench alongside the wall by the door. Mother must have thought that it was a sin to treat poor Pekka so, for she began to explain to him that it was not a church chandelier at all, but what people called a lamp, and that it was lit with oil, and that was why people didn't want Pare any more. But Pekka was so little enlightened by the whole explanation that he immediately began to split up the Pare wood log which he had dragged into the room the day before. Then father said to him that he had already told him there was no need to split Pare any more. Oh, I quite forgot, said Pekka, but there it may bide if it isn't wanted any more. And with that Pekka drove his Pare knife into a rift in the wall. There, let it rest at leisure, said father. But Pekka said never a word more. A little while after that he began to patch up his boots, stretch on tiptoe to reach down a Pare from the rafters, lit it, stuck it in a slit faggot, and sat him down on his little stool by the stove. We children saw this before father, who stood with his back to Pekka, planing away at his axe shaft under the lamp. We said nothing, however, but laughed and whispered among ourselves, If only father sees that, what will he say, I wonder? and when father did catch sight of him, he planted himself arms akimbo in front of Pekka and asked him quite spitefully what sort of fine work he had there, since he must needs have a separate light all to himself. I am only patching up my shoes, said Pekka to father. Oh, indeed, patching your shoes, eh? Then, if you can't see to do that by the same light that does for me, you may take yourself off with your parry into the bath-house, or behind it if you like. And Pekka went. He stuck his boots under his arm, took his stool in one hand and his parry in the other, and off he went. He crept softly through the door into the hall, and out of the hall into the yard. The barrel light flamed outside in the blast, and played a little while, glaring red over outhouses, stalls, and stables. We children saw the light through the window, and thought it looked very pretty. But when Pekka bent down to get behind the bath-house door, it was all dark again in the yard, and instead of the parre we saw only the lamp mirroring itself in the dark window panes. Henceforth we never burned a parre in the dwelling room again. The lamp shone victoriously from the roof, and on Sunday evenings all the townsfolk often used to come to look upon and admire it. It was known all over the parish that our house was the first, after the parsonage, where the lamp had been used. After we had set the example, the magistrate bought a lamp like ours, but as he had never learned to light it, he was glad to sell it to the innkeeper, and the innkeeper has it still. The poorer farm folk have not been able to get themselves lamps, but even now they do their long evening's work by the glare of a parre. But when we had had the lamp a short time, father planed the walls of the dwelling room all smooth and white, and they never got black again, especially after the old stove, which used to smoke, had to make room for another which discharged its smoke outside and had a cowl. Pekka made a new fireplace in the bath-house out of the stones of the old stove, and the crickets flitted thither with the stones. At least their chirping was never heard any more in the old dwelling room. Father didn't care a bit, but we children felt, now and then during the long winter evenings, a strange sort of yearning after old times. So we very often found our way down to the bath-house to listen to the crickets, and there was Pekka sitting out the long evenings by the light of his parre. End of When Father Brought Home the Lamp by Juhani Aho. Read by Pentti Hirvonen, Finland.
The Fool Killer by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Down south, whenever anyone perpetrates some particularly monumental piece of foolishness, everybody says, "Send for Jesse Holmes." Jesse Holmes is the Fool Killer. Of course he is a myth, like Santa Claus and Jack Frost and General Prosperity and all concrete conceptions that are supposed to represent an idea that nature had failed to embody. The wisest of the Southrons cannot tell you whence comes the Fool Killer's name, but few and happy are the households from the Roanoke to the Rio Grande in which the name of Jesse Holmes has not been pronounced or invoked. Always with a smile and often with a tear is he summoned to his official duty. A busy man is Jesse Holmes. I remember the clear picture of him that hung on the walls of my fancy during my barefoot days when I was dodging his oft-threatened devoirs. To me he was a terrible old man in gray clothes with a long, ragged gray beard and reddish, fierce eyes. I looked to see him come stumping up the road in a cloud of dust, with a white oak staff in his hand and his shoes tied with leather thongs. I may yet... But this is a story, not a sequel. I have taken notice, with regret, that few stories worth reading have been written that did not contain drink of some sort. Down go the fluids, from Arizona Dick's 3 fingers of red pizen to the inefficacious oolong that nerves Lionel Monstresor to repartee in the dotty dialogues. So, in such good company, I may introduce an absinthe drip. One absinthe drip, dripped through a silver dripper, orderly, opalescent, cool, green-eyed, deceptive. Kerner was a fool. Besides that, he was an artist, and my good friend. Now, if there is one thing on earth utterly despicable to another, it is an artist in the eyes of an author whose story he has illustrated. Just try it once. Write a story about a mining camp in Idaho. Sell it, spend the money, and then 6 months later borrow a quarter or a dime and buy the magazine containing it. You find a full-page wash drawing of your hero, Black Bill the cowboy. Somewhere in your story you employed the word horse. Aha! The artist has grasped the idea. Black Bill has on the regulation trousers of the M.F.H. of the Westchester County Hunt. He carries a parlor rifle and wears a monocle. In the distance is a section of the 42nd Street during a search for a lost gas pipe, and the Taj Mahal, the famous mausoleum in India. Enough. I hated Kerner, and one day I met him, and we became friends. He was young and gloriously melancholy because his spirits were so high, and life had so much in store for him. Yes, he was almost riotously sad. That was his youth. When a man begins to be hilarious in a sorrowful way, you can bet $1,000,000 he is dyeing his hair. Kerner's hair was plentiful and carefully matted, as an artist's thatch should be. He was a cigaretteur, and he audited his dinners with red wine. But most of all, he was a fool. And wisely I envied him, and listened patiently while he knocked Velasquez and Tintoretto. Once he told me he liked a story of mine that he had come across in an anthology. He described it to me, and I was sorry that Mr. Fitzjames O'Brien was dead and could not learn of the eulogy of his work. But mostly Kerner made few breaks and was a consistent fool. I better explain what I mean by that. There was a girl. Now, a girl, as far as I'm concerned, is a thing that belongs in a seminary or an album, but I conceded the existence of the animal in order to retain Kerner's friendship. He showed me her picture in a locket. She was a blonde or a brunette, I've forgotten which. She worked in a factory for $8 a week. Lest factories quote this wage by way of vindication, I will add that the girl had worked for 5 years to reach that supreme elevation of remuneration, beginning at $1.50 per week. Kerner's father was worth a couple of millions. He was willing to stand for art, but he drew the line at the factory girl. So Kerner disinherited his father and walked out to a cheap studio and lived on sausages for breakfast and on Ferroni for dinner. Ferroni had the artistic soul and a line of credit for painters and poets, nicely adjusted. Sometimes Kerner sold a picture and bought some new tapestry or ring and a dozen silk cravats, and paid Ferroni $2 on account. One evening Kerner had me to dinner with himself and the factory girl. They were to be married as soon as Kerner could slosh paint profitably. As for the ex-father's 2 millions, poof! She was a wonder, small and halfway pretty, and as much at her ease in that cheap cafe as though she were only in the Palmer House, Chicago, with a souvenir spoon already safely hidden in her shirtwaist. She was natural. 2 things I noticed about her especially. Her belt buckle was exactly in the middle of her back, and she didn't tell us that a large man with a ruby stick pin had followed her all the way up from 14th Street. Was Kerner such a fool, I wondered? And then I thought of the quantity of striped cuffs and blue glass beads that $2 million can buy for the heathen, and I said to myself that he was. And then Elise, certainly that was her name, told us merrily that the brown spot on her waist was caused by her landlady knocking at the door while she, the girl, confound the English language, was heating an iron over the gas jets, and she hid the iron under the bedclothes until the coast was clear, and there was a piece of chewing gum stuck to it when she began to iron the waist, and, well, I wondered how in the world the chewing gum came to be there. Don't they ever stop chewing it? A while after that, don't be impatient, the absinthe drip is coming now, Kerner and I were dining at Ferroni's. A mandolin and a guitar were being attacked. The room was full of smoke in nice long crinkly layers, just like the artists draw the steam from a plum pudding on Christmas posters. And a lady in blue silk and gasoline gauntlets was beginning to hum an air from the Catskills. "Kerner," I said, "you are a fool." "Of course," said Kerner, "I wouldn't let her go on working. Not my wife. What's the use to wait? She's willin'. I sold that watercolor of the Palisades yesterday. We could cook on a 2-burner gas stove. You know the ragouts I can throw together? Well, yes, I think we will marry next week." "Kerner," I said, "you are a fool." "Have an absinthe drip?" said Kerner, grandly. "Tonight you are a guest of art in paying quantities. I think we will get a flat with a bath." "I never tried one. I mean an absinthe drip," said I. The waiter brought it, and poured the water slowly over the ice in the dipper. "It looks exactly like the Mississippi River water in the Big Bend below Natchez," said I, fascinated, gazing at the bemuddled drip. "There are such flats for $8 a week," said Kerner. "You are a fool," said I, and began to sip the filtration. "What you need," I continued, "is the official attention of one Jesse Holmes." Kerner, not being a Southerner, did not comprehend, so he sat sentimental, figuring on his flat in his sordid, artistic way, while I gazed into the green eyes of the sophisticated spirit of wormwood. Presently I noticed casually that a procession of bacchantes limned on the wall immediately below the ceiling had begun to move, traversing the room from right to left in a gay and spectacular pilgrimage. I did not confide my discovery to Kerner. The artistic temperament is too high strung to view deviations from the natural laws of the art of calcimining. I sipped my absinthe drip and sawed wormwood. One absinthe drip is not much, but I said again to Kerner, kindly, "You are a fool," and then, in the vernacular, "Jesse Holmes for yours." And then I looked around and saw the Fool Killer as he had always appeared to my imagination, sitting at a nearby table and regarding us with his reddish, fatal, relentless eyes. He was Jesse Holmes from top to toe. He had the long, gray, ragged beard, the gray clothes of ancient cut, the executioner's look, and the dusty shoes of one who had been called from afar. His eyes were turned fixedly upon Kerner. I shuddered to think that I had invoked him from his assiduous Southern duties. I thought of flying, and then I kept my seat, reflecting that many men had escaped his ministrations when it seemed that nothing short of an appointment as ambassador to Spain could save them from him. I had called my brother Kerner a fool, and was in danger of hellfire. That was nothing, but I would try to save him from Jesse Holmes. The Fool Killer got up from his table and came over to ours. He rested his hands upon it, and turned his burning, vindictive eyes upon Kerner, ignoring me. "You are a hopeless fool," he said to the artist. "Haven't you had enough of starvation yet? I offer you one more opportunity. Give up this girl and come back to your home. Refuse, and you must take the consequences." The Fool Killer's threatening face was within a foot of his victim's, but to my horror Kerner made not the slightest sign of being aware of his presence. "We will be married next week," he muttered absent-mindedly. "With my studio furniture and some second-hand stuff we can make out." "You have decided your own fate," said the Fool Killer in a low but terrible voice. "You may consider yourself as one dead. You have had your last chance." "In the moonlight," went on Kerner softly, "we will sit under the skylight with our guitar and sing away the false delights of pride and money." "On your own head be it," hissed the Fool Killer, and my scalp prickled when I perceived that neither Kerner's eyes nor his ears took the slightest cognizance of Jesse Holmes. And then I knew that for some reason the veil had been lifted from me alone, and that I had been elected to save my friend from destruction at the Fool Killer's hand. Something of the fear and wonder of it must have showed itself in my face. "Excuse me," said Kerner, with his wan, amiable smile. "Was I talking to myself? I think it is getting to be a habit with me." The Fool Killer turned and walked out of Farroni's. "Wait here for me," said I, rising. "I must speak to that man. Had you no answer for him? Because you are a fool you must die like a mouse under his foot. Could you not utter one squeak in your own defense?" "You are drunk," said Kerner heartlessly. "No one addressed me." "The destroyer of your mind," said I, "stood above you just now and marked you for his victim. You are not blind or deaf." "I recognize no such person," said Kerner. "I have seen no one but you at this table. Sit down. Hereafter you shall have no more absinthe drips." "Wait here," said I, furious. "If you don't care for your own life, I will save it for you." I hurried out and overtook the man in gray halfway down the block. He looked as I had seen him in my fancy 1,000 times, truculent, gray, and awful. He walked with a white oak staff, and but for the street sprinkler the dust would have been flying under his tread. I caught him by the sleeve and steered him to a dark angle of a building. I knew he was a myth, and I did not want a cop to see me conversing with vacancy, for I might land in Bellevue, minus my silver matchbox and diamond ring. "Jesse Holmes," said I, facing him with apparent bravery, "I know you. I have heard of you all my life. I now know what a scourge you have been to your country. Instead of killing fools, you have been murdering the youth and genius that are necessary to make a people live and grow great. You were a fool yourself, Holmes. You began killing off the brightest and best of your countrymen 3 generations ago, when the old and obsolete standards of society and honor and orthodoxy were narrow and bigoted. You proved that when you put your murderous mark upon my friend Kerner, the wisest chap I ever knew in my life." The Fool Killer looked at me grimly and closely. "You're a queer jag," said he curiously. "Oh yes, I see who you are now. You were sitting with him at the table. Well, if I'm not mistaken, I heard you call him a fool too." "I did," said I. "I delight in doing so. It is from envy. By all the standards that you know, he is the most egregious and grandiloquent and gorgeous fool in all the world. That's why you want to kill him." "Would you mind telling me who or what you think I am?" asked the old man. I laughed boisterously, and then stopped suddenly, for I remembered that it would not do to be seen so hilarious in the company of nothing but a brick wall. "You are Jesse Holmes, the Fool Killer," I said solemnly, "and you are going to kill my friend Kerner. I don't know who rang you up, but if you do kill him, I'll see that you get pinched for it. That is," I added despairingly, "if I can get a cop to see you. They have a poor eye for mortals, and I think it would take the whole force to round up a myth murderer." "Well," said the Fool Killer briskly, "I must be going. You had better go home and sleep it off. Good night." At this I was moved to a sudden fear for Kerner to a softer and more pleading mood. I leaned against the gray man's sleeve and besought him, "Good Mr. Fool Killer, please don't kill little Kerner. Why can't you go back south and kill congressmen and clay eaters and let us alone? Why don't you go up on Fifth Avenue and kill millionaires that keep their money locked up and won't let young fools marry 'cause one of 'em lives on the wrong street? Come and have a drink, Jesse. Will you never get on to your job?" "Do you know this girl that your friend has made himself a fool about?" asked the Fool Killer. "I have the honor," said I, "and that's why I called Kerner a fool. He is a fool because he has waited so long before marrying her. He is a fool because he has been waiting in the hopes of getting the consent of some absurd $2 million fool parent, or something of the sort." "Maybe," said the Fool Killer, "maybe I might have looked at it differently. Would you mind going back to the restaurant and bringing your friend Kerner here?" "Aw, what's the use, Jesse?" I yawned. "He can't see you. He didn't know you were talking to him at the table. You are a fictitious character, you know." "Maybe he can this time. Will you go fetch him?" "All right," said I, "but I've a suspicion that you're not strictly sober, Jesse. You seem to be wavering and losing your outlines. Don't vanish before I get back." I went back to Kerner and said, "There's a man with an invisible homicidal mania waiting to see you outside. I believe he wants to murder you. Come along, you won't see him, so there's nothing to be frightened about." Kerner looked anxious. "Why," said he, "I had no idea one absinthe would do that. You better stick to Würzburger. I'll walk home with you." I led him to Jesse Holmes's. "Rudolph," said the Fool Killer, "I'll give in. Bring her up to the house. Give me your hand, boy." "Good for you, Dad," said Kerner, shaking hands with the old man. "You'll never regret it after you know her." "So you did see him when he was talking to you at the table?" I asked Kerner. "We hadn't spoken to each other in a year," said Kerner. "It's all right now." I walked away. "Where are you going?" called Kerner. "I am going to look for Jesse Holmes," I answered, with dignity and reserve. End of The Fool Killer by O. Henry. Read by Lonell Yoder.
The Fullness of Life by Edith Wharton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1. For hours she had lain in a kind of gentle torpor, not unlike that sweet lassitude which masters one in the hush of a midsummer noon, when the heat seems to have silenced the very birds and insects, and lying sunk in the tasselled meadow-grasses, one looks up through a level roofing of maple leaves at the vast shadowless and unsuggestive blue. Now and then, at ever-lengthening intervals, a flash of pain darted through her, like the ripple of sheet-lightning across such a midsummer sky, but it was too transitory to shake her stupor, that calm, delicious, bottomless stupor, into which she felt herself sinking more and more deeply, without a disturbing impulse of resistance, an effort of reattachment to the vanishing edges of consciousness. The resistance, the effort had known their hour of violence, but now they were at an end. Through her mind, long harried by grotesque visions, fragmentary images of the life that she was leaving, tormenting lines of verse, obstinate presentments of pictures once beheld, indistinct impressions of rivers, towers, and cupolas, gathered in the length of journeys half forgotten, through her mind there now only moved a few primal sensations of colourless well-being, a vague satisfaction in the thought that she had swallowed her noxious last draught of medicine, and that she should never again hear the creaking of her husband's boots, those horrible boots, and that no one would come to bother her about next day's dinner or the butcher's book. At last even these dim sensations spent themselves in the thickening obscurity which enveloped her, a dusk now filled with pale geometric roses, circling softly, interminably before her, now darkened to a uniform blue blackness, the hue of a summer night without stars. And into this darkness she felt herself sinking, with the gentle sense of security of one upheld from beneath. Like a tepid tide it rose around her, gliding ever higher and higher, folding in its velvety embrace her relaxed and tired body, now submerging her breast and shoulders, now creeping gradually, with soft inexorableness, over her throat to her chin, to her ears, to her mouth. Ah, now it was rising too high, the impulse to struggle was renewed, her mouth was full, she was choking. Help! "It is all over," said the nurse, drawing down the eyelids with official composure. The clock struck 3. They remembered it afterward. Some one opened the window and let in a blast of that strange neutral air which walks the earth between darkness and dawn. Some one else led the husband into another room. He walked vaguely, like a blind man, on his creaking boots. 2. She stood, as it seemed, on a threshold, yet no tangible gateway was in front of her. Only a wide vista of light, mild yet penetrating as the gathered glimmer of innumerable stars, expanded gradually before her eyes, in blissful contrast to the cavernous darkness from which she had of late emerged. She stepped forward, not frightened, but hesitating, and as her eyes began to grow more familiar with the melting depths of light about her, she distinguished the outlines of a landscape, at first swimming in the opaline uncertainty of Shelley's vaporous creations, then gradually resolved into distincter shape, the vast unrolling of a sunlit plain, aerial forms of mountains, and presently the silver crescent of a river in the valley, and a blue stenciling of trees along its curve, something suggestive in its ineffable hue of an azure background of Leonardo's, strange, enchanting, mysterious, leading on the eye and the imagination into regions of fabulous delight. As she gazed, her heart beat with a soft and rapturous surprise, so exquisite a promise she read in the summons of that hyaline distance. "And so death is not the end after all!" In sheer gladness she heard herself exclaiming aloud. "I always knew that it couldn't be. I believed in Darwin, of course, I do still, but then Darwin himself said that he wasn't sure about the soul, at least I think he did, and Wallace was a spiritualist, and then there was St. George Mivart." Her gaze lost itself in the ethereal remoteness of the mountains. "How beautiful! How satisfying!" she murmured. "Perhaps now I shall really know what it is to live." As she spoke, she felt a sudden thickening of her heart-beats, and looking up she was aware that before her stood the spirit of life. "Have you never really known what it is to live?" the Spirit of Life asked her. "I have never known," she replied, "that fullness of life which we all feel ourselves capable of knowing, though my life has not been without scattered hints of it, like the scent of earth which comes to one sometimes far out at sea." "And what do you call the fullness of life?" the Spirit asked again. "Oh, I can't tell you if you don't know," she said, almost reproachfully. "Many words are supposed to define it. Love and sympathy are those in commonest use, but I am not even sure that they are the right ones, and so few people really know what they mean." "You were married," said the Spirit, "yet you did not find the fullness of life in your marriage?" "Oh dear, no," she replied with an indulgent scorn. "My marriage was a very incomplete affair." "And yet you were fond of your husband?" "You have hit upon the exact word. I was fond of him, yes, just as I was fond of my grandmother, and the house that I was born in, and my old nurse. Oh, I was fond with him, and we were counted a very happy couple. But I have sometimes thought that a woman's nature is like a great house full of rooms. There is the hall, through which every one passes in going in and out, the drawing room where one receives formal visits, the sitting room where the members of the family come and go as they list, but beyond that, far beyond, are other rooms, the handles of whose doors perhaps are never turned. No one knows the way to them, no one knows whither they lead, and in the innermost room, the holy of holies, the soul sits alone and waits for a footstep that never comes." "And your husband," asked the Spirit after a pause, "never got beyond the family sitting-room?" "Never," she returned impatiently, "and the worst of it was that he was quite content to remain there. He thought it perfectly beautiful, and sometimes when he was admiring its commonplace furniture, insignificant as the chairs and tables of a hotel parlor, I felt like crying out to him, 'Fool! Will you never guess that close at hand are rooms full of treasures and wonders, such as the eye of man hath not seen, rooms that no step has crossed, but that might be yours to live in, could you but find the handle of the door?'" "Then," the Spirit continued, "those moments of which you lately spoke, which seemed to come to you like scattered hints of the fullness of life, were not shared with your husband?" "Oh no, never. He was different. His boots creaked, and he always slammed the door when he went out, and he never read anything but railway novels and the sporting advertisements in the papers, and in short, we never understood each other in the least." "To what influence, then, did you owe those exquisite sensations?" "I can hardly tell. Sometimes to the perfume of a flower, sometimes to a verse of Dante or Shakespeare, sometimes to a picture or a sunset, or to one of those calm days at sea, when one seems to be lying in the hollow of a blue pearl; sometimes, but rarely, to a word spoken by some one who chanced to give utterance at the right moment to what I felt but could not express." "Some one whom you loved?" asked the Spirit. "I never loved any one in that way," she said rather sadly, "nor was I thinking of any one person when I spoke, but of two or three who, by touching for an instant upon a certain chord of my being, had called forth a single note of that strange melody which seemed sleeping in my soul. It has seldom happened, however, that I have owed such feelings to people, and no one ever gave me a moment of such happiness as it was my lot to feel one evening in the church of San Michele in Florence." "Tell me about it," said the Spirit. "It was near sunset on a rainy spring afternoon in Easter week. The clouds had vanished, dispersed by a sudden wind, and as we entered the church the fiery panes of the high windows shone out like lamps through the dusk. A priest was at the high altar, his white cope a livid spot in the incense-laden obscurity, and the light of the candles flickering up and down like fireflies about his head. A few people knelt near by. We stole behind them, and sat down on a bench close to the tabernacle of Orcagna. Strange to say, although Florence was not new to me, I had never been in the church before, and in that magical light I saw for the first time the inlaid steps, the fluted columns, the sculptured bas-reliefs and canopy of the marvellous shrine. The marble, worn and mellowed by the subtle hand of time, took on an unspeakable rosy hue, suggestive in some remote way of the honey-coloured columns of the Parthenon, but more mystic, more complex, a colour not born of the sun's inveterate kiss, but made up of cryptal twilight, and the flame of candles upon martyrs' tombs, and gleams of sunset through symbolic panes of chrysoprase and ruby, such a light as illumines the missals in the library of Siena, or burns like a hidden fire through the Madonna of Gian Bellini in the Church of the Redeemer at Venice, the light of the Middle Ages, richer, more solemn, more significant than the limpid sunshine of Greece. The church was silent but for the wail of the priest and the occasional scraping of a chair against the floor, and as I sat there, bathed in that light, absorbed in rapt contemplation of the marble miracle which rose before me, cunningly wrought as a casket of ivory and enriched with jewel-like incrustations and tarnished gleams of gold, I felt myself borne onward along a mighty current, whose source seemed to be in the very beginnings of things, and whose tremendous waters gathered as they went all the mingled streams of human passion and endeavour. Life in all its varied manifestations of beauty and strangeness seemed weaving a rhythmical dance around me as I moved, and wherever the spirit of man had passed, I knew that my foot had once been familiar. As I gazed, the medieval bosses of the tabernacle of Orcagna seemed to melt and flow into their primal forms, so that the folded lotus of the Nile and the Greek acanthus were braided with the runic knots and fish-tailed monsters of the north, and all the plastic terror and beauty born of man's hand from the Ganges to the Baltic quivered and mingled in Orcagna's apotheosis of Mary. And so the river bore me on, past the alien face of antique civilizations and the familiar wonders of Greece, till I swam upon the fiercely rushing tide of the Middle Ages, with its swirling eddies of passion, its heaven-reflecting pools of poetry and art. I heard the rhythmic blow of the craftsmen's hammers in the goldsmiths' workshops and on the walls of churches, the party cries of armed factions in the narrow streets, the organ roll of Dante's verse, the crackle of the faggots around Arnold of Brescia, the twitter of the swallows to which St. Francis preached, the laughter of the ladies listening on the hillside to the quips of the Decameron, while plague-struck Florence howled beneath them. All this and much more I heard, joined in strange unison with voices earlier and more remote, fierce, passionate, or tender, yet subdued to such awful harmony that I thought of the song that the morning stars sang together, and felt as though it were sounding in my ears. My heart beat to suffocation, the tears burned my lids, the joy, the mystery of it seemed too intolerable to be borne. I could not understand even then the words of the song, but I knew that if there had been someone at my side who could have heard it with me, we might have found the key to it together. I turned to my husband, who was sitting beside me in an attitude of patient dejection, gazing into the bottom of his hat, but at that moment he rose, and stretching his stiffened legs, said mildly, "Hadn't we better be going? There doesn't seem to be much to see here, and you know the table d'hôte dinner is at 6:30. Her recital ended, and there was an interval of silence. Then the Spirit of Life said, "There is a compensation in store for such needs as you have expressed." "Oh, then you do understand!" she exclaimed. "Tell me what compensation, I entreat you." "It is ordained," the Spirit answered, "that every soul which seeks in vain on earth for a kindred soul to whom it can lay bare its inmost being shall find that soul here and be united to it for eternity." A glad cry broke from her lips. "Ah, shall I find him at last?" she cried, exultant. "He is here," said the Spirit of Life. She looked up and saw that a man stood near whose soul, for in that unwonted light she seemed to see his soul more clearly than his face, drew her toward him with an invincible force. "Are you really he?" she murmured. "I am he," he answered. She laid her hand in his and drew him toward the parapet which overhung the valley. "Shall we go down together," she asked him, "into that marvellous country? Shall we see it together with the self-same eyes, and tell each other in the same words all that we think and feel?" "So," he replied, "have I hoped and dreamed." "What?" she asked, with rising joy. "Then you too have looked for me?" "All my life." "How wonderful! And did you never find anyone in the other world who understood you?" "Not wholly. Not as you and I understand each other." "Then you feel it too. Oh, I am happy!" she sighed. They stood hand in hand, looking down over the parapet upon the shimmering landscape which stretched forth beneath them into sapphiric space, and the Spirit of Life, who kept watch near the threshold, heard now and then a floating fragment of their talk blown backward like the stray swallows which the wind sometimes separates from their migratory tribe. "Did you never feel at sunset?" "Ah, yes, but I never heard anyone else say so. Did you?" "Do you remember that line in the third canto of the Inferno?" "Ah, that line! My favorite always. Is it possible? You know the stooping Victory in the frieze of the Nikeapteros?" "You mean the one who is tying her sandal? Then you have noticed too that all Botticelli and Mantegna are dormant in those flying folds of her drapery." "After a storm in autumn, have you ever seen? Yes, it is curious how certain flowers suggest certain painters: the perfume of the Incarnation, Leonardo; that of the rose, Titian; the tuberose, Crivelli." "I never supposed that anyone else had noticed it." "Have you never thought?" "Oh, yes, often and often, but I never dreamed that anyone else had." "But surely you must have felt—" "Oh, yes, yes, and you too." "How beautiful! How strange!" Their voices rose and fell, like the murmur of two fountains answering each other across a garden full of flowers. At length, with a certain tender impatience, he turned to her and said, "Love, why should we linger here? All eternity lies before us. Let us go down into that beautiful country together and make a home for ourselves on some blue hill above the shining river." As he spoke, the hand she had forgotten in his was suddenly withdrawn, and he felt that a cloud was passing over the radiance of her soul. "A home," she repeated slowly. "A home for you and me to live in for all eternity." "Why not, love? Am I not the soul that yours has sought?" "Yes, yes, I know, but don't you see, home would not be like home to me unless—" "Unless?" he wonderingly repeated. She did not answer, but she thought to herself, with an impulse of whimsical inconsistency, "Unless you slammed the door and wore creaking boots." But he had recovered his hold upon her hand, and by imperceptible degrees was leading her towards the shining steps which descended to the valley. "Come, O my soul's soul!" he passionately implored. "Why delay a moment? Surely you feel, as I do, that eternity itself is too short to hold such bliss as ours. It seems to me that I can see our home already. Have I not always seen it in my dreams? It is white, love, is it not, with polished columns and sculptured cornice against the blue? Groves of laurel and oleander and thickets of roses surround it, but from the terrace where we walk at sunset the eye looks out over woodlands and cool meadows where, deep bowered under ancient boughs, a stream goes delicately toward the river. Indoors our favorite pictures hang upon the walls, and the rooms are lined with books. Think, dear, at last we shall have time to read them all. With which shall we begin? Come, help me to choose. Shall it be Faust, or the Vita Nuova, the Tempest, or Les Caprices de Marianne, or the 31st canto of the Paradise, or Epipsychidion, or Lycidas? Tell me, dear, which one?" As he spoke, he saw the answer trembling joyously upon her lips, but it died in the ensuing silence, and she stood motionless, resisting the persuasion of his hand. "What is it?" he entreated. "Wait a moment," she said, with a strange hesitation in her voice. "Tell me first, are you quite sure of yourself? Is there no one on earth whom you sometimes remember?" "Not since I have seen you," he replied, for, being a man, he had indeed forgotten. Still she stood motionless, and he saw that the shadow deepened on her soul. "Surely, love," he rebuked her, "it was not that which troubled you. For my part, I have walked through Lethe. The past has melted like a cloud before the moon. I never lived until I saw you." She made no answer to his pleadings, but at length, rousing herself with a visible effort, she turned away from him and moved toward the Spirit of Life, who stood still near the threshold. "I want to ask you a question," she said in a troubled voice. "Ask," said the Spirit. "A little while ago," she began slowly, "you told me that every soul which has not found a kindred soul on earth is destined to find one here." "And have you not found one?" asked the Spirit. "Yes, but will it be so with my husband's soul also?" "No," answered the Spirit of Life,
For your husband imagined that he had found his soul's mate on earth in you, and for such delusions eternity itself contains no cure." She gave a little cry. Was it of disappointment or triumph? "Then what will happen to him when he comes here?" "That I cannot tell you. Some field of activity and happiness he will doubtless find, in due measure to his capacity for being active and happy." She interrupted almost angrily. "He will never be happy without me." "Do not be too sure of that," said the spirit. She took no notice of this, and the spirit continued: "He will not understand you here any better than he did on earth." "No matter," she said. "I shall be the only sufferer, for he always thought that he understood me." "His boots will creak just as much as ever." "No matter." "And he will slam the door." "Very likely." "And continue to read railway novels?" She interposed impatiently. "Many men do worse than that." "But you said just now," said the spirit, "that you did not love him." "True," she answered simply. "But don't you understand that I shouldn't feel at home without him? It is all very well for a week or two, but for eternity! After all, I never minded the creaking of his boots except when my head ached, and I don't suppose it will ache here, and he was always so sorry when he had slammed the door, only he never could remember not to. Besides, no one else would know how to look after him, he is so helpless. His inkstand would never be filled, and he would always be out of stamps and visiting cards. He would never remember to have his umbrella recovered, or to ask the price of anything before he bought it. Why, he wouldn't even know what novels to read. I always had to choose the kind he liked, with a murder or a forgery and a successful detective." She turned abruptly to her kindred soul, who stood listening with a mien of wonder and dismay. "Don't you see," she said, "that I can't possibly go with you?" "But what do you intend to do?" asked the Spirit of Life. "What do I intend to do?" she returned indignantly. "Why, I mean to wait for my husband, of course. If he had come here first, he would have waited for me for years and years, and it would break his heart not to find me here when he comes." She pointed with a contemptuous gesture to the magic vision of hill and vale sloping away to the translucent mountains. "He wouldn't give a fig for all that," she said, "if he didn't find me here." "But consider," warned the spirit, "that you are now choosing for eternity. It is a solemn moment." "Choosing?" she said with a half-sad smile. "Do you still keep up here that old fiction about choosing? I should have thought that you knew better than that. How can I help myself? He will expect to find me here when he comes, and he would never believe you if you told him that I had gone away with someone else. Never, never." "So be it," said the spirit. "Here, as on earth, each one must decide for himself." She turned to her kindred soul and looked at him gently, almost wistfully. "I am sorry," she said. "I should have liked to talk with you again, but you will understand, I know, and I dare say you will find someone else a great deal cleverer." And without pausing to hear his answer, she waved him a swift farewell and turned back toward the threshold. "Will my husband come soon?" she asked the Spirit of Life. "That you are not destined to know," the spirit replied. "No matter," she replied cheerfully. "I have all eternity to wait in." And still seated alone on the threshold, she listens for the creaking of his boots. End of The Fullness of Life, by Edith Wharton. Read by Elizabeth Klett.
The Jericho Road by Henry Van Dyke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From The Outlook, November 29th, 1922. In the Big Bear Inn at the top of the Jericho Road, 3 travelers were sitting around an open fire, for the night was cold. They were persons of some importance in their time, being rich, and their many followers, servants, guards, horses, and beasts of burden, crowded the alcoves around the courtyard of the Khan. One of the 3 was a Roman tax gatherer from Jerusalem. The second was a Persian silk merchant from Ecbatana. The third was a Greek theater director from the rich city of Gerasa, beyond the Jordan. They had often met before at the same khan, for their business frequently called them to traverse this dangerous road. They were always glad of a meeting and a friendly talk over a cup of mulled wine, no religion having yet been discovered to forbid such cheerful and warming fellowship. So they rested and told their stories, as travelers like to do. "But where is our old companion, the good man from Samaria?" asked the Roman. "He is usually on the road at this season, with his sacks of corn from Dothan and his skins of wine from Jezreel. There is a good market for them in Jerusalem now." "Perhaps he is waiting," said the Persian, "for the market to rise a little more. He understands his business, that Samaritan. But he is kind, very kind. The blessing of Ahura Mazda is upon him." The Greek smiled. "It is so," he said, "excessively so. He never loses a chance to perform a work of mercy, to bind up the wounded, to pour out money for the distressed. And I never knew a man to have so many chances. I will wager that even now he is picking up some poor wretch on the Jericho road and taking care of him. That is what delays him. It has become a habit." At that moment, as if a bell had called him, the good Samaritan entered. He was dusty and a little out of breath, but he made the Oriental salutations of politeness as usual, and sat down with his friends by the fire. "Another?" asked the Roman. "Yes," replied the Samaritan, "another. In truth, several others." "How many does that make, since we first met here?" The Samaritan threw up his hands. "I do not know. I have lost the count. Since I began to travel this road some 30 years ago, it has been the same thing every year, sometimes twice a year. Always robbery, outrage, murder, people lying in their blood by the roadside, women violated, little children cut to pieces. This time it was a poor man of the sect called Nazarenes, whom they beat till they thought he was dead. His wife they stabbed to death, and the 2 girl children they abused into madness. I and my servants did what we could for them, and brought them here for safety." "Such things ought not to be in the empire," said the Roman gravely. "Who is guilty of these offenses against justice and the Roman peace?" "Always the same tribe," said the Samaritan. "They call it taking toll. They say their religion authorizes it, and after they have done it, they wash their hands and say their prayers. But the name of their God must be Satan, and the blood on their souls will not wash out." "But this tribe must be subdued," said the Roman. "They must be taught and bound to keep the peace." "Subdued is an easy word," said the Persian. "But in my country there are tigers which cannot be changed into cats. You cannot trust them if they smell blood." "It is so with this robber tribe," said the Samaritan. "Time and again one army after another has beaten them, and they have cringed and fawned and promised to be good. But when they are forgiven and the army withdraws, they break out again to rob and rape, to butcher and burn. True, they let us pass, because we are strong and well armed, but for the weak and helpless they have no mercy but torture, and no compassion but the grave. Year after year, the same brutality, the same horror. My gorge rises at the bloodiness of the Jericho road. But why? Asked the Greek very softly. Just why do you not go around by some other way? You would escape these sights that trouble you so deeply and cost you so much money in charity. It is none of your affair, after all. What are the Jews to you except as customers? Why not abandon the Jericho road? The Samaritan looked at him and then answered sharply and firmly, as if he had often thought of the question and had the answer ready. For two reasons. The first is the same that brings you here. We all need that road in our business. It is the shortest and best way to Jerusalem. The second reason is one that perhaps you may not share. To avoid the Jericho road would not deliver me from its horrors. I should still see them in my heart, the wounded, the outraged, the slaughtered. They would haunt me and cry for help. Are they not of the same flesh and blood as we are? God knows they have cost me enough, but I give it willingly. I only wish I could do more for them. You can, said a deep voice close behind the travelers. They looked up in surprise and saw a man clothed in rough garments of camel's hair, with a leathern girdle around his loins. He had come in quietly and stood leaning on his long staff, gazing sternly into their faces. You can do much more, all of you. You must do more if you would meet your duty. You are rich. You have power. Put a strong guard on this pathway of blood and shame. Make this tribe of robbers and murderers afraid, since they understand no other argument. It is even more merciful to prevent cruelty than to heal the wounded. It is even more righteous to protect the helpless than to comfort them in their misery. This ought ye to do, and not to leave the other undone. I charge you, in the name of God, patrol the Jericho road. The four travelers looked at one another with wondering eyes, for the stranger spoke with authority. When they turned around again to question him, he was gone into the night. End of The Jericho Road. Recording by Bill Mosley, Frelsburg, Texas, USA.
Just Meat by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. He strolled to the corner and glanced up and down the intersecting street, but saw nothing save the oases of light shed by the street lamps at the successive crossings. Then he strolled back the way he had come. He was a shadow of a man sliding noiselessly and without undue movement through the semi-darkness. Also he was very alert, like a wild animal in the jungle, keenly perceptive and receptive. The movement of another in the darkness about him would need to have been more shadowy than he to have escaped him. In addition to the running advertisement of the state of affairs carried to him by his senses, he had a subtler perception, a feel of the atmosphere around him. He knew that the house in front of which he paused for a moment contained children. Yet by no willed effort of perception did he have this knowledge. For that matter, he was not even aware that he knew, so occult was the impression. Yet did a moment arise in which action, in relation to that house, were imperative, he would have acted on the assumption that it contained children. He was not aware of all that he knew about the neighborhood. In the same way, he knew not how, he knew that no danger threatened in the footfalls that came up the cross street. Before he saw the walker, he knew him for a belated pedestrian hurrying home. The walker came into view at the crossing and disappeared on up the street. The man that watched noted a light that flared up in the window of a house on the corner, and as it died down he knew it for an expiring match. This was conscious identification of familiar phenomena, and through his mind flitted the thought, "Wanted to know what time." In another house one room was lighted. The light burned dimly and steadily, and he had the feel that it was a sick room. He was especially interested in a house across the street in the middle of the block. To this house he paid most attention. No matter what way he looked, nor what way he walked, his looks and his steps always returned to it. Except for an open window above the porch, there was nothing unusual about the house. Nothing came in or out. Nothing happened. There were no lighted windows, nor had lights appeared and disappeared in any of the windows. Yet it was the central point of his consideration. He rallied to it each time after a divination of the state of the neighborhood. Despite his feel of things, he was not confident. He was supremely conscious of the precariousness of his situation. Though unperturbed by the footfalls of the chance pedestrian, he was as keyed up and sensitive and ready to be startled as any timorous deer. He was aware of the possibility of other intelligences prowling about in the darkness, intelligences similar to his own in movement, perception, and divination. Far down the street he caught a glimpse of something that moved, and he knew it was no late homegoer, but menace and danger. He whistled twice to the house across the street, then faded away shadow-like to the corner and around the corner. Here he paused and looked about him carefully. Reassured, he peered back around the corner and studied the object that moved and that was coming nearer. He divined aright. It was a policeman. The man went down the cross street to the next corner, from the shelter of which he watched the corner he had just left. He saw the policeman pass by, going straight on up the street. He paralleled the policeman's course, and from the next corner again watched him go by. Then he returned the way he had come. He whistled once to the house across the street, and after a time whistled once again. There was reassurance in the whistle, just as there had been warning in the previous double whistle. He saw a dark bulk outline itself on the roof of the porch and slowly descend a pillar. Then it came down the steps, passed through the small iron gate, and went down the sidewalk, taking on the form of a man. He that watched kept on his own side of the street and moved on abreast to the corner, where he crossed over and joined the other. He was quite small alongside the man he accosted. "How'd you make out, Matt?" he asked. The other grunted indistinctly and walked on in silence a few steps. "I reckon I landed the goods," he said. Jim chuckled in the darkness and waited for further information. The blocks passed by under their feet, and he grew impatient. "Well, how about them goods?" he asked. "What kind of haul did you make, anyway?" "I was too busy to figure it out. But it's fat. I can tell you that much, Jim. It's fat. I don't dast to think how fat it is. Wait till we get to the room." Jim looked at him keenly under the street lamp of the next crossing, and saw that his face was a trifle grim, and that he carried his left arm peculiarly. "What's the matter with your arm?" he demanded. "The little cuss bit me. I hope I don't get hydrophoby. Folks gets hydrophoby from man bites sometimes, don't they?" "Give you a fight, eh?" Jim asked encouragingly. The other grunted. "You're certainly hard to get information from," Jim burst out irritably. "Tell us about it. You ain't going to lose money just telling a guy." "I guess I choked him some," came the answer. Then, by way of explanation, "He woke up on me." "You did it neat. I never heard a sound." "Jim," the other said with seriousness, "it's a hanging matter. I fixed him. I had to. He woke up on me. You and me's got to do some layin' low for a spell." Jim gave a low whistle of comprehension. "Did you hear me whistle?" he asked suddenly. "Sure. I was all done. I was just comin' out." "It was a bull. But he wasn't on a little bit. Went right by and kept a padding the hoof out of sight. Then I came back and gave you the whistle. What made you take so long after that?" "I was waiting to make sure," Matt explained. "I was mighty glad when I heard you whistle again. It's hard work waiting. I just sat there and thought. Oh, all kinds of things. It's remarkable what a fellow'll think about. And then there was a darned cat that kept moving around the house and bothering me with its noises." "And it's fat!" Jim exclaimed irrelevantly and with joy. "I'm telling you, Jim, it's fat. I'm plumb anxious for another look at 'em." Unconsciously the two men quickened their pace. Yet they did not relax from their caution. Twice they changed their course in order to avoid policemen, and they made very sure that they were not observed when they dived into the dark hallway of a cheap rooming house downtown. Not until they had gained their own room on the top floor did they scratch a match. While Jim lighted a lamp, Matt locked the door and threw the bolts into place. As he turned, he noticed that his partner was waiting expectantly. Matt smiled to himself at the other's eagerness. "Them searchlights is all right," he said, drawing forth a small pocket electric lamp and examining it. "But we got to get a new battery. It's running pretty weak. I thought once or twice it'd leave me in the dark. Funny arrangements in that house. I near got lost. His room was on the left, and that fooled me some." "I told you it was on the left," Jim interrupted. "You told me it was on the right," Matt went on. "I guess I know what you told me, and there's the map you drew." Fumbling in his vest pocket, he drew out a folded slip of paper. As he unfolded it, Jim bent over and looked. "I did make a mistake," he confessed. "You sure did. It got me guessing some for a while." "But it don't matter now," Jim cried. "Let's see what you got." "It does matter," Matt retorted. "It matters a lot to me. I've got to run all the risk. I put my head in the trap while you stay on the street. You got to get on to yourself and be more careful. All right, I'll show you." He dipped loosely into his trousers pocket and brought out a handful of small diamonds. He spilled them out in a blazing stream on the greasy table. Jim let out a great oath. "That's nothing," Matt said with triumphant complacence. "I ain't begun yet." From one pocket after another he continued bringing forth the spoil. There were many diamonds wrapped in chamois skin that were larger than those in the first handful. From one pocket he brought out a handful of very small cut gems. "Sundust," he remarked, as he spilled them on the table in a space by themselves. Jim examined them. "Just the same, they retail for a couple of dollars each," he said. "Is that all?" "Ain't it enough?" the other demanded in an aggrieved tone. "Sure it is," Jim answered with unqualified approval. "Better'n I expected. I wouldn't take a cent less than 10,000 for the bunch." 10,000? Matt sneered. "They're worth twice that, and I don't know anything about jewelry, either. Look at that big boy." He picked it out from the sparkling heap and held it near to the lamp with the air of an expert, weighing and judging. "Worth 1,000 all by its lonely," was Jim's quicker judgment. 1,000 your grandmother, was Matt's scornful rejoinder. "You couldn't buy it for 3." "Wake me up. I'm dreaming." The sparkle of the gems was in Jim's eyes, and he began sorting out the larger diamonds and examining them. "We're rich men, Matt. We'll be regular swells." "It'll take years to get rid of 'em," was Matt's more practical thought. "But think how we'll live. Nothing to do but spend the money and go on getting rid of 'em." Matt's eyes were beginning to sparkle, though somberly, as his phlegmatic nature woke up. "I told you I didn't dast think how fat it was," he murmured in a low voice. "What a killin'! What a killin'!" was the other's more ecstatic utterance. "I almost forgot," Matt said, thrusting his hand into his inside coat pocket. A string of large pearls emerged from wrappings of tissue paper and chamois skin. Jim scarcely glanced at them. "They're worth money," he said, and returned to the diamonds. A silence fell on the two men. Jim played with the gems, running them through his fingers, sorting them into piles, and spreading them out flat and wide. He was a slender, weazened man, nervous, irritable, high-strung, and anemic, a typical child of the gutter, with unbeautiful, twisted features, small eyes with face and mouth perpetually and feverishly hungry, brutish in a cat-like way, stamped to the core with degeneracy. Matt did not finger the diamonds. He sat with chin on hands and elbows on table, blinking heavily at the blazing array. He was in every way a contrast to the other. No city had bred him. He was heavy-muscled and hairy, gorilla-like in strength and aspect. For him there was no unseen world. His eyes were full and wide apart, and there seemed in them a certain bold brotherliness. They inspired confidence. But a closer inspection would have shown that his eyes were just a trifle too full, just a shade too wide apart. He exceeded, spilled over the limits of normality, and his features told lies about the man beneath. "The bunch is worth 50,000," Jim remarked suddenly. 100,000, Matt said. The silence returned and endured a long time, to be broken again by Jim. "What in blazes was he doing with 'em all at the house? That's what I want to know. I'd 'a' thought he'd 'a' kept 'em in the safe down at the store." Matt had just been considering the vision of the throttled man as he had last looked upon him in the dim light of the electric lantern, but he did not start at the mention of him. "There's no tellin'," he answered. "He might have been gettin' ready to chuck his pardner. He might have pulled out in the morning for parts unknown if we hadn't happened along. I guess there's just as many thieves among honest men as there is among thieves. You read about such things in the papers, Jim. Pardners is always knifin' each other." A queer, nervous look came into the other's eyes. Matt did not betray that he noted it, though he said, "What was you thinking about, Jim?" Jim was a trifle awkward for the moment. "Nothin'," he answered. "Only I was thinking just how funny it was, all them jewels at his house. What made you ask?" "Nothin'. I was just wondering, that's all." The silence settled down, broken by an occasional low and nervous giggle on the part of Jim. He was overcome by the spread of gems. It was not that he felt their beauty. He was unaware that they were beautiful in themselves, but in them his swift imagination visioned the joys of life they would buy, and all the desires and appetites of his diseased mind and sickly flesh were tickled by the promise they extended. He builded wondrous orgy-haunted castles out of their brilliant fires, and was appalled at what he builded. Then it was that he giggled. It was all too impossible to be real. And yet there they blazed on the table before him, fanning the flame of the lust of him, and he giggled again. "I guess we might as well count 'em," Matt said suddenly, tearing himself away from his own visions. "You watch me and see that it's square, because you and me has got to be on the square, Jim. Understand?" Jim did not like this, and betrayed it in his eyes, while Matt did not like what he saw in his partner's eyes. "Understand," Matt repeated, almost menacingly. "Ain't we always been square?" the other replied, on the defensive, what of the treachery already whispering in him. "It don't cost nothing bein' square in hard times," Matt retorted. "It's bein' square in prosperity that counts. When we ain't got nothin' we can't help bein' square. We're prosperous now, and we've got to be businessmen, honest businessmen. Understand?" "That's the talk for me," Jim approved, but deep down in the meager soul of him, and in spite of him, wanton and lawless thoughts were stirring like chained beasts. Matt stepped to the food shelf behind the 2-burner kerosene cooking stove. He emptied the tea from a paper bag, and from a second bag emptied some red peppers. Returning to the table with the bags, he put into them the 2 sizes of small diamonds. Then he counted the large gems and wrapped them in their tissue paper and chamois skin. 147 good-sized ones, was his inventory. 20 real big ones. 2 big boys and 1 whopper. And a couple of fistfuls of teeny ones and dust. He looked at Jim. "Correct," was the response. He wrote the count out on a slip of memorandum paper and made a copy of it, giving 1 slip to his partner and retaining the other. "Just for reference," he said. Again he had recourse to the food shelf, where he emptied the sugar from a large paper bag. Into this he thrust the diamonds, large and small, wrapped it up in a bandana handkerchief, and stowed it away under his pillow. Then he sat down on the edge of the bed and took off his shoes. "And you think they're worth 100,000?" Jim asked, pausing and looking up from the unlacing of his shoe. "Sure," was the answer. "I seen a dancer down in Arizona once with some big sparklers on her. They wasn't real. She said if they was, she wouldn't be dancing. Said they'd be worth all of 50,000, and she didn't have a dozen of 'em all told." "Who'd work for a livin'?" Jim triumphantly demanded. "Pick and shovel work," he sneered. "Work like a dog all my life and save all my wages, and I wouldn't have half as much as we got to-night." Dishwashing's about your measure, and you couldn't get more'n 20 a month and board. Your figures is way off, but your point is well taken. Let them that likes it work. I rode range for 30 a month when I was young and foolish. Well, I'm older, and I ain't riding range." He got into bed on one side. Jim put out the light and followed him in on the other side. "How's your arm feel?" Jim queried amiably. Such concern was unusual, and Matt noted it and replied, "I guess there's no danger of hydrophoby. What made you ask?" Jim felt in himself a guilty stir, and under his breath he cursed the other's way of asking disagreeable questions. But aloud he answered, "Nothin', only you seemed scared of it at first. What are you going to do with your share, Matt?" "Buy a cattle ranch in Arizona and set down and pay other men to ride range for me. There's several I'd like to see askin' a job from me, blast them. And now you shut your face, Jim. It'll be some time before I buy that ranch. Just now I'm goin' to sleep." But Jim lay long awake, nervous and twitching, rolling about restlessly and rolling himself wide awake every time he dozed. The diamonds still blazed under his eyelids, and the fire of them hurt. Matt, in spite of his heavy nature, slept lightly, like a wild animal, alert in its sleep. And Jim noticed, every time he moved, that his partner's body moved sufficiently to show that it had received the impression and that it was trembling on the verge of awakening. For that matter, Jim did not know whether or not frequently the other was awake. Once quietly, betokening complete consciousness, Matt said to him, "I'll go to sleep, Jim. Don't worry about them jewels. They'll keep." And Jim had thought that at that particular moment Matt had been surely asleep. In the late morning Matt was awake with Jim's first movement, and thereafter he awoke and dozed with him until midday, when they got up together and began dressing. "I'm going out to get a paper and some bread," Matt said. "You boil the coffee." As Jim listened unconsciously, his gaze left Matt's face and roved to the pillow, beneath which was the bundle wrapped in the bandana handkerchief. On the instant, Matt's face became like a wild beast's. "Look here, Jim," he snarled. "You got to play square. If you do me dirt, I'll fix you. Understand? I'd eat you, Jim. You know that? I'd bite right into your throat and eat you like that much beefsteak." His sunburned skin was black with the surge of blood in it, and his tobacco-stained teeth were exposed by the snarling lips. Jim shivered and involuntarily cowered. There was death in the man he looked at. Only the night before, that black-faced man had killed another with his hands, and it had not hurt his sleep. And in his own heart Jim was aware of a sneaking guilt, of a train of thought that merited all that was threatened. Matt passed out, leaving him still shivering. Then a hatred twisted his own face, and he softly hurled savage threats at the door. He remembered the jewels and hastened to the bed, feeling under the pillow for the bandana bundle. He crushed it with his fingers to make sure that it still contained the diamonds. Assured that Matt had not carried them away, he looked toward the kerosene stove with a guilty start. Then he hurriedly lighted it, filled the coffee pot at the sink, and put it over the flame. The coffee was boiling when Matt returned, and while the latter cut the bread and put a slice of butter on the table, Jim poured out the coffee. It was not until he sat down and had taken a few sips of the coffee that Matt pulled out the morning paper from his pocket. "We was way off," he said. "I told you I didn't dast figure out how fat it was. Look at that." He pointed to the headlines on the first page. "Swift nemesis on Bujanov's track," they read. "Murdered in his sleep after robbing his partner." "There you have it," Matt cried. "He robbed his partner, robbed him like a dirty thief." "500,000 of jewels missin'," Jim read aloud. He put the paper down and stared at Matt. "That's what I told you," the latter said. "What in thunder do we know about jewels? 500,000! And the best I could figure, it was 100,000. Go on and read the rest of it." They read on silently, their heads side by side, the untouched coffee growing cold, and ever and anon one or the other burst forth with some salient printed fact. "I'd like to seen Metzner's face when he opened the safe at the store this morning," Jim gloated. "He hit the high places right away for Bujanov's house," Matt explained. "Go on and read." "Was to have sailed last night at 10 on the Sajota for the South Seas. Steamship delayed by extra freight." "That's why we caught him in bed," Matt interrupted. It was just luck, like picking a 50-to-1 winner. "Sajota sailed at 6 this morning." "He didn't catch her," Matt said. "I saw his alarm clock was set at 5. That'd give him plenty of time, only I come along and put the kibosh on his time. Go on." "Adolf Metzner in despair. The famous Haythorn pearl necklace, magnificently assorted pearls, valued by experts at from $50,000 to $70,000. Jim broke off to say solemnly, "Those oyster eggs worth all that money." He licked his lips and added, "They was beauties and no mistake." "Big Brazilian gem," he read on, $80,000. Many valuable gems of the first water. Several thousand small diamonds, well worth $40,000. "What you don't know about jewels is worth knowing," Matt smiled good-humoredly. "Theory of the sleuths," Jim read. "Thieves must have known, cleverly kept watch on Bujanov's actions, must have learned his plan and trailed him to his house with the fruits of his robbery." "Clever," Matt broke out. "That's the way reputations is made. In the newspapers. How'd we know he was robbing his partner?" "Anyway, we got the goods." Jim grinned. "Let's look at 'em again." He assured himself that the door was locked and bolted, while Matt brought out the bundle in the bandana and opened it on the table. "Ain't they beauties, though?" Jim exclaimed at the sight of the pearls, and for a time he had eyes only for them. "According to the experts, worth from $50,000 to $70,000. "And women like them things," Matt commented. "And they'll do everything to get 'em. Sell themselves, commit murder, anything." "Just like you and me." "Not on your life," Matt retorted. "I'll commit murder for 'em, but not for their own sakes, but for the sake of what they'll get me. That's the difference. Women want the jewels for themselves, and I want the jewels for the women and such things they'll get me." "Lucky that men and women don't want the same things," Jim remarked. "That's what makes commerce," Matt agreed. "People wanting different things." In the middle of the afternoon Jim went out to buy food. While he was gone, Matt cleared the table of the jewels, wrapping them up as before and putting them under the table. Then he lighted the kerosene stove and started to boil water for the coffee. A few minutes later Jim returned. "Most surprising," he remarked. "Streets and stores and people just like they always was. Nothing changed. And me walking along through it all, a millionaire. Nobody looked at me and guessed it." Matt grunted unsympathetically. He had little comprehension of the lighter whims and fancies of his partner's imagination. "Did you get a porterhouse?" he demanded. "Sure, and an inch thick. It's a peach. Look at it." He unwrapped the steak and held it up for the other's inspection. Then he made the coffee and set the table while Matt fried the steak. "Don't put on too much of them red peppers," Jim warned. "I ain't used to your Mexican cooking. You always season too hot." Matt grunted a laugh and went on with his cooking. Jim poured out the coffee, but first into the nicked china cup he emptied a powder he had carried in his vest pocket wrapped in a rice paper. He had turned his back for a moment on his partner, but he did not dare to glance around at him. Matt placed a newspaper on the table, and on the newspaper set the hot frying pan. He cut the steak in half and served Jim and himself. "Eat her while she's hot," he counseled, and with knife and fork set the example. "She's a dandy," was Jim's judgment after his first mouthful. "But I tell you one thing straight. I'm never going to visit you on that Arizona ranch, so you needn't ask me." "What's the matter now?" Matt asked. "The Mexican cooking on your ranch would be too much for me. If I've got blue blazes a-comin' in the next life, I'm not going to torment my insides in this one." He smiled, expelled his breath forcibly to cool his burning mouth, drank some coffee, and went on eating the steak. "What do you think about the next life, anyway, Matt?" he asked a little later, while secretly he wondered why the other had not yet touched his coffee. "Ain't no next life," Matt answered, pausing from the steak to take his first sip of coffee. "Nor heaven, nor hell, nor nothin'. You get all that's comin' right here in this life." "And afterward?" Jim queried out of his morbid curiosity, for he knew that he looked upon a man that was soon to die. "And afterward?" he repeated. "Did you ever see a man 2 weeks dead?" the other asked. Jim shook his head. "Well, I have. He was like this beefsteak you and me is eatin'. It was once steer cavortin' over the landscape, but now it's just meat. That's all, just meat. And that's what you and me and all people come to meat. Matt gulped down the whole cup of coffee and refilled the cup. "Are you scared to die?" he asked. Jim shook his head. "What's the use? I don't die anyway. I pass on and live again." "To stealin' and lyin' and snivelling through another life and go on that way forever and ever?" Matt sneered. "Maybe I'll improve," Jim suggested hopefully. "Maybe stealin' won't be necessary in the life to come." He ceased abruptly and stared straight before him, a frightened expression on his face. "What's the matter?" Matt demanded. "Nothin'. I was just wonderin'," Jim returned to himself with an effort, "about this dyin', that was all." But he could not shake off the fright that had startled him. It was as if an unseen thing of gloom had passed him by, casting upon him the intangible shadow of its presence. He was aware of a feeling of foreboding. Something ominous was about to happen. Calamity hovered in the air. He gazed fixedly across the table at the other man. He could not understand. Was it that he had blundered and poisoned himself? No. Matt had the nicked cup, and he had certainly put the poison in the nicked cup. It was all his own imagination, was his next thought. It had played him tricks before. Fool! Of course it was. Of course something was about to happen, but it was about to happen to Matt. Had not Matt drunk the whole cup of coffee? Jim brightened up and finished his steak, sopping bread in the gravy when the meat was gone. "When I was a kid," he began, but broke off abruptly. Again the unseen thing of gloom had fluttered, and his being was vibrant with premonition of impending misfortune. He felt a disruptive influence at work in the flesh of him, and in all his muscles there was a seeming that they were about to begin to twitch. He sat back suddenly, and as suddenly leaned forward with his elbows on the table. A tremor ran dimly through the muscles of his body. It was like the first rustling of leaves before the oncoming of wind. He clenched his teeth. It came again, a spasmodic tensing of his muscles. He knew panic at the revolt within his being. His muscles no longer recognized his mastery over them. Again they spasmodically tensed, despite the will of him, for he had willed that they should not tense. This was revolution within himself. This was anarchy. And the terror of impotence rushed up in him as his flesh gripped and seemed to seize him in a clutch, chills running up and down his back and sweat starting on his brow. He glanced about the room, and all the details of it smote him with a strange sense of familiarity. It was as though he had just returned from a long journey. He looked across the table at his partner. Matt was watching him and smiling. An expression of horror spread over Jim's face. "Matt!" he screamed. "You ain't doped me!" Matt smiled and continued to watch him. In the paroxysm that followed, Jim did not become unconscious. His muscles tensed and twitched and knotted, hurling him and crushing him in their savage grip. And in the midst of it all, it came to him that Matt was acting queerly. He was traveling the same road. The smile had gone from his face, and there was on it an intense expression, as if he were listening to some inner tale of himself and trying to divine the message. Matt got up and walked across the room and back again, then sat down. "You did this, Jim," he said quietly. "But I didn't think you'd try to fix me," Jim answered reproachfully. "Oh, I fixed you all right," Matt said, with teeth close together and shivering body. "What did you give me?" "Strychnine." "Same as I gave you," Matt volunteered. "It's some mess, ain't it?" "You're lying, Matt," Jim pleaded. "You ain't doped me, have you?" "I sure did, Jim, and I didn't overdose you neither. I cooked it in as neat as please in your half of the porterhouse. Hold on. Where you going?" Jim had made a dash for the door and was throwing back the bolts. Matt sprang in between and shoved him away. "Drugstore," Jim panted. "Drugstore." "No, you don't. You'll stay right here. There ain't going to be any running out and making a poison play on the street, not with all them jewels reposin' under the pillow. Savvy? Even if you don't die, you'd be in the hands of the police, with a lot of explanations comin'. Emetics is the stuff for poison. I'm just as bad hit as you, and I'm going to take a emetic. That's all they'd give you at a drugstore anyway." He thrust Jim back into the middle of the floor and shot the bolts into place. As he went across the floor to the food shelf, he passed one hand over his brow and flung off the beaded sweat. It spattered audibly on the floor. Jim watched agonizedly as Matt got the mustard can and a cup and ran for the sink. He stirred a cupful of mustard and water and drank it down. Jim had followed him and was reaching with trembling hands for the empty cup. Again Matt shoved him away. As he mixed a second cupful, he demanded, "Do you think one cup'll do for me? You can wait till I'm done." Jim started to totter toward the door, but Matt checked him. "If you monkey with that door, I'll twist your neck. Savvy? You can take yours when I'm done, and if it saves you, I'll twist your neck anyway. You ain't got no chance nohow. I told you many times what you'd get if you did me dirt." "But you did me dirt, too," Jim articulated with an effort. Matt was drinking the second cupful and did not answer. The sweat had got into Jim's eyes, and he could scarcely see his way to the table, where he got a cup for himself. But Matt was mixing a third cupful, and as before thrust him away. "I told you to wait till I was done," Matt growled. "Get out of my way." And Jim supported his twitching body by holding on to the sink, the while he yearned toward the yellowish concoction that stood for life. It was by sheer will that he stood and clung to the sink. His flesh strove to double him up and bring him to the floor. Matt drank the third cupful and with difficulty managed to get to a chair and sit down. His first paroxysm was passing. The spasms that afflicted him were dying away. This good effect he ascribed to the mustard and water. He was safe at any rate. He wiped the sweat from his face, and in the interval of calm found room for curiosity. He looked at his partner. A spasm had shaken the mustard can out of Jim's hands, and the contents were spilled upon the floor. He stooped to scoop some of the mustard into the cup, and the succeeding spasm doubled him up on the floor. Matt smiled. "Stay with it," he encouraged. "It's the stuff, all right. It's fixed me up." Jim heard him and turned toward him with a stricken face, twisted with suffering and pleading. Spasm now followed spasm till he was in convulsions, rolling on the floor and yellowing his face and hair in the mustard. Matt laughed hoarsely at the sight, but the laugh broke midway. A tremor had run through his body. A new paroxysm was beginning. He arose and staggered across to the sink, where with probing forefinger he vainly strove to assist the action of the emetic. In the end he clung to the sink as Jim had clung, filled with the horror of going down to the floor. The other's paroxysm had passed, and he sat up, weak and fainting, too weak to rise, his forehead dripping, his lips flecked with a foam made yellow by the mustard in which he had rolled. He rubbed his eyes with his knuckles, and groans that were like whines came from his throat. "What are you sniffling about?" Matt demanded out of his agony. "All you gotta do is die, and when you die, you're dead." "I ain't snifflin'. It's the mustard stingin' my eyes," Jim panted with desperate slowness. It was his last successful attempt at speech. Thereafter he babbled incoherently, pawing the air with shaking arms till a fresh convulsion stretched him on the floor. Matt struggled back to the chair and doubled up on it, with his arms clasped about his knees. He fought with his disintegrating flesh. He came out of the convulsion cool and weak. He looked to see how it went with the other, and saw him lying motionless. He tried to soliloquize, to be facetious, to have his last grim laugh at life, but his lips made only incoherent sounds. The thought came to him that the emetic had failed, and that nothing remained but the drug store. He looked toward the door and threw himself to his feet. There he saved himself from falling by clutching the chair. Another paroxysm had begun, and in the midst of the paroxysm, with his body and all the parts of it flying apart and writhing and twisting back again into knots, he clung to the chair and shoved it before him across the floor. The last shreds of his will were leaving him when he gained the door. He turned the key and shot back one bolt. He fumbled for the second bolt, but failed. Then he leaned his weight against the door and slid down gently to the floor. End of Just Meat by Jack London. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Make Westing by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Whatever you do, make westing, make westing. Sailing directions for Cape Horn. For 7 weeks the Mary Rogers had been between 50 degrees south in the Atlantic and 50 degrees south in the Pacific, which meant that for 7 weeks she had been struggling to round Cape Horn. For 7 weeks she had been either in dirt or close to dirt, save once, and then, following upon 6 days of excessive dirt, which she had ridden out under the shelter of the redoubtable Tierra del Fuego coast, she had almost gone ashore during a heavy swell in the dead calm that had suddenly fallen. For 7 weeks she had wrestled with the Cape Horn graybeards, and in return been buffeted and smashed by them. She was a wooden ship, and her ceaseless straining had opened her seams, so that twice a day the watch took its turn at the pumps. The Mary Rogers was strained. The crew was strained, and Big Dan Cullen, master, was likewise strained. Perhaps he was strained most of all, for upon him rested the responsibility of that titanic struggle. He slept most of the time in his clothes, though he rarely slept. He haunted the deck at night, a great, burly, robust ghost, black with the sunburn of 30 years of sea and hairy as an orangutan. He, in turn, was haunted by one thought of action, a sailing direction for the Horn. Whatever you do, make westing, make westing. It was an obsession. He thought of nothing else except at times to blaspheme God for sending such bitter weather. Make westing. He hugged the Horn, and a dozen times lay hove to with the iron cape bearing east by north or north-northeast, a score of miles away. And each time the eternal west wind smote him back and he made easting. He fought gale after gale, south to 64 degrees, inside the Antarctic drift ice, and pledged his immortal soul to the powers of darkness for a bit of westing, for a slant to take him around. And he made easting. In despair he had tried to make the passage through the Straits of Le Maire. Halfway through, the wind hauled to the north, ard of northwest, the glass dropped to 28.88, and he turned and ran before a gale of cyclonic fury, missing by a hair's breadth, piling up the Mary Rogers on the black-toothed rocks. Twice he had made west to the Diego Ramirez rocks, one of the times saved between 2 snow squalls by sighting the gravestones of ships a quarter of a mile dead ahead. Blow! Captain Dan Cullen instanced all his 30 years at sea to prove that never had it blown so before. The Mary Rogers was hove to at the time he gave the evidence, and to clinch it, inside half an hour the Mary Rogers was hove down to the hatches. Her new main topsail and brand new spencer were blown away like tissue paper, and 5 sails furled and fast under the double gaskets were blown loose and stripped from the yards. And before morning the Mary Rogers was hove down twice again, and holes were knocked in her bulwarks to ease her decks from the weight of ocean that pressed her down. On average of once a week, Captain Dan Cullen caught glimpses of the sun. Once, for 10 minutes, the sun shone at midday, and 10 minutes afterward a new gale was piping up. Both watches were shortening sail, and all was buried in the obscurity of a driving snow squall. For a fortnight once, Captain Dan Cullen was without a meridian or a chronometer sight. Rarely did he know his position within half a degree, except when in sight of land. For sun and stars remained hidden behind the sky, and it was so gloomy that even at the best the horizons were poor for accurate observations. A gray gloom shrouded the world. The clouds were gray, the great driving seas were leadening, even the occasional albatrosses were gray, while the snow flurries were not white, but gray under the somber pall of the heavens. Life on board the Mary Rogers was gray, gray and gloomy. The faces of the sailors were blue-gray. They were afflicted with sea cuts and sea boils, and suffered exquisitely. They were shadows of men. For 7 weeks, in the forecastle or on deck, they had not known what it was to be dry. They had forgotten what it was to sleep out a watch, and all watches it was all hands on deck. They caught snatches of agonized sleep, and they slept in their oilskins ready for the everlasting call. So weak and worn were they that it took both watches to do the work of one. That was why both watches were on deck so much of the time, and no shadow of a man could shirk duty. Nothing less than a broken leg could enable a man to knock off work, and there were two such, who had been mauled and pulped by the seas that broke aboard. One other man who was the shadow of a man was George Doherty. He was the only passenger on board, a friend of the firm, and he had elected to make the voyage for his health. But 7 weeks of Cape Horn had not bettered his health. He gasped and panted in his bunk through the long, heaving nights, and when on deck he was so bundled up for warmth that he resembled a peripatetic old clothes shop. At midday, eating at the cabin table in a gloom so deep that the swinging sea lamps burned always, he looked as blue-gray as the sickest, saddest man for'ard. Nor did gazing across the table at Captain Dan Cullen have any cheering effect upon him. Captain Cullen chewed and scowled and kept silent. The scowls were for God, and with every chew he reiterated the sole thought of his existence, which was, make westing. He was a big, hairy brute, and the sight of him was not stimulating to the other's appetite. He looked upon George Doherty as a Jonah, and told him so, once each meal, savagely transferring the scowl from God to the passenger and back again. Nor did the mate prove a first aid to a languid appetite. Joshua Higgins by name, a seaman by profession and pull, but a pot-walloper by capacity, he was a loose-jointed, sniffling creature, heartless and selfish, and cowardly without a soul, in fear of his life of Dan Cullen, and a bully over the sailors, who knew that behind the mate was Captain Cullen, the lawgiver and compeller, the driver and the destroyer, the incarnation of a dozen bucko mates. In that wild weather at the southern end of the earth, Joshua Higgins ceased washing. His grimy face usually robbed George Doherty of what little appetite he managed to accumulate. Ordinarily, this lavatorial dereliction would have caught Captain Cullen's eye and vocabulary, but in the present his mind was filled with making westing to the exclusion of all other things not contributory thereto. Whether the mate's face was clean or dirty had no bearing upon westing. Later on, when 50 degrees south in the Pacific had been reached, Joshua Higgins would wash his face very abruptly. In the meantime, at the cabin table, where gray twilight alternated with lamplight while the lamps were being filled, George Doherty sat between the two men, one a tiger, the other a hyena, and wondered why God had made them. The second mate, Matthew Turner, was a true sailor and a man, but George Doherty did not have the solace of his company, for he ate by himself, solitary, when they had finished. On Saturday morning, July 24, George Doherty awoke to a feeling of life and headlong movement. On deck he found the Mary Rogers running off before a howling southeaster. Nothing was set but the lower topsails and the foresail. It was all she could stand, yet she was making 14 knots, as Mr. Turner shouted in Doherty's ear when he came on deck. And it was all westing. She was going around the Horn at last, if the wind held. Mr. Turner looked happy. The end of the struggle was in sight, but Captain Cullen did not look happy. He scowled at Doherty in passing. Captain Cullen did not want God to know that he was pleased with that wind. He had a conception of a malicious God, and believed in his secret soul that if God knew it was a desirable wind, God would promptly efface it and send a snorter from the west. So he walked softly before God, smothering his joy down under scowls and muttered curses, and so fooling God, for God was the only thing in the universe of which Dan Cullen was afraid. All Saturday and Saturday night the Mary Rogers raced her westing. Persistently she logged her 14 knots, so that by Sunday morning she had covered 350 miles. If the wind held, she would make around. If it failed, and the snorter came from anywhere between southwest and north, back the Mary Rogers would be hurled, and be no better off than she had been 7 weeks before. And on Sunday morning the wind was failing. The big sea was going down and running smooth. Both watches were on deck, setting sail after sail as fast as the ship could stand it. And now Captain Cullen went around brazenly before God, smoking a big cigar, smiling jubilantly, as if the failing wind delighted him, while down underneath he was raging against God for taking the life out of the blessed wind. Make westing! So he would, if God would only leave him alone. Secretly he pledged himself anew to the powers of darkness, if they would let him make westing. He pledged himself so easily because he did not believe in the powers of darkness. He really believed only in God, though he did not know it. And in his inverted theology God was really the Prince of Darkness. Captain Cullen was a devil worshipper, but he called the devil by another name. That was all. At midday, after calling 8 bells, Captain Cullen ordered the royals on. The men went aloft faster than they had gone in weeks. Not alone were they nimble because of the westing, but a benignant sun was shining down and limbering their stiff bodies. George Doherty stood aft near Captain Cullen, less bundled in clothes than usual, soaking in the grateful warmth as he watched the scene. Swiftly and abruptly the incident occurred. There was a cry from the fore-royal yard of "Man overboard!" Somebody threw a life-buoy over the side, and at the same instant the second mate's voice came aft, ringing and peremptory. "Hard down your helm!" The man at the wheel never moved a spoke. He knew better, for Captain Dan Cullen was standing alongside of him. He wanted to move a spoke, to move all the spokes, to grind the wheel down, hard down, for his comrade drowning in the sea. He glanced at Captain Dan Cullen, and Captain Dan Cullen gave no sign. "Down, hard down!" the second mate roared as he sprang aft. But he ceased springing and commanding and stood still when he saw Dan Cullen by the wheel. And big Dan Cullen puffed at his cigar and said nothing. Astern and going astern fast could be seen the sailor. He had caught the life buoy and was clinging to it. Nobody spoke. Nobody moved. The men aloft clung to the royal yards and watched with terror-stricken faces, and the Mary Rogers raced on, making her westing. A long, silent minute passed. "Who was it?" Captain Cullen demanded. "Mops, sir," eagerly answered the sailor at the wheel. Mops topped a wave astern and disappeared temporarily in the trough. It was a large wave, but it was no Graybeard. A small boat could live easily in such a sea. And in such a sea the Mary Rogers could easily come to, but she could not come to and make westing at the same time. For the first time in all his years, George Doherty was seeing a real drama of life and death, a sordid little drama in which the scales balanced an unknown sailor named Mops against a few miles of longitude. At first he had watched the man astern, but now he watched big Dan Cullen, hairy and black, vested with power of life and death, smoking a cigar. Captain Dan Cullen smoked another long, silent minute. Then he removed the cigar from his mouth. He glanced aloft at the spars of the Mary Rogers and oversight at the sea. "Sheet home the royals!" he cried. 15 minutes later they sat at table in the cabin with food served before them. On one side of George Doherty sat Dan Cullen, the tiger; on the other side Joshua Higgins, the hyena. Nobody spoke. On deck the men were sheeting home the skysails. George Doherty could hear their cries, while a persistent vision haunted him of a man called Mops, alive and well, clinging to a life-buoy miles astern in that lonely ocean. He glanced at Captain Cullen and experienced a feeling of nausea, for the man was eating his food with relish, almost bolting it. "Captain Cullen," Doherty said, "you are in command of this ship, and it is not proper for me to comment now upon what you do, but I wish to say one thing. There is a hereafter, and yours will be a hot one." Captain Cullen did not even scowl. His voice was regret as he said, "It was blowing a living gale. It was impossible to save the man." "He fell from the royal yard!" Doherty cried hotly. "You were setting the royals at the time. 15 minutes afterward you were setting the skysails." "It was a living gale, wasn't it, Mr. Higgins?" Captain Cullen said, turning to the mate. "If you'd brought her to, it'd have taken the sticks out of her," was the mate's answer. "You did the proper thing, Captain Cullen. The man hadn't a ghost of a show." George Doherty made no answer, and to the meal's end no one spoke. After that, Doherty had his meals served in his stateroom. Captain Cullen scowled at him no longer, though no speech was exchanged between them, while the Mary Rogers sped north toward warmer latitudes. At the end of the week Dan Cullen cornered Doherty on deck. "What are you going to do when we get to Frisco?" he demanded bluntly. "I'm going to swear out a warrant for your arrest," Doherty answered quietly. "I'm going to charge you with murder, and I'm going to see you hanged for it." "You're almighty sure of yourself," Captain Cullen sneered, turning on his heel. A second week passed, and one morning found George Doherty standing in the coach house companionway at the for'ard end of the long poop, taking his first gaze around the deck. The Mary Rogers was reaching full and by in a stiff breeze. Every sail was set and drawing, including the staysails. Captain Cullen strolled forward along the poop. He strolled carelessly, glancing at the passenger out of the corner of his eye. Doherty was looking the other way, standing with head and shoulders outside the companionway, and only the back of his head was to be seen. Captain Cullen, with swift eye, embraced the main staysail block and the head and estimated the distance. He glanced about him. Nobody was looking. Aft, Joshua Higgins, pacing up and down, had just turned his back and was going the other way. Captain Cullen bent over suddenly and cast the staysail sheet off from its pin. The heavy block hurtled through the air, smashing Doherty's head like an eggshell and hurtling on and back and forth as the staysail whipped and slatted in the wind. Joshua Higgins turned around to see what had carried away and met the full blast of the vilest portion of Captain Cullen's profanity. "I made the sheet fast myself," whimpered the mate in the first lull, "with an extra turn to make sure. I remember it distinctly." "Made fast?" the captain snarled back for the benefit of the watch as it struggled to capture the flying sail before it tore to ribbons. "You couldn't make your grandmother fast, you useless scullion. If you made that sheet fast with an extra turn, why didn't it stay fast? That's what I want to know. Why didn't it stay fast?" The mate whined inarticulately. "Oh, shut up," was the final word of Captain Cullen. Half an hour later he was as surprised as any when the body of George Doherty was found inside the companionway on the floor. In the afternoon, alone in his room, he doctored up the log. "Ordinary seaman Carl Brunn," he wrote. "Lost overboard from fore-royal yard in a gale of wind. Was running at the time, and for the safety of the ship did not dare to come up to the wind. Nor could a boat have lived in the sea that was running." On another page he wrote: "Had often warned Mr. Doherty about the danger he ran because of his carelessness on deck. I told him once that some day he would get his head knocked off by a block. A carelessly fastened main staysail sheet was the cause of the accident, which was deeply to be regretted because Mr. Doherty was a favorite with all of us." Captain Dan Cullen read over his literary effort with admiration, blotted the page, and closed the log. He lighted a cigar and stared before him. He felt the Mary Rogers lift and heel and surge along, and knew that she was making 9 knots. A smile of satisfaction slowly dawned on his black and hairy face. Well, anyway, he had made his westing and fooled God. End of Make Westing by Jack London. Read by Don W. Jenkins.
Mrs. Manstey's View by Edith Wharton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The view from Mrs. Manstey's window was not a striking one, but to her at least it was full of interest and beauty. Mrs. Manstey occupied the back room on the 3rd floor of a New York boarding-house, in a street where the ash-barrels lingered late on the sidewalk, and the gaps in the pavement would have staggered a Quintus Curtius. She was the widow of a clerk in a large wholesale house, and his death had left her alone, for her only daughter had married in California, and could not afford the long journey to New York to see her mother. Mrs. Manstey, perhaps, might have joined her daughter in the West, but they had now been so many years apart that they had ceased to feel any need of each other's society, and their intercourse had long been limited to the exchange of a few perfunctory letters, written with indifference by the daughter, and with difficulty by Mrs. Manstey, whose right hand was growing stiff with gout. Even had she felt a stronger desire for her daughter's companionship, Mrs. Manstey's increasing infirmity, which caused her to dread the 3 flights of stairs between her room and the street, would have given her pause on the eve of undertaking so long a journey, and without, perhaps, formulating these reasons she had long since accepted as a matter of course her solitary life in New York. She was indeed not quite lonely, for a few friends still toiled up now and then to her room, but their visits grew rare as the years went by. Mrs. Manstey had never been a sociable woman, and during her husband's lifetime his companionship had been all sufficient to her. For many years she had cherished a desire to live in the country, to have a hen-house and a garden, but this longing had faded with age,
leaving only in the breast of the uncommunicative old woman a vague tenderness for plants and animals. It was perhaps this tenderness which made her cling so fervently to her view from her window, a view in which the most optimistic eye would at first have failed to discover anything admirable. Mrs. Manstey, from her coign of vantage, a slightly projecting bow window where she nursed an ivy and a succession of unwholesome-looking bulbs, looked out first upon the yard of her own dwelling, of which, however, she could get but a restricted glimpse. Still her gaze took in the topmost boughs of the ailanthus below her window, and she knew how early each year the clump of dicentra strung its bending stalk with hearts of pink. But of greater interest were the yards beyond. Being for the most part attached to boarding-houses, they were in a state of chronic untidiness and fluttering, on certain days of the week, with miscellaneous garments and frayed tablecloths. In spite of this, Mrs. Manstey found much to admire in the long vista which she commanded. Some of the yards were, indeed, but stony wastes, with grass in the cracks of the pavement, and no shade in spring save that afforded by the intermittent leafage of the clotheslines. These yards Mrs. Manstey disapproved of, but the others, the green ones, she loved. She had grown used to their disorder. The broken barrels, the empty bottles and paths unswept no longer annoyed her. Hers was the happy faculty of dwelling on the pleasanter side of the prospect before her. In the very next enclosure did not a magnolia open its hard white flowers against the watery blue of April? And was there not, a little way down the line, a fence foamed over every May by lilac waves of wisteria? Farther still, a horse-chestnut lifted its candelabra of buff and pink blossoms above broad fans of foliage, while in the opposite yard June was sweet with the breath of a neglected syringa, which persisted in growing in spite of the countless obstacles opposed to its welfare. But if nature occupied the front rank in Mrs. Manstey's view, there was much of a more personal character to interest her in the aspect of the houses and their inmates. She deeply disapproved of the mustard-coloured curtains which had lately been hung in the doctor's window opposite, but she glowed with pleasure when the house farther down had its old bricks washed with a coat of paint. The occupants of the houses did not often show themselves at the back windows, but the servants were always in sight. Noisy slatterns, Mrs. Manstey pronounced the greater number. She knew their ways and hated them. But to the quiet cook in the newly painted house, whose mistress bullied her, and who secretly fed the stray cats at nightfall, Mrs. Manstey's warmest sympathies were given. On one occasion her feelings were racked by the neglect of a housemaid, who for 2 days forgot to feed the parrot committed to her care. On the 3rd day Mrs. Manstey, in spite of her gouty hand, had just penned a letter, beginning, "Madam, it is now 3 days since your parrot has been fed," when the forgetful maid appeared at the window with a cup of seed in her hand. But in Mrs. Manstey's more meditative moods it was the narrowing perspective of far-off yards which pleased her best. She loved at twilight, when the distant brownstone spire seemed melting in the fluid yellow of the west, to lose herself in vague memories of a trip to Europe, made years ago, and now reduced in her mind's eye to a pale phantasmagoria of indistinct steeples and dreamy skies. Perhaps at heart Mrs. Manstey was an artist. At all events she was sensible of many changes of colour unnoticed by the average eye, and dear to her as the green of early spring was the black lattice of branches against a cold sulphur sky at the close of a snowy day. She enjoyed also the sunny thaws of March, when patches of earth showed through the snow, like ink-spots spreading on a sheet of white blotting-paper, and better still, the haze of boughs, leafless but swollen, which replaced the clear-cut tracery of winter. She even watched with a certain interest the trail of smoke from a far-off factory chimney, and missed a detail in the landscape when the factory was closed and the smoke disappeared. Mrs. Manstey, in the long hours which she spent at her window, was not idle. She read a little, and knitted numberless stockings, but the view surrounded and shaped her life as the sea does a lonely island. When her rare callers came, it was difficult for her to detach herself from the contemplation of the opposite window-washing, or the scrutiny of certain green points in a neighbouring flower-bed, which might or might not turn into hyacinths, while she feigned an interest in her visitor's anecdotes about some unknown grandchild. Mrs. Manstey's real friends were the denizens of the yards, the hyacinths, the magnolia, the green parrot, the maid who fed the cats, the doctor who studied late behind his mustard-coloured curtains, and the confidant of her tenderer musings was the church spire floating in the sunset. One April day, as she sat in her usual place, with knitting cast aside and eyes fixed on the blue sky mottled with round clouds, a knock at the door announced the entrance of her landlady. Mrs. Manstey did not care for her landlady, but she submitted to her visits with ladylike resignation. To-day, however, it seemed harder than usual to turn from the blue sky and the blossoming magnolia to Mrs. Sampson's unsuggestive face, and Mrs. Manstey was conscious of a distinct effort as she did so. "The magnolia is out earlier than usual this year, Mrs. Sampson," she remarked, yielding to a rare impulse, for she seldom alluded to the absorbing interest of her life. In the first place, it was a topic not likely to appeal to her visitors, and besides, she lacked the power of expression, and could not have given utterance to her feelings had she wished to. "The what, Mrs. Manstey?" inquired the landlady, glancing about the room as if to find there the explanation of Mrs. Manstey's statement. "The magnolia in the next yard, in Mrs. Black's yard," Mrs. Manstey repeated. "Is it indeed? I didn't know there was a magnolia there," said Mrs. Sampson carelessly. Mrs. Manstey looked at her. She did not know that there was a magnolia in the next yard. "By the way," Mrs. Sampson continued, "speaking of Mrs. Black reminds me that the work on the extension is to begin next week." "The what?" It was Mrs. Manstey's turn to ask. "The extension," said Mrs. Sampson, nodding her head in the direction of the ignored magnolia. "You knew, of course, that Mrs. Black was going to build an extension to her house? Yes, ma'am. I hear it is to run right back to the end of the yard. How she can afford to build an extension in these hard times I don't see, but she always was crazy about building. She used to keep a boarding-house in 17th Street, and she nearly ruined herself then by sticking out bow windows and what not. I shouldn't have thought that would have cured her of building, but I guess it's a disease like drink. Anyway, the work is to begin on Monday." Mrs. Manstey had grown pale. She always spoke slowly, so that the landlady did not heed the long pause which followed. At last Mrs. Manstey said, "Do you know how high the extension will be?" "That's the most absurd part of it. The extension is to be built right up to the roof of the main building. Now, did you ever—" Mrs. Manstey paused again. "Won't it be a great annoyance to you, Mrs. Sampson?" she asked. "I should say it would. But there's no help for it. If people have got a mind to build extensions, there's no law to prevent 'em that I'm aware of." Mrs. Manstey, knowing this, was silent. "There is no help for it," Mrs. Sampson repeated. "But if I am a church member, I wouldn't be so sorry if it ruined Eliza Black. Well, good day, Mrs. Manstey. I'm glad to find you so comfortable." So comfortable, so comfortable. Left to herself, the old woman turned once more to the window. How lovely the view was that day! The blue sky with its round clouds shed a brightness over everything. The ailanthus had put on a tinge of yellow-green, the hyacinths were budding, the magnolia flowers looked more than ever like rosettes carved in alabaster. Soon the wisteria would bloom, then the horse-chestnut, but not for her. Between her eyes and them a barrier of brick and mortar would swiftly rise. Presently even the spire would disappear, and all her radiant world be blotted out. Mrs. Manstey sent away untouched the dinner-tray brought to her that evening. She lingered in the window until the windy sunset died in bat-coloured dusk. Then, going to bed, she lay sleepless all night. Early the next day she was up and at the window. It was raining, but even through the slanting grey gauze the scene had its charm, and the rain was so good for the trees. She had noticed the day before that the ailanthus was growing dusty. "Of course I might move," said Mrs. Manstey aloud, and turning from the window she looked about her room. She might move, of course. So might she be flayed alive, but she was not likely to survive either operation. The room, though far less important to her happiness than the view, was as much a part of her existence. She had lived in it 17 years. She knew every stain on the wall-paper, every rent in the carpet. The light fell in a certain way on her engravings. Her books had grown shabby on their shelves. Her bulbs and ivy were used to their window and knew which way to lean to the sun. "We are all too old to move," she said. That afternoon it cleared. Wet and radiant, the blue reappeared through torn rags of cloud. The ailanthus sparkled. The earth and the flower borders looked rich and warm. It was Thursday, and on Monday the building of the extension was to begin. On Sunday afternoon a card was brought to Mrs. Black, as she was engaged in gathering up the fragments of the boarders' dinner in the basement. The card, black-edged, bore Mrs. Manstey's name. "One of Mrs. Sampson's boarders. Wants to move, I suppose. Well, I can give her a room next year in the extension. Dinah," said Mrs. Black, "tell the lady I'll be upstairs in a minute." Mrs. Black found Mrs. Manstey standing in the long parlour garnished with statuettes and antimacassars. In that house she could not sit down. Stooping hurriedly to open the register, which let out a cloud of dust, Mrs. Black advanced on her visitor. "I'm happy to meet you, Mrs. Manstey. Take a seat, please," the landlady remarked in her prosperous voice, the voice of a woman who can afford to build extensions. There was no help for it. Mrs. Manstey sat down. "Is there anything I can do for you, ma'am?" Mrs. Black continued. "My house is full at present, but I am going to build an extension, and—" "It is about the extension that I wish to speak," said Mrs. Manstey suddenly. "I am a poor woman, Mrs. Black, and I have never been a happy one. I shall have to talk about myself first to make you understand." Mrs. Black, astonished but imperturbable, bowed at this parenthesis. "I never had what I wanted," Mrs. Manstey continued. "It was always one disappointment after another. For years I wanted to live in the country. I dreamed and dreamed about it, but we never could manage it. There was no sunny window in our house, and so all my plants died. My daughter married years ago and went away. Besides, she never cared for the same things. Then my husband died, and I was left alone. That was 17 years ago. I went to live at Mrs. Sampson's, and I have been there ever since. I have grown a little infirm, as you see, and I don't get out often, only on fine days if I am feeling very well. So you can understand my sitting a great deal in my window, the back window on the 3rd floor. "Well, Mrs. Manstey," said Mrs. Black liberally, "I could give you a back room, I dare say, one of the new rooms in the but I don't want to move. I can't move," said Mrs. Manstey, almost with a scream. "And I came to tell you that if you build that extension I shall have no view from my window. No view. Do you understand?" Mrs. Black thought herself face to face with a lunatic, and she had always heard that lunatics must be humoured. "Oh, dear me," she remarked, pushing her chair back a little way. "That is too bad, isn't it? Why, I never thought of that. To be sure, the extension will interfere with your view, Mrs. Manstey." "You do understand?" Mrs. Manstey gasped. "Of course I do, and I'm real sorry about it, too. But there, don't you worry, Mrs. Manstey. I guess we can fix that all right." Mrs. Manstey rose from her seat, and Mrs. Black slipped toward the door. "What do you mean by fixing it? Do you mean that I can induce you to change your mind about the extension? Oh, Mrs. Black, listen to me. I have $2,000 in the bank, and I know I could manage to give you 1,000 if—" Mrs. Manstey paused. The tears were rolling down her cheeks. "There, Mrs. Manstey, don't you worry," repeated Mrs. Black soothingly. "I am sure we can settle it. I am sorry that I can't stay and talk about it any longer, but this is such a busy time of day, with supper to get." Her hand was on the doorknob, but with sudden vigour Mrs. Manstey seized her wrist. "You are not giving me a definite answer. Do you mean to say that you accept my proposition?" "Why, I'll think it over, Mrs. Manstey. Certainly I will. I wouldn't annoy you for the world." "But the work is to begin to-morrow, I am told," Mrs. Manstey persisted. Mrs. Black hesitated. "It shan't begin, I promise you that. I'll send word to the builder this very night." Mrs. Manstey tightened her hold. "You are not deceiving me, are you?" she said. "No, no," stammered Mrs. Black. "How can you think such a thing of me, Mrs. Manstey?" Slowly Mrs. Manstey's clutch relaxed, and she passed through the open door. $1,000, she repeated, pausing in the hall. Then she let herself out of the house and hobbled down the steps, supporting herself on the cast-iron railing. "My goodness!" exclaimed Mrs. Black, shutting and bolting the hall door. "I never knew the old woman was crazy. And she looked so quiet and ladylike, too." Mrs. Manstey slept well that night, but early the next morning she was awakened by a sound of hammering. She got to her window with what haste she might, and looking out saw that Mrs. Black's yard was full of workmen. Some were carrying loads of brick from the kitchen to the yard, others beginning to demolish the old-fashioned wooden balcony which adorned each story of Mrs. Black's house. Mrs. Manstey saw that she had been deceived. At first she thought of confiding her trouble to Mrs. Sampson, but a settled discouragement soon took possession of her, and she went back to bed, not caring to see what was going on. Toward afternoon, however, feeling that she must know the worst, she rose and dressed herself. It was a laborious task, for her hands were stiffer than usual, and the hooks and buttons seemed to evade her. When she seated herself in the window, she saw that the workmen had removed the upper part of the balcony, and that the bricks had multiplied since morning. One of the men, a coarse fellow with a bloated face, picked a magnolia blossom, and after smelling it, threw it to the ground. The next man, carrying a load of bricks, trod on the flower in passing. "Look out, Jim," called one of the men to another who was smoking a pipe. "If you throw matches around near those barrels of paper, you'll have the old tinder box burning down before you know it." And Mrs. Manstey, leaning forward, perceived that there were several barrels of paper and rubbish under the wooden balcony. At length the work ceased and twilight fell. The sunset was perfect, and a roseate light, transfiguring the distant spire, lingered late in the west. When it grew dark, Mrs. Manstey drew down the shades and proceeded, in her usual methodical manner, to light her lamp. She always filled and lit it with her own hands, keeping a kettle of kerosene on a zinc-covered shelf in a closet. As the lamplight filled the room, it assumed its usual peaceful aspect. The books and pictures and plants seemed, like their mistress, to settle themselves down for another quiet evening, and Mrs. Manstey, as was her wont, drew up her armchair to the table and began to knit. That night she could not sleep. The weather had changed, and a wild wind was abroad, blotting the stars with close-driven clouds. Mrs. Manstey rose once or twice and looked out of the window, but of the view nothing was discernible save a tardy light or two in the opposite windows. These lights at last went out, and Mrs. Manstey, who had watched for their extinction, began to dress herself. She was in evident haste, for she merely flung a thin dressing-gown over her night-dress and wrapped her head in a scarf. Then she opened her closet and cautiously took out a kettle of kerosene. Having slipped a bundle of wooden matches into her pocket, she proceeded with increasing precautions to unlock her door, and a few moments later she was feeling her way down the dark staircase, led by a glimmer of gas from the lower hall. At length she reached the bottom of the stairs, and began the more difficult descent into the utter darkness of the basement. Here, however, she could move more freely, as there was less danger of being overheard, and without much delay she contrived to unlock the iron door leading into the yard. A gust of cold wind smote her as she stepped out, and groped shiveringly under the clothes-lines. That morning at 3 o'clock an alarm of fire brought the engines to Mrs. Black's door, and also brought Mrs. Sampson's startled boarders to their windows. The wooden balcony at the back of Mrs. Black's house was ablaze, and among those who watched the progress of the flames was Mrs. Manstey, leaning in her thin dressing-gown from the open window. The fire, however, was soon put out, and the frightened occupants of the house, who had fled in scant attire, reassembled at dawn to find that little mischief had been done beyond the cracking of window-panes and smoking of ceilings. In fact, the chief sufferer by the fire was Mrs. Manstey, who was found in the morning gasping with pneumonia, a not unnatural result, as everyone remarked, of her having hung out of an open window at her age in a dressing-gown. It was easy to see that she was very ill, but no one had guessed how grave the doctor's verdict would be, and the faces gathered that evening about Mrs. Sampson's table were awestruck and disturbed. Not that any of the boarders knew Mrs. Manstey well. She kept to herself, as they said, and seemed to fancy herself too good for them. But then it is always disagreeable to have any one dying in the house, and, as one lady observed to another, "It might just as well have been you or me, my dear." But it was only Mrs. Manstey, and she was dying as she had lived, lonely, if not alone. The doctor had sent a trained nurse, and Mrs. Sampson, with muffled step, came in from time to time, but both to Mrs. Manstey seemed remote and unsubstantial as the figures in a dream. All day she said nothing, but when she was asked for her daughter's address she shook her head. At times the nurse noticed that she seemed to be listening attentively for some sound which did not come. Then again she dozed. The next morning at daylight she was very low. The nurse called Mrs. Sampson, and as the two bent over the old woman they saw her lips move. "Lift me up, out of bed," she whispered. They raised her in their arms, and with her stiff hand she pointed to the window. "Oh, the window! She wants to sit in the window. She used to sit there all day," Mrs. Sampson explained. It can do her no harm, I suppose?" "Nothing matters now," said the nurse. They carried Mrs. Manstey to the window and placed her in her chair. The dawn was abroad, a jubilant spring dawn. The spire had already caught a golden ray, though the magnolia and horse chestnut still slumbered in shadow. In Mrs. Black's yard all was quiet. The charred timbers of the balcony lay where they had fallen. It was evident that since the fire the builders had not returned to their work. The magnolia had unfolded a few more sculptural flowers. The view was undisturbed. It was hard for Mrs. Manstey to breathe. Each moment it grew more difficult. She tried to make them open the window, but they would not understand. If she could have tasted the air, sweet with the penetrating ailanthus savour, it would have eased her. But the view at least was there. The spire was golden now, the heavens had warmed from pearl to blue, day was alight from east to west, even the magnolia had caught the sun. Mrs. Manstey's head fell back, and smiling she died. That day the building of the extension was resumed. End of Mrs. Manstey's View, by Edith Wharton. Read by Elizabeth Klett.
A Nose for the King by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the morning calm of Korea, when its peace and tranquillity truly merited its ancient name, Chosen, there lived a politician by name Yi Chin Ho. He was a man of parts, and, who shall say, perhaps in no wise worse than politicians the world over. But, unlike his brethren in other lands, Yi Chin Ho was in jail. Not that he had inadvertently diverted to himself public moneys, but that he had inadvertently diverted too much. Excess is to be deplored in all things, even in grafting, and Yi Chin Ho's excess had brought him to most deplorable straits. 10,000 strings of cash he owed the government, and he lay in prison under sentence of death. There was one advantage to the situation. He had plenty of time in which to think, and he thought well. Then he called the jailer to him. "Most worthy man, you see before you one most wretched," he began. "Yet all will be well with me if you will but let me go free for 1 short hour this night. And all will be well with you, for I shall see to your advancement through the years, and you shall come at length to the directorship of all the prisons of Cho Sen." "How now?" demanded the jailer. "What foolishness is this? 1 short hour, and you but waiting for your head to be chopped off, and I with an aged and much to be respected mother, not to say anything of a wife and several children of tender years. Out upon you for the scoundrel that you are!" "From the sacred city to the ends of all the 8 coasts there is no place for me to hide," Yi Chin Ho made reply. "I am a man of wisdom, but of what worth my wisdom here in prison? Were I free, well I know I could seek out and obtain the money wherewith to repay the government. I know of a nose that will save me from all my difficulties." "A nose?" cried the jailer. "A nose," said Yi Chin Ho. "A remarkable nose, if I may say so, a most remarkable nose." The jailer threw up his hands despairingly. "Ah, what a wag you are, what a wag!" he laughed. "To think that that very admirable wit of yours must go the way of the chopping block." And so saying, he turned and went away. But in the end, being a man soft of head and heart, when the night was well along he permitted Yi Chin Ho to go. Straight he went to the governor, catching him alone and arousing him from his sleep. "Yi Chin Ho, or I'm no governor!" cried the governor. "What do you here, who should be in prison waiting on the chopping block?" "I pray your excellency to listen to me," said Yi Chin Ho, squatting on his hams by the bedside and lighting his pipe from the firebox. "A dead man is without value. It is true I am as a dead man, without value to the government, to your excellency, or to myself. But if, so to say, your excellency were to give me my freedom—" "Impossible!" cried the governor. "Besides, you are condemned to death." "Your excellency well knows that if I can repay the 10,000 strings of cash, the government will pardon me," Yi Chin Ho went on. So, as I say, if your Excellency were to give me my freedom for a few days, being a man of understanding, I should then repay the government and be in position to be of service to your Excellency. I should be in position to be of very great service to your Excellency." "Have you a plan whereby you hope to obtain this money?" asked the Governor. "I have," said Yi Chin Ho. "Then come with it to me tomorrow night. I would now sleep," said the Governor, taking up his snore where it had been interrupted. On the following night, having again obtained leave of absence from the jailer, Yi Chin Ho presented himself at the Governor's bedside. "Is it you, Yi Chin Ho?" asked the Governor. "And have you the plan?" "It is I, your Excellency," answered Yi Chin Ho, "and the plan is here." "Speak," commanded the Governor. "The plan is here," repeated Yi Chin Ho, "here in my hand." The Governor sat up and opened his eyes. Yi Chin Ho proffered in his hand a sheet of paper. The Governor held it to the light. "Nothing but a nose," said he. "A bit pinched, so and so, your Excellency," said Yi Chin Ho. "Yes, a bit pinched here and there, as you say," said the Governor. "Withal it is an exceeding corpulent nose, thus and so, all in one piece, at the end," proceeded Yi Chin Ho. "Your Excellency would seek far and wide and many a day for that nose and find it not." "An unusual nose," admitted the Governor. "There is a wart upon it," said Yi Chin Ho. "A most unusual nose," said the Governor. "Never have I seen the like. But what do you with this nose, Yi Chin Ho?" "I seek it whereby to repay the money to the government," said Yi Chin Ho. "I seek it to be of service to your Excellency, and I seek it to save my own worthless head. Further, I seek your Excellency's seal upon this picture of the nose." And the Governor laughed and affixed the seal of state, and Yi Chin Ho departed. For a month and a day he traveled the King's Road, which leads to the shore of the Eastern Sea, and there, one night, at the gate of the largest mansion of a wealthy city, he knocked loudly for admittance. "None other than the master of the house will I see," said he fiercely to the frightened servants. "I travel upon the King's business." Straightway he was led to an inner room, where the master of the house was roused from his sleep and brought blinking before him. "You are Pak Chung Chang, head man of this city," said Yi Chin Ho in tones that were all accusing. "I am upon the King's business." Pak Chung Chang trembled. Well he knew that the King's business was ever a terrible business. His knees smote together and he near fell to the floor. "The hour is late," he quavered. "Were it not well to—" "The King's business never waits," thundered Yi Chin Ho. "Come apart with me, and swiftly. I have an affair of moment to discuss with you." "It is the King's affair," he added with even greater fierceness, so that Pak Chung Chang's silver pipe dropped from his nerveless fingers and clattered on the floor. "Know then," said Yi Chin Ho when they had gone apart, "that the King is troubled with an affliction, a very terrible affliction. In that he failed the cure, the court physician has had nothing else than his head chopped off. From all the 8 provinces have the physicians come to wait upon the King. Wise consultation have they held, and they have decided that for a remedy for the King's affliction nothing else is required than a nose, a certain kind of nose, a very peculiar certain kind of nose. Then by none other was I summoned than His Excellency, the Prime Minister himself. He put a paper into my hand. Upon this paper was the very peculiar kind of nose drawn by the physicians of the 8 provinces, with the seal of state upon it. 'Go,' said His Excellency the Prime Minister, 'seek out this nose, for the King's affliction is sore, and wheresoever you find this nose upon the face of a man, strike it off forthright and bring it in all haste to the court, for the King must be cured. Go, and come not back until your search is rewarded.' And so I departed upon my quest," said Yi Chin Ho. "I have sought out the remotest corners of the kingdom. I have traveled the 8 highways, searched the 8 provinces, and sailed the seas of the 8 coasts, and here I am." With a great flourish he drew the paper from his girdle, unrolled it with many snappings and cracklings, and thrust it before the face of Pak Chung Chang. Upon the paper was the picture of the nose. Pak Chung Chang stared upon it with bulging eyes. "Never have I beheld such a nose," he began. "There is a wart upon it," said Yi Chin Ho. "Never have I beheld—" Pak Chung Chang began again. Bring your father before me," Yi Chin Ho interrupted sternly. "My ancient and very much to be respected ancestor sleeps," said Pak Chung Chang. "Why dissemble?" demanded Yi Chin Ho. "You know it is your father's nose. Bring him before me, that I may strike it off and be gone. Hurry, lest I make bad report of you." "Mercy!" cried Pak Chung Chang, falling on his knees. "It is impossible! It is impossible! You cannot strike off my father's nose. He cannot go down without his nose to the grave. He will become a laughter and a byword, and all my days and nights will be filled with woe. Oh, reflect! Report that you have seen no such nose in your travels. You, too, have a father." Pak Chung Chang clasped Yi Chin Ho's knees and fell to weeping on his sandals. "My heart softens strangely at your tears," said Yi Chin Ho. "I, too, know filial piety and regard. But," he hesitated, then added as though thinking aloud, "it is as much as my head is worth." "How much is your head worth?" asked Pak Chung Chang in a thin, small voice. "A not remarkable head," said Yi Chin Ho. "An absurdly unremarkable head. But, such is my great foolishness, I value it at nothing less than 100,000 strings of cash." "So be it," said Pak Chung Chang, rising to his feet. "I shall need horses to carry the treasure," said Yi Chin Ho, "and men to guard it well as I journey through the mountains. There are robbers abroad in the land." "There are robbers abroad in the land," said Pak Chung Chang sadly. "But it shall be as you wish, so long as my ancient and very much to be respected ancestor's nose abide in its appointed place." "Say nothing to any man of this occurrence," said Yi Chin Ho, "else will other and more loyal servants than I be sent to strike off your father's nose." And so Yi Chin Ho departed on his way through the mountains, blithe of heart and gay of song as he listened to the jingling bells of his treasure-laden ponies. There is little more to tell. Yi Chin Ho prospered through the years. By his efforts the jailer attained at length to the directorship of all the prisons of Cho Sen. The governor ultimately betook himself to the sacred city to be prime minister to the king, while Yi Chin Ho became the king's boon companion and sat at table with him to the end of a round fat life. But Pak Chung Chang fell into a melancholy, and ever after he shook his head sadly, with tears in his eyes, whenever he regarded the expensive nose of his ancient and very much to be respected ancestor. End of A Nose for the King, by Jack London. Read by Don W. Jenkins. The Ogress of Silverland, or The Diverting History of Prince Badfella and Prince Bullboy, by Bret Harte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the second year of the reign of the renowned Caliph Lo, there dwelt in Silverland, adjoining his territory, a certain terrible ogress. She lived in the bowels of a dismal mountain, where she was in the habit of confining such unfortunate travelers as ventured within her domain. The country for miles around was sterile and barren. In some places it was covered with a white powder, which was called in the language of the country al-ka-li, and was supposed to be pulverized bones of those who had perished miserably in her service. In spite of this, every year great numbers of young men devoted themselves to the service of the ogress, hoping to become her godsons, and to enjoy the good fortune which belonged to that privileged class. For these godsons had no work to perform, neither at the mountain nor elsewhere, but roamed about the world with credentials of their relationship in their pockets, which they called stok, which was stamped with the stamp and sealed with the seal of the ogress, and which enabled them at the end of each moon to draw large quantities of gold and silver from her treasury. And the wisest and most favored of those godsons were the Princes Badfella and Bullboy. They knew all the secrets of the ogress and how to wheedle and coax her. They were also the favorites of Supa-Intendent, who was her Lord High Chamberlain and Prime Minister, and who dwelt in Silverland. One day Supa-Intendent said to his servants, "What is that which travels the most surely, the most secretly, and the most swiftly?" And they all answered as one man, Lightning, my lord, travels the most surely, the most swiftly, and the most secretly. Then said Superintendent, let lightning carry this message secretly, swiftly, and surely to my beloved friends, the Princes Badfella and Bullboy, and tell them that their godmother is dying, and bid them seek some other godmother, or sell their stoke ere it becomes badgy, worthless. Beck-Hisham, on our heads be it, answered the servants, and they ran to Lightning with the message, who flew with it to the city by the sea, and delivered it, even at that moment, into the hands of the Princes Badfella and Bullboy. Now Prince Badfella was a wicked young man, and when he had received this message he tore his beard and rent his garment and reviled his godmother and his friend Superintendent. But presently he arose and dressed himself in his finest stuffs, and went forth into the bazaars and among the merchants, capering and dancing as he walked, and crying in a loud voice, "O happy day, O day worthy to be marked with a white stone." This he said cunningly, thinking the merchants and men of the bazaars would gather about him, which they presently did, and began to question him. "What news, O most worthy and serene Highness? Tell us that we make merry too." Then replied the cunning prince, "Good news, O my brothers, for I have heard this day that my godmother in Silverland is well." The merchants, who were not aware of the substance of the real message, envied him greatly, and said one to another, "Surely our brother the Prince Badfella is favored by Allah above all men." And they were about to retire when the prince checked them, saying, "Tarry for a moment. Here are my credentials or stoke. The same I will sell you for 50,000 sequins, for I have to give a feast today and need much gold. But who will give 50,000?" And he again fell to capering and dancing. But this time the merchants drew a little apart, and some of the oldest and wisest said, "What dirt is this which the prince would have us swallow? If his godmother were well, why should he sell his stoke? Bismillah! The olives are old and the jar is broken." When Prince Badfella perceived them whispering, his countenance fell, and his knees smote against each other through fear. But, dissembling again, he said, "Well, so be it. Lo, I have much more than shall abide with me, for my days are many and my wants are few. Say 40,000 sequins for my stoke, and let me depart in Allah's name. Who will give 40,000 sequins to become the godson of such a healthy mother?" And he again fell to capering and dancing, but not as gaily as before, for his heart was troubled. The merchants, however, only moved farther away. 30,000 sequins, cried Prince Badfella. But even as he spoke they fled before his face, crying, "His godmother is dead. Lo, the jackals are defiling her grave. Mashallah, he has no godmother." And they sought out Panic, the swift-footed messenger, and bade him shout through the bazaars that the godmother of Prince Badfella was dead. When he heard this, the prince fell upon his face and rent his garments and covered himself with the dust of the marketplace. As he was sitting thus, a porter passed him with jars of wine on his shoulders, and the prince begged him to give him a jar, for he was exceeding thirsty and faint. But the porter said, "What will my lord give me first?" And the prince, in the bitterness of spirit, said, "Take this," and handed him his stoke, and so exchanged it for a jar of wine. Now the Prince Bullboy was of a very different disposition. When he received the message of Superintendent, he bowed his head and said, "It is the will of God." Then he rose, and without speaking a word entered the gates of his palace. But his wife, the peerless Marie Jahan, perceiving the gravity of his countenance, said, "Why is my lord cast down and silent? Why are those rare and priceless pearls, his words, shut up so tightly between those gorgeous oyster shells, his lips?" But to this he made no reply. Thinking further to divert him, she brought her lute into the chamber and stood before him, and sang the song and danced the dance of Ben Cotton, which is called Ibrahim's Daughter, but she could not lift the veil of sadness from his brow. When she had ceased, the Prince Bullboy arose and said, "Allah is great, and what am I, his servant, but the dust of the earth? Lo, this day has my godmother sickened unto death, and my stoke become as a withered palm leaf. Call hither my servants and camel drivers, and the merchants that have furnished me with stuffs, and the beggars who have feasted at my table, and bid them take all that is here, for it is mine no longer." With these words he buried his face in his mantle and wept aloud. But Marie Jahan, his wife, plucked him by the sleeve. "Prithee, my lord," said she, "bethink thee of the Brokaw or scrivener, who besought thee but yesterday to share thy stoke with him and give thee his bond for 50,000 sequins." But the noble Prince Bulboy, raising his head, said, "Shall I sell to him for 50,000 sequins that which I know is not worth a sou marquis? For is not all the Brokaw's wealth, even his wife and children, pledged on that bond? Shall I ruin him to save myself? Allah forbid! Rather let me eat the salt fish of honest penury than the kebabs of dishonorable affluence. Rather let me wallow in the mire of virtuous oblivion than repose on the divan of luxurious wickedness." When the prince had given utterance to this beautiful and edifying sentiment, a strain of gentle music was heard, and the rear wall of the apartment, which had been ingeniously constructed like a flat, opened and discovered the Ogress of Silverland in the glare of blue fire, seated on a triumphal car attached to two ropes, which were connected with the flies, in the very act of blessing the unconscious prince. When the walls closed again without attracting his attention, Prince Bulboy arose, dressed himself in his coarsest and cheapest stuffs, and sprinkled ashes on his head, and in this guise, having embraced his wife, went forth into the bazaars. In this it will be perceived how differently the good Prince Bulboy acted from the wicked Prince Badfellow, who put on his gayest garments to simulate and deceive. Now when Prince Bulboy entered the chief bazaar, where the merchants of the city were gathered in council, he stood up in his accustomed place, and all that were there held their breath, for the noble Prince Bulboy was much respected. "Let the Brokaw whose bond I hold for 50,000 sequins stand forth," said the prince. And the Brokaw stood forward from among the merchants. Then said the prince, "Here is thy bond for 50,000 sequins, for which I was to deliver unto thee one half of my stoke. Know then, O my brother, and thou too, O Aga of the Brokaws, that this my stoke which I pledge to thee is worthless. For my godmother, the Ogress of Silverland, is dying. Thus do I release thee from thy bond and from the poverty which might overtake thee as it has even me, thy brother, the Prince Bulboy." And with that the noble Prince Bulboy tore the bond of the Brokaw in two pieces and scattered it to the four winds. Now when the prince tore up the bond there was a great commotion, and some said, "Surely the Prince Bulboy is drunken with wine," and others, "He is possessed of an evil spirit," and his friends expostulated with him, saying, "What thou hast done is not the custom of the bazaars. Behold, it is not biz." But to all the prince answered gravely, "It is right, on my own head be it." But the oldest and wisest of the merchants, they who had talked with Prince Badfellow the same morning, whispered together and gathered around the Brokaw whose bond the Prince Bulboy had torn up. "Hark ye," said they, "our brother the Prince Bulboy is cunning as a jackal. What bosh is this about ruining himself to save thee? Such a thing was never heard before in the bazaars. It is a trick. O thou mooncalf of a Brokaw, dost thou not see that he has heard good news from his godmother, the same that was even now told us by the Prince Badfellow, his confederate, and that he would destroy thy bond for 50,000 sequins because his stock is worth 100,000? Be not deceived, O too credulous Brokaw, for this what our brother the prince doeth is not in the name of Allah, but of Biz, the only god known in the bazaars of the city." When the foolish Brokaw heard these things, he cried, "Justice, O Aga of the Brokaws, justice and fulfillment of my bond. Let the prince deliver unto me the stoch. Here are my 50,000 sequins." But the prince said, "Have I not told that my godmother is dying and that my stoch is valueless?" At this the Brokaw only clamored the more for justice and fulfillment of his bond. Then the Aga of the Brokaws said, "Since the bond is destroyed, behold, thou hast no claim. Go thy ways." But the Brokaw again cried, "Justice, my lord Aga. Behold, I offer the prince 70,000 sequins for his stoch." But the prince said, "It is not worth one sequin." Then the Aga said, "Bismillah, I cannot understand this. Whether thy godmother be dead or dying or immortal does not seem to signify. Therefore, O Prince, by the laws of Biz and of Allah, thou art released. Give the Brokaw thy stoke for 70,000 sequins and bid him depart in peace. On his own head be it." When the Prince heard this command, he handed his STOKH to the Brokaw, who counted out to him 70,000 sequins. But the heart of the virtuous Prince did not rejoice, nor did the Brokaw when he found his STOKH was valueless. But the merchants lifted their hands in wonder at the sagacity and wisdom of the famous Prince Bulboy. For none would believe that it was the law of Allah that the Prince followed, and not the rules of Biz. End of The Ogress of Silverland, by Bret Harte. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
The Other Side of the Hedge, by E.M. Forster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My pedometer told me that I was 25, and, though it is a shocking thing to stop walking, I was so tired that I sat down on a milestone to rest. People outstripped me, jeering as they did so, but I was too apathetic to feel resentful, and even when Miss Eliza Dimbleby, the great educationist, swept past, exhorting me to persevere, I only smiled and raised my hat. At first I thought I was going to be like my brother, whom I had had to leave by the roadside a year or two round the corner. He had wasted his breath on singing, and his strength on helping others. But I had travelled more wisely, and now it was only the monotony of the highway that oppressed me, dust underfoot, and brown crackling hedges on either side, ever since I could remember. And I had already dropped several things. Indeed, the road behind was strewn with the things we all had dropped, and the white dust was settling down on them, so that already they looked no better than stones. My muscles were so weary that I could not even bear the weight of those things I still carried. I slid off the milestone into the road, and lay there prostrate, with my face to the great parched hedge, praying that I might give up. A little puff of air revived me. It seemed to come from the hedge, and when I opened my eyes, there was a glint of light through the tangle of boughs and dead leaves. The hedge could not be as thick as usual. In my weak, morbid state I longed to force my way in and see what was on the other side. No one was in sight, or I should not have dared to try. For we of the road do not admit in conversation that there is another side at all. I yielded to the temptation, saying to myself that I would come back in a minute. The thorns scratched my face, and I had to use my arms as a shield, depending on my feet alone to push me forward. Halfway through I would have gone back, for in the passage all the things I was carrying were scraped off me, and my clothes were torn. But I was so wedged that return was impossible, and I had to wriggle blindly forward, expecting every moment that my strength would fail me, and that I should perish in the undergrowth. Suddenly cold water closed round my head, and I seemed sinking down forever. I had fallen out of the hedge into a deep pool. I rose to the surface at last, crying for help, and I heard someone on the opposite bank laugh and say, "Another!" And then I was twitched out and laid panting on the dry ground. Even when the water was out of my eyes, I was still dazed, for I had never been in so large a space, nor seen such grass and sunshine. The blue sky was no longer a strip, and beneath it the earth had risen grandly into hills, clean bare buttresses, with beech trees in their folds, and meadows and clear pools at their feet. But the hills were not high, and there was in the landscape a sense of human occupation, so that one might have called it a park or garden, if the words did not imply a certain triviality and constraint. As soon as I got my breath, I turned to my rescuer and said, "Where does this place lead to?" "Nowhere, thank the Lord," said he, and laughed. He was a man of 50 or 60, just the kind of age we mistrust on the road, but there was no anxiety in his manner, and his voice was that of a boy of 18. "But it must lead somewhere," I cried, too much surprised at his answer to thank him for saving my life. "He wants to know where it leads," he shouted to some men on the hillside, and they laughed back and waved their caps.
I noticed then that the pool into which I had fallen was really a moat which bent round to the left and to the right, and that the hedge followed it continually. The hedge was green on this side; its roots showed through the clear water, and fish swam about in them, and it was wreathed over with dog roses and traveller's joy. But it was a barrier, and in a moment I lost all pleasure in the grass, the sky, the trees, the happy men and women, and realized that the place was but a prison, for all its beauty and extent. We moved away from the boundary, and then followed a path almost parallel to it across the meadows. I found it difficult walking, for I was always trying to outdistance my companion, and there was no advantage in doing this if the place led nowhere. I had never kept step with any one since I left my brother. I amused him by stopping suddenly and saying disconsolately, "This is perfectly terrible. One cannot advance, one cannot progress. Now we of the road—" "Yes, I know. I was going to say, we advance continually." "I know." "We are always learning, expanding, developing. Why, even in my short life I have seen a great deal of advance. The Transvaal War, the fiscal question, Christian Science, radium. Here, for example—" I took out my pedometer, but it still marked 25, not a degree more. "Oh, it stopped. I meant to show you. It should have registered all the time I was walking with you, but it makes me only 25. "Many things don't work in here," he said. "One day a man brought in a Lee Metford, and that wouldn't work." "The laws of science are universal in their application. It must be the water in the moat that has injured the machinery. In normal conditions everything works. Science and the spirit of emulation, those are the forces that have made us what we are." I had to break off and acknowledge the pleasant greetings of people whom we passed. Some of them were singing, some talking, some engaged in gardening, haymaking, or other rudimentary industries. They all seemed happy, and I might have been happy too, if I could have forgotten that the place led nowhere. I was startled by a young man who came sprinting across our path, took a little fence in fine style, and went tearing over a ploughed field till he plunged into a lake, across which he began to swim. Here was true energy, and I exclaimed, "A cross-country race! Where are the others?" "There are no others," my companion replied, and later on, when we passed some long grass from which came the voice of a girl singing exquisitely to herself, he said again, "There are no others." I was bewildered at the waste in production, and murmured to myself, "What does it all mean?" He said, "It means nothing but itself," and he repeated the words slowly, as if I were a child. "I understand," I said quietly, "but I do not agree. Every achievement is worthless unless it is a link in the chain of development. And I must not trespass on your kindness any longer. I must get back somehow to the road, and have my pedometer mended." "First you must see the gates," he replied, "for we have gates, though we never use them." I yielded politely, and before long we reached the moat again, at a point where it was spanned by a bridge. Over the bridge was a big gate, as white as ivory, which was fitted into a gap in the boundary hedge. The gate opened outwards, and I exclaimed in amazement, for from it ran a road, just such a road as I had left, dusty underfoot, with brown crackling hedges on either side as far as the eye could reach. "That's my road!" I cried. He shut the gate and said, "But not your part of the road. It is through this gate that humanity went out countless ages ago, when it was first seized with the desire to walk." I denied this, observing that the part of the road I myself had left was not more than 2 miles off. But with the obstinacy of his years he repeated, "It is the same road. This is the beginning, and though it seems to run straight away from us, it doubles so often that it is never far from our boundary, and sometimes touches it." He stooped down by the moat, and traced on its moist margin an absurd figure like a maze. As we walked back through the meadows, I tried to convince him of his mistake. "The road sometimes doubles, to be sure, but that is part of our discipline. Who can doubt that its general tendency is onward? To what goal we know not. It may be to some mountain where we shall touch the sky, it may be over precipices into the sea, but that it goes forward, who can doubt that? It is the thought of that that makes us strive to excel, each in his own way, and gives us an impetus which is lacking with you. Now that man who passed us, it's true that he ran well, and jumped well, and swam well, but we have men who can run better, and men who can jump better, and who can swim better. Specialization has produced results which would surprise you. Similarly, that girl—" Here I interrupted myself to exclaim, "Good gracious me! I could have sworn it was Miss Eliza Dimbleby over there, with her feet in the fountain." He believed that it was. "Impossible! I left her on the road, and she is due to lecture this evening at Tunbridge Wells. Why, her train leaves Cannon Street in— Of course my watch has stopped like everything else. She is the last person to be here." People are always astonished at meeting each other. All kinds come through the hedge, and come at all times, when they are drawing ahead in the race, when they are lagging behind, when they are left for dead. I often stand near the boundary listening to the sounds of the road—you know what they are—and wonder if any one will turn aside. It is my great happiness to help some one out of the moat, as I helped you. For our country fills up slowly, though it was meant for all mankind." "Mankind have other aims," I said gently, for I thought him well-meaning, "and I must join them." I bade him good evening, for the sun was declining, and I wished to be on the road by nightfall. To my alarm he caught hold of me, crying, "You are not to go yet." I tried to shake him off, for we had no interests in common, and his civility was becoming irksome to me. But for all my struggles the tiresome old man would not let go, and as wrestling is not my specialty, I was obliged to follow him. It was true that I could never have found alone the place where I came in, and I hoped that, when I had seen the other sights about which he was worrying, he would take me back to it. But I was determined not to sleep in the country, for I mistrusted it, and the people too, for all their friendliness. Hungry though I was, I would not join them in their evening meals of milk and fruit, and when they gave me flowers, I flung them away as soon as I could do so unobserved. Already they were lying down for the night like cattle, some out on the bare hillside, others in groups under the beeches. In the light of an orange sunset I hurried on with my unwelcome guide, dead tired, faint for want of food, but murmuring indomitably, "Give me life, with its struggles and victories, with its failures and hatreds, with its deep moral meaning and its unknown goal." At last we came to a place where the encircling moat was spanned by another bridge, and where another gate interrupted the line of the boundary hedge. It was different from the first gate, for it was half transparent like horn, and opened inwards. But through it in the waning light I saw again just such a road as I had left, monotonous, dusty, with brown crackling hedges on either side, as far as the eye could reach. I was strangely disquieted at the sight, which seemed to deprive me of all self-control. A man was passing us, returning for the night to the hills, with a scythe over his shoulder and a can of some liquid in his hand. I forgot the destiny of our race. I forgot the road that lay before my eyes, and I sprang at him, wrenched the can out of his hand, and began to drink. It was nothing stronger than beer, but in my exhausted state it overcame me in a moment. As in a dream I saw the old man shut the gate, and heard him say, "This is where your road ends, and through this gate humanity, all that is left of it, will come in to us." Though my senses were sinking into oblivion, they seemed to expand ere they reached it. They perceived the magic song of nightingales, and the odour of invisible hay, and stars piercing the fading sky. The man whose beer I had stolen lowered me down gently to sleep off its effects, and as he did so, I saw that he was my brother. End of The Other Side of the Hedge, by E. M. Forster. Read by Elizabeth Klett.
Pots O' Money by P.G. Wodehouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Owen Bentley was feeling embarrassed. He looked at Mr. Shepherd, and with difficulty restrained himself from standing on one leg and twiddling his fingers. At one point in his career, before the influence of his Uncle Henry had placed him in the London and Suburban Bank, Owen had been an actor. On the strength of a batting average of 33.07 for Middlesex, he had been engaged by the astute musical comedy impresario, to whom the idea first occurred that, if you have got to have young men chant, "We are merry and gay, tra-la, this is for Bohemia," in the artist's ball scene, you might just as well have young men whose names are known to the public. He had not been an actor long, for loss of form had put him out of first-class cricket, and the impresario had given his place in the next piece to a googly bowler who had done well in the last varsity match. But he had been one long enough to experience that sinking sensation which is known as stage fright. And now, as he began to explain to Mr. Shepherd that he wished for his consent to marry his daughter Audrey, he found himself suffering exactly the same symptoms. From the very start, from the moment when he revealed the fact that his income, salary, and private means included amounted to less than £200, he had realized that this was going to be one of his failures. It was the gruesome early Victorianness of it all that took the heart out of him. Mr. Shepherd had always reminded him of a heavy father out of a 3-volume novel. But, compared with his demeanour as he listened now, his attitude hitherto had been light and whimsical. Until this moment, Owen had not imagined that this sort of thing ever happened nowadays outside the comic papers. By the end of the second minute, he would not have been surprised to find himself sailing through the air, urged by Mr. Shepherd's boot, his transit indicated by a dotted line and a few stars. Mr. Shepherd's manner was inclined to bleakness. "This is most unfortunate," he said. "Most unfortunate. I have my daughter's happiness to consider. It is my duty as a father." He paused. "You say you have no prospects? I should have supposed that your uncle, surely, with his influence—" "My uncle shot his bolt when he got me into the bank. That finished him as far as I'm concerned. I'm not his only nephew, you know. There are about 100 others, all trailing him like bloodhounds." Mr. Shepherd coughed the small cough of disapproval. He was feeling more than a little aggrieved. He had met Owen for the first time at dinner at the house of his Uncle Henry, a man of unquestioned substance, whose habit it was to invite each of his 11 nephews to dinner once a year. But Mr. Shepherd did not know this. For all he knew, Owen was in the habit of hobnobbing with the great man every night. He could not say exactly that it was sharp practice on Owen's part to accept his invitation to call, and, having called, to continue calling long enough to make the present deplorable situation possible. But he felt that it would have been in better taste for the young man to have effaced himself, and behaved more like a bank clerk and less like an heir. "I am exceedingly sorry for this, Mr. Bentley," he said, "but you will understand that I cannot. It is, of course, out of the question. It would be best, in the circumstances, I think, if you did not see my daughter again." "She's waiting in the passage outside," said Owen simply, "after today. Good-bye." Owen left the room. Audrey was hovering in the neighbourhood of the door. She quickly came up to him, and his spirits rose, as they always did, at the sight of her. "Well?" she said. He shook his head. "No good," he said. Audrey considered the problem for a moment, and was rewarded with an idea. "Shall I go in and cry?" "It wouldn't be of any use." "Tell me what happened." "He said I mustn't see you again." "He didn't mean it." "He thinks he did." Audrey reflected. "We shall simply have to keep writing then. And we can talk on the telephone. That isn't seeing each other. Has your bank a telephone? Yes, but that's all right then. I'll ring you up every day. I wish I could make some money, said Owen thoughtfully. But I seem to be one of those chaps who can't. Nothing I try comes off. I've never drawn anything except a blank in a sweep. I've spent about £2 on sixpenny postal orders when the Limerick craze was on, and didn't win a thing. Once when I was on tour, I worked myself to a shadow, dramatizing a novel. Nothing came of that either. What novel? A thing called White Roses, by a woman named Edith Butler. Audrey looked up quickly. I suppose you knew her very well? Were you great friends? I didn't know her at all. I never met her. I just happened to buy the thing at a bookstall and thought it would make a good play. I expected it was pretty bad rot. Anyhow, she never took the trouble to send it back or even to acknowledge receipt. Perhaps she never got it? I registered it. She was a cat, said Audrey decidedly. I'm glad of it, though. If another woman had helped you make a lot of money, I should have died of jealousy. Routine is death to heroism. For the first few days after his parting with Mr. Shepherd, Owen was in a heroic mood, full of vaguely dashing themes, regarding the world as his oyster, and burning to get at it sword in hand. But routine, with its ledgers and its copying ink and its customers, fell like a grey cloud athwart his horizon, blotting out rainbow visions of sudden wealth, dramatically won. Day by day the glow faded, and hopelessness grew. If the glow did not entirely fade, it was due to Audrey, who more than fulfilled her promise of ringing him up on the telephone. She rang him up at least once, frequently several times every day, a fact that was noted and commented on in a harshly critical spirit by the head of his department, a man with no soul and a strong objection to doing his subordinates' work for them. As a rule, her conversation, though pleasing, was discursive and lacked central motive, but one morning she had genuine news to impart. Owen, her voice was excited, have you seen the paper today? Then listen, I'll read it out. Are you listening? This is what it says. The Piccadilly Theatre will reopen shortly with a dramatized version of Miss Edith Butler's popular novel, White Roses, prepared by the authoress herself. A strong cast is being engaged, including... and then a lot of names. What are you going to do about it, Owen? What am I going to do? Don't you see what's happened? That awful woman has stolen your play. She has waited all these years, hoping you would forget. What are you laughing at? I wasn't laughing. Yes, you were. It tickled my ear. I'll ring off if you do it again. You don't believe me? Well, you wait and see if I'm not... Edith Butler's incapable of such a thing. There was a slight pause at the other end of the wire. I thought you said you didn't know her, said Audrey jealously. I don't, said Owen hastily. But I've read her books. They're simply chunks of superfatted sentiment. She's sort of a literary onion. She compels tears. A woman like that couldn't steal a play if she tried. You can't judge authors from their books. You must go and see the play when it comes on, and then you'll see that I'm right. I'm absolutely certain that woman is trying to swindle you. Don't laugh in that horrid way. Very well, I told you I should ring off, and now I'm going to. At the beginning of the next month, Owen's annual holiday arrived. The authorities of the London and Suburban Bank were no niggards. They recognized that a man is not a machine. They gave their employees 10 days in the year in which to tone up their systems for another 12 months' work. Owen spent his boyhood in the Shropshire village of which his father had been rector, and thither he went when his holidays came round, to the farm of one Dorman. He was glad of the chance to get to Shropshire. There is something about the country there, with its green fields and miniature rivers, that soothes the wounded spirit and forms a pleasant background for sentimental musings. It was comfortable at the farm. The household consisted of Mr. Dorman, an old acquaintance, his 10-year-old son George, and Mr. Dorman's mother, an aged lady with a considerable local reputation as a wise woman. Rumour had it that the future held no mysteries for her, and it was known that she could cure warts, bruised fingers, and even the botts by means of spells. Except for these, Owen had fancied that he was alone in the house. It seemed not, however. There was a primeval piano in his sitting-room, and on the second morning it suited his mood to sit down at this and sing "Astor," the fruity pathos of which ballad appealed to him strongly at this time, accompanying himself by an ingenious arrangement in 3 chords. He had hardly begun, however, when Mr. Dorman appeared, somewhat agitated. "If you don't mind, Mr. Owen," he said, "I forgot to tell you. There's a literary gent boarding with me in the room above, and he can't bear to be disturbed." A muffled stamping from the ceiling bore out his words. "Writing a book, he is," continued Mr. Dorman. "He caught young George a clip over the ear'ole yesterday for blowing his trumpet on the stairs. Gave him 6 pence afterwards, and said he'd skin him if he ever did it again. So, if you don't mind—" "Oh, all right," said Owen. "Who is he?" "Gentleman of the name of Prosser." Owen could not recollect having come across any work by any one of that name, but he was not a wide reader, and whether the man above was a celebrity or not, he was entitled to quiet. "I've never heard of him," he said, "but that's no reason why I should disturb him. Let him rip. I'll cut out the musical effects in future." The days passed smoothly by. The literary man remained invisible, though occasionally audible, tramping the floor in a frenzy of composition. Nor, until the last day of his visit, did Owen see old Mrs. Dorman. That she was not aware of his presence in the house, however, was indicated on the last morning. He was smoking an after-breakfast pipe at the open window and waiting for the dog-cart that was to take him to the station, when George, the son of the house, entered. George stood in the doorway, grinned, and said, "Far says your Grammy Telly forged by the cards?" "Eh?" said Owen. The youth repeated the word. "Once again?" On the second repetition, light began to creep in. A boyhood spent in the place, added to this 10 days' stay, had made Owen something of a linguist. "Father says would I like Grandma to do what?" "Tell your fortune by the cards." "Where is she?" "Back yonder." Owen followed him into the kitchen, where he found Mr. Dorman, the farmer, and, seated at the table, fumbling with a pack of cards, an old woman who he remembered well. "Mother wants to tell your fortune," said Mr. Dorman, in a hoarse aside. "She always will tell visitors fortunes. She told Mr. Prosser's, and he didn't half like it, because she said he'd be engaged in 2 months and married inside the year. He said wild horses wouldn't make him do it." "She can tell me that if she likes. I shan't object." "Mother, here's Mr. Owen." "I seed him fast enough," said the old woman briskly. "Shuffle, and cut 3 times." She then performed mysterious manoeuvres with the cards. "I see pots o' money," announced the Sibyl. "If she says it, it's there right enough," said her son. "She means my bonus," said Owen, "but that's only £10, and I lose it if I'm late twice more before Christmas." "It'll come sure enough." "Pots," said the old woman, and she was still mumbling the encouraging word when Owen left the kitchen and returned to the sitting-room. He laughed rather ruefully. At that moment he could have found a use for pots o' money. He walked to the window and looked out. It was a glorious morning. The heat mist was dancing over the meadow beyond the brook, and from the farmyard came the liquid chorocks of carefree fowls. It seemed wicked to leave these haunts of peace for London on such a day. An acute melancholy seized him. Absently he sat down at the piano. The prejudices of literary Mr. Prosser had slipped from his mind. Softly at first, then gathering volume as the spirit of the song gripped him, he began to sing Astor. He became absorbed. He had just, for the 6th time, won through to I am awaiting for the Astor, and was doing some intricate 3-chord work preparatory to starting over again, when a loaf of bread whizzed past his ear. It missed him by an inch and crashed against a plaster statuette of the infant Samuel on top of the piano. It was a standard loaf, containing 80% of semolina, and it practically wiped the infant Samuel out of existence. At the same moment, at his back, there sounded a loud, wrathful snort. He spun round. The door was open, and at the other side of the table was standing a large, black-bearded, shirt-sleeved man, in an attitude rather reminiscent of Ajax defying the lightning. His hands trembled, his beard bristled, his eyes gleamed ferociously beneath enormous eyebrows. As Owen turned, he gave tongue in a voice like the discharge of a broadside. "Stop it!" Owen's mind, wrenched too suddenly from the dreamy future to the vivid present, was not yet completely under control. He gaped. "Stop that infernal noise!" roared the man. He shot through the door, banging it after him, and pounded up the stairs. Owen was annoyed. The artistic temperament was all very well, but there were limits. It was absurd that obscure authors should behave in this way. Prosser! Who on earth was Prosser? Had anyone ever heard of him? No. Yet here he was, going about the country, clipping small boys over the ear-hole, and flinging loaves of bread at bank clerks as if he were Henry James or Marie Corelli. Owen reproached himself bitterly for his momentary loss of presence of mind. If he had only kept his head, he could have taken a flying shot at the man with the marmalade pot. It had been within easy reach. Instead of which, he had merely stood and gaped. Of all sad words of tongue or pen, the saddest are these: "It might have been." His manly regret was interrupted by the entrance of Mr. Dorman with the information that the dog-cart was at the door. Audrey was out of town when Owen arrived in London, but she returned a week later. The sound of her voice through the telephone did much to cure the restlessness from which he had been suffering since the conclusion of his holiday. But the thought that she was so near, yet so inaccessible, produced in him a meditative melancholy which enveloped him like a cloud that would not lift. His manner became distrait. He lost weight. If customers were not vaguely pained by his sad, pale face, it was only because the fierce rush of modern commercial life leaves your businessman little leisure for observing pallor in bank clerks. What did pain them was the gentle dreaminess with which he performed his duties. He was in the inward bills department, one of the features of which was the sudden inrush, towards the end of each afternoon, of hatless, energetic young men with leather bags strapped to their left arms, clamouring for mysterious crackling documents, much fastened with pins. Owen had never quite understood what it was that these young men did want, and now his detached mind refused even more emphatically to grapple with the problem. He distributed the documents at random, with the air of a preoccupied monarch scattering largesse to the mob, and the subsequent chaos had to be handled by a wrathful head of the department in person. Man's power of endurance is limited. At the end of the second week the overwrought head appealed passionately for relief, and Owen was removed to the postage department, where, when he had leisure from answering Audrey's telephone calls, he entered the addresses of letters in a large book and took them to the post. He was supposed also to stamp them, but a man in love cannot think of everything, and he was apt at times to overlook this formality. One morning, receiving from one of the bank messengers the usual intimation that a lady wished to speak to him on the telephone, he went to the box and took up the receiver. "Is that you, Owen? Owen, I went to White Roses last night. Have you been yet?" "Not yet." "Then you must go tonight. Owen, I'm certain you wrote it. It's perfectly lovely. I cried my eyes out. If you don't go tonight, I'll never speak to you again, even on the telephone. Promise." "Must I?" "Yes, you must." "Why, suppose it is yours? It may mean a fortune. The stalls were simply packed. I'm going to ring up the theatre now and engage a seat for you, and pay for it myself." "No, I say," protested Owen. "Yes, I shall. I can't trust you to go if I don't. And I'll ring up early tomorrow to hear all about it. Good-bye." Owen left the box somewhat depressed. Life was quite gloomy enough as it was, without going out of one's way to cry one's eyes out over sentimental plays. His depression was increased by the receipt, on his return to his department, of a message from the manager, stating that he would like to see Mr. Bentley in his private room for a moment. Owen never enjoyed these little chats with authority. Out of office hours, in the circle of his friends, he had no doubt the manager was a delightful and entertaining companion, but in his private room his conversation was less enjoyable. The manager was seated at his table, thoughtfully regarding the ceiling. His resemblance to a stuffed trout, always striking, was subtly accentuated, and Owen, an expert in these matters, felt that his fears had been well founded. There was trouble in the air. Somebody had been complaining of him, and he was now about, as the phrase went, to be run in. A large man, seated with his back to the door, turned as he entered, and Owen recognized the well-remembered features of Mr. Prosser, the literary loaf-slinger. Owen regarded him without resentment. Since returning to London, he had taken the trouble of looking up his name in Who's Who, and had found that he was not so undistinguished as he had supposed. He was, it appeared, a Regius Professor and the author of some half-dozen works on sociology, a record, Owen felt, that almost justified loaf-slinging and ear-hole clipping in moments of irritation. The manager started to speak, but the man of letters anticipated him. "Is this the fool?" he roared. "Young man, I have no wish to be hard on a congenital idiot who is not responsible for his actions, but I must insist on an explanation. I understand that you are in charge of the correspondence in this office. Well, during the last week you have 3 times sent unstamped letters to my fiancée, Miss Vera Delane, Woodlands, Southbourne, Hants. What's the matter with you? Do you think she likes paying 2 pence a time? Or what is it?" Owen's mind leaped back at the words. They recalled something to him. Then he remembered. He was conscious of a not unpleasant thrill. He had not known that he was superstitious, but for some reason he had not been able to get those absurd words of Mr. Dorman's mother out of his mind. And here was another prediction of hers, equally improbable, fulfilled to the letter. "Great Scott!" he cried. "Are you going to be married?" Mr. Prosser and the manager started simultaneously. "Mrs. Dorman said you would be," said Owen. "Don't you remember?" Mr. Prosser looked keenly at him. "Why, I've seen you before," he said. "You're the young turnip-headed scallywag at the farm." "That's right," said Owen. "I've been wanting to meet you again. I thought the whole thing over, and it struck me," said Mr. Prosser, handsomely, "that I may have seemed a little abrupt at our last meeting. No, no. The fact is, I was in the middle of an infernally difficult passage of my book that morning, And when you began, it was my fault entirely. I quite understand. Mr. Prosser produced a card case. We must see more of each other, he said. Come and have a bit of dinner some night. Come tonight. I'm very sorry. I have to go to the theatre tonight. Then come and have a bit of supper afterwards. Excellent. Meet me at the Savoy at 11:15. I'm glad I didn't hit you with that loaf. Abruptness has always been my failing through life. My father was just the same. 11:15 at the Savoy, then. The manager, who had been listening with some restlessness to the conversation, now intervened. He was a man with a sense of fitness of things, and he objected to having his private room made the scene of what appeared to be a reunion of old college chums. He hinted as much. Proomph, he observed, disapprovingly. Mr. Bentley, that is all. You may return to your work. Kindly be more careful another time in stamping the letters. Yes, by Jove, said Mr. Prosser, suddenly reminded of his wrongs. That's right. Exercise a little ordinary care, you ivory-skulled young son of a gun. Do you think Miss Delane is made of twopences? Keep an eye on him, he urged the manager. These young fellows nowadays want someone standing over them with a knout all the time. Be more careful another time, young man. 11:15, remember. Make a note of it, or you'll go forgetting that. The seat Audrey had bought for him at the Piccadilly Theatre proved to be in the centre of the 6th row of stalls, practically a death trap. Whatever his sufferings might be, escape was impossible. He was securely wedged in. The cheaper parts of the house were sparsely occupied, but the stalls were full. Owen, disapproving of the whole business, refused to buy a programme, and settled himself in his seat prepared for the worst. He had a vivid recollection of White Roses, the novel, and he did not anticipate any keen enjoyment from it in its dramatized form. He had long ceased to be a member of that large public for which Miss Edith Butler catered. The sentimental adventures of governesses in ducal houses, the heroine of White Roses was a governess, no longer contented his soul. There is always a curious dream-like atmosphere about a play founded on a book. One seems to have seen it all before. During the whole of the first act, Owen attributed to this his feeling of familiarity with what was going on the stage. At the beginning of the second act, he found himself anticipating events. But it was not till the third act that the truth sank in. The third was the only act in which, in his dramatization, he had taken any real liberties with the text of the novel. But in this act he had introduced a character who did not appear in the novel, a creature of his own imagination. And now, with bulging eyes, he observed this creature emerge from the wings, and heard him utter lines which he now clearly remembered having written. Audrey had been right. Serpent Edith Butler had stolen his play. His mind, during the remainder of the play, was active. By the time the final curtain fell and he passed out into the open air, he had perceived some of the difficulties of the case. To prove oneself the author of an original play is hard, but not impossible. Friends to whom one had sketched the plot may come forward as witnesses. One may have preserved rough notes, but a dramatization of a novel is another matter. All dramatizations of any given novel must necessarily be very much alike. He started to walk along Piccadilly, and had reached Hyde Park Corner before he recollected that he had an engagement to take supper with Mr. Prosser at the Savoy Hotel. He hailed a cab. "You're late," boomed the author of sociological treatises as he appeared. "You're infernally late. I suppose, in your woolen-headed way, you forgot all about it. Come along. We'll just have time for an olive and a glass of something before they turn the lights out." Owen was still thinking deeply as he began his supper. Surely there was some way by which he could prove his claims. What had he done with the original manuscript? He remembered now. He had burnt it. It had seemed mere useless litter then. Probably, he felt bitterly, the woman butler had counted on this. Mr. Prosser concluded an animated conversation with a waiter on the subjects of the wines of France, leaned forward, and, having helped himself briskly to anchovies, began to talk. He talked loudly and rapidly. Owen, his thoughts far away, hardly listened. Presently the waiter returned with the selected brand. He filled Owen's glass, and Owen drank, and felt better. Finding his glass magically full once more, he emptied it again. And then suddenly he found himself looking across the table at his host, and feeling a sense of absolute conviction that this was the one man of all others whom he would have selected as a confidant. How kindly, though somewhat misty, his face was! How soothing, if a little indistinct, his voice! "Prosser," he said, "you are a man of the world, and I should like your advice. What would you do in a case like this? I go to a theatre to see a play, and what do I find?" He paused, and eyed his host impressively. "What's that tune they're playing?" said Mr. Prosser. "You hear it everywhere. One of these Viennese things, I suppose." Owen was annoyed. He began to doubt whether, after all, Mr. Prosser's virtues as a confidant were not more apparent than real. "I find, by Jove," he continued, "that I wrote the thing myself." "It's not a patch on the Merry Widow," said Mr. Prosser. Owen thumped the table. "I tell you I find I wrote the thing myself." "What thing?" "This play I'm telling you about. This White Roses thing." He found that at last he had got his host's ear. Mr. Prosser seemed genuinely interested. "What do you mean?" Owen plunged on with his story. He started from its dim beginning, from the days when he had bought the novel on his journey from Bath to Cheltenham. He described his methods of work, his registering of the package, his suspense, his growing resignation. He sketched the progress of his life. He spoke of Audrey and gave a crisp character sketch of Mr. Shepherd. He took his hearer right up to the moment when the truth had come home to him. Toward the end of his narrative the lights went out, and he finished his story in the hotel courtyard. In the cool air he felt revived. The outlines of Mr. Prosser became sharp and distinct again. The sociologist listened admirably. He appeared absorbed, and did not interrupt once. "What makes you so certain this was your version?" he asked, as they passed into the Strand. Owen told him of the creature of his imagination in Act 3. "But you have lost your manuscript." "Yes, I burnt it." "Just what one might have expected you to do," said Mr. Prosser, unkindly. "Young man, I believe that there may be something in this. You haven't got a ghost of a proof that would hold water in a court of law, of course, but still, I'm inclined to believe you. For one thing, you haven't the intelligence to invent such a story." Owen thanked him. "In fact, if you can answer me one question, I shall be satisfied." It seemed to Owen that Mr. Prosser was tending to get a little above himself. As an intelligent listener, he had been of service. But that appeared to be no reason why he should constitute himself a sort of judge and master of the ceremonies. "That's very good of you," he said. "But will Edith Butler be satisfied? That's more to the point." "I am Edith Butler," said Mr. Prosser. Owen stopped. "You?" "You need not babble it from the housetops. You are the only person besides my agent who knows it, and I wouldn't have told you if I could have helped it. It isn't a thing I want known. Great Scott, man, don't goggle at me like a fish. Haven't you heard of pseudonyms before?" "Yes, but—" "Well, never mind. Take it from me that I am Edith Butler. Now listen to me. That manuscript reached me when I was in the country. There was no name on it. That in itself points strongly to the fact that you were its author. It was precisely the chuckle-headed sort of thing you would have done, to put no name to the thing. I enclosed a letter, anyhow. There was a letter enclosed. I opened the parcel out of doors. There was a fresh breeze blowing at the time. It caught the letter, and that was the last that I saw of it. I had read as far as "Dear Madam." But one thing I do remember about it, and that it was sent from some hotel in Cheltenham, and I could remember it if I heard it. Now then? I can tell it you. It was Wilbraham's. I was stopping there. You pass, said Mr. Prosser. It was Wilbraham's. Owen's heart gave a jump. For a moment he walked on air. Then do you mean to say it's all right? Then you believe? I do, said Mr. Prosser. By the way, he said, the notice of white roses went up last night. Owen's heart turned to lead. But, he stammered, but tonight the house was packed. It was, packed with paper. All the merry deadheads in London were there. It has been the worst failure this season. And, by George, he cried with sudden vehemence, serve 'em right. If I told them once it would fail in England, I told them 100 times. The London public won't stand that sort of blithering twaddle. Owen stopped and looked round. A cab was standing across the road. He signalled to it. He felt incapable of walking home. No physical blow could have unmanned him more completely than this hideous disappointment, just when, by a miracle, everything seemed to be running his way. Sooner ride than walk, said Mr. Prosser, pushing his head through the open window. Laziness, slackness, that's the curse of the modern young man. Where shall I tell him to drive to? Owen mentioned his address. It struck him that he had not thanked his host for his hospitality. It was awfully good of you to give me supper, Mr. Prosser, he said. I've enjoyed it tremendously. Come again, said Mr. Prosser. I'm afraid you're disappointed about the play? Owen forced a smile. Oh, no, that's all right, he said. It can't be helped. Mr. Prosser half turned and then thrust his head through the window again. I knew there was something I had forgotten to say, he said. I ought to have told you that the play was produced in America before it came to London. It ran 2 seasons in New York and 1 in Chicago, and there are 3 companies playing it still on the road. Here's my card. Come round and see me tomorrow. I can't tell you the actual figures offhand, but you'll be all right. You'll have pots o' money. End of Pots o' Money by P.G. Wodehouse. Read by Karen Pfeiffer.
The Verdict by Edith Wharton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I had always thought Jack Gisburn rather a cheap genius, though a good fellow enough, so it was no great surprise to me to hear that, in the height of his glory, he had dropped his painting, married a rich widow, and established himself in a villa on the Riviera, though I rather thought it would have been Rome or Florence. The height of his glory, that was what the women called it. I can hear Mrs. Gideon Thwing, his last Chicago sitter, deploring his unaccountable abdication. Of course it's going to set the value of my picture way up, but I don't think of that, Mr. Rickham. The loss to art is all I think of. The word on Mrs. Thwing's lips multiplied its R's as though they were reflected in an endless vista of mirrors. And it was not only the Mrs. Thwings who mourned. Had not the exquisite Hermia Croft, at the last Grafton Gallery show, stopped me before Gisburn's Moon Dancers to say, with tears in her eyes, "We shall not look upon its like again." Well, even through the prism of Hermia's tears, I felt able to face the fact with equanimity. Poor Jack Gisburn! The women had made him.
It was fitting that they should mourn him. Among his own sex fewer regrets were heard, and in his own trade hardly a murmur. Professional jealousy? Perhaps. If it were, the honour of the craft was vindicated by little Claude Nutley, who, in all good faith, brought out in the Burlington a very handsome obituary on Jack. One of those showy articles stocked with random technicalities that I have heard, I won't say by whom, compared to Gisburn's painting. And so, his resolve being apparently irrevocable, the discussion gradually died out, and, as Mrs. Thwing predicted, the price of Gisburns went up. It was not till 3 years later that, in the course of a few weeks' idling on the Riviera, it suddenly occurred to me to wonder why Gisburn had given up his painting. On reflection, it really was a tempting problem. To accuse his wife would have been too easy. His fair sitters had been denied the solace of saying that Mrs. Gisburn had dragged him down. For Mrs. Gisburn, as such, had not existed till nearly a year after Jack's resolve had been taken. It might be that he had married her, since he liked his ease, because he didn't want to go on painting, but it would have been hard to prove that he had given up his painting because he had married her. Of course, if she had not dragged him down, she had equally, as Miss Croft contended, failed to lift him up, she had not led him back to the easel. To put the brush into his hand again, what a vocation for a wife! But Mrs. Gisburn appeared to have disdained it, and I felt it might be interesting to find out why. The desultory life of the Riviera lends itself to such purely academic speculations, and having on my way to Monte Carlo caught a glimpse of Jack's balustraded terraces between the pines, I had myself borne thither the next day. I found the couple at tea beneath their palm trees, and Mrs. Gisburn's welcome was so genial that, in the ensuing weeks, I claimed it frequently. It was not that my hostess was interesting. On that point I could have given Miss Croft the fullest reassurance. It was just because she was not interesting, if I may be pardoned the bull, that I found her so. For Jack, all his life, had been surrounded by interesting women. They had fostered his art. It had been reared in the hothouse of their adulation. And it was therefore instructive to note what effect the deadening atmosphere of mediocrity, I quote Miss Croft, was having on him. I have mentioned that Mrs. Gisburn was rich, and it was immediately perceptible that her husband was extracting from this circumstance a delicate but substantial satisfaction. It is, as a rule, the people who scorn money who get the most out of it, and Jack's elegant disdain of his wife's big balance enabled him, with an appearance of perfect good breeding, to transmute it into objects of art and luxury. To the latter, I must add, he remained relatively indifferent, but he was buying Renaissance bronzes and 18th-century pictures with a discrimination that bespoke the amplest resources. Money's only excuse is to put beauty into circulation, was one of the axioms he laid down across the Sèvres and silver of an exquisitely appointed luncheon-table, when on a later day I had again run over from Monte Carlo, and Mrs. Gisburn, beaming on him, added for my enlightenment, "Jack is so morbidly sensitive to every form of beauty." Poor Jack! It had always been his fate to have women say such things of him. The fact should be set down in extenuation. What struck me now was that, for the first time, he resented the tone. I had seen him so often basking under similar tributes. Was it the conjugal note that robbed them of their savour? No, for oddly enough it became apparent that he was fond of Mrs. Gisburn, fond enough not to see her absurdity. It was his own absurdity he seemed to be wincing under, his own attitude as an object for garlands and incense. My dear, since I've chucked painting, people don't say that stuff about me. They say it about Victor Grindle, was his only protest as he rose from the table and strolled out onto the sunlit terrace. I glanced after him, struck by his last word. Victor Grindle was, in fact, becoming the man of the moment, as Jack himself, one might put it, had been the man of the hour. The younger artist was said to have formed himself at my friend's feet, and I wondered if a tinge of jealousy underlay the latter's mysterious abdication. But no, for it was not till after that event that the Rose du Barry drawing-rooms had begun to display their Grindles. I turned to Mrs. Gisburn, who had lingered to give a lump of sugar to her spaniel in the dining-room. "Why has he chucked painting?" I asked abruptly. She raised her eyebrows with a hint of good-humoured surprise. "Oh, he doesn't have to now, you know, and I want him to enjoy himself," she said quite simply. I looked about the spacious white-panelled room with its famille verte vases repeating the tones of the pale damask curtains and its 18th-century pastels in delicate faded frames. "Has he chucked his pictures too? I haven't seen a single one in the house." A slight shade of constraint crossed Mrs. Gisburn's open countenance. "It's his ridiculous modesty, you know. He says they're not fit to have about. He sent them all away, except one, my portrait, and that I have to keep upstairs." His ridiculous modesty? Jack's modesty about his pictures? My curiosity was growing like the beanstalk. I said persuasively to my hostess, "I must really see your portrait, you know." She glanced out almost timorously at the terrace where her husband, lounging in a hooded chair, had lit a cigar and drawn the Russian deer-hound's head between his knees. "Well, come while he's not looking," she said, with a laugh that tried to hide her nervousness, and I followed her between the marble emperors of the hall and up the wide stairs with terra-cotta nymphs poised among flowers at each landing. In the dimmest corner of her boudoir, amidst a profusion of delicate and distinguished objects, hung one of the familiar oval canvases, in the inevitable garlanded frame. The mere outline of the frame called up all Gisburn's past. Mrs. Gisburn drew back the window curtains, moved aside a jardinière full of pink azaleas, pushed an armchair away, and said, "If you stand here you can just manage to see it. I had it over the mantelpiece, but he wouldn't let it stay." Yes, I could just manage to see it. The first portrait of Jack's I had ever had to strain my eyes over. Usually they had the place of honour, say the central panel in a pale yellow or rose du Barry drawing-room, or a monumental easel placed so that it took the light through the curtains of old Venetian point. The more modest place became the picture better, yet as my eyes grew accustomed to the half-light, all the characteristic qualities came out, all the hesitations disguised as audacities, the tricks of prestidigitation by which, with such consummate skill, he managed to divert attention from the real business of the picture to some pretty irrelevance of detail. Mrs. Gisburn, presenting a neutral surface to work on, forming, as it were, so inevitably the background of her own picture, had lent herself in an unusual degree to the display of this false virtuosity. The picture was one of Jack's strongest, as his admirers would have put it. It represented, on his part, a swelling of muscles, a congesting of veins, a balancing, straddling, and straining that reminded one of the circus clown's ironic efforts to lift a feather. It met, in short, at every point, the demand of lovely woman to be painted strongly, because she was tired of being painted sweetly, and yet not to lose an atom of the sweetness. "It's the last he painted, you know," Mrs. Gisburn said with pardonable pride. "The last but one," she corrected herself. "But the other doesn't count because he destroyed it." "Destroyed it?" I was about to follow up this clue, when I heard a footstep and saw Jack himself on the threshold. As he stood there, his hands in the pockets of his velveteen coat, the thin brown waves of hair pushed back from his white forehead, his lean sunburnt cheeks furrowed by a smile that lifted the tips of a self-confident moustache, I felt to what a degree he had the same quality as his pictures, the quality of looking cleverer than he was. His wife glanced at him deprecatingly, but his eyes travelled past her to the portrait. "Mr. Rickham wanted to see it," she began, as if excusing herself. He shrugged his shoulders, still smiling. "Oh, Rickham found me out long ago," he said lightly. Then, passing his arm through mine, "Come and see the rest of the house." He showed it to me with a kind of naïve suburban pride, the bathrooms, the speaking-tubes, the dress-closets, the trouser-presses, all the complex simplifications of the millionaire's domestic economy. And whenever my wonder paid the expected tribute, he said, throwing out his chest a little, "Yes, I really don't see how people manage to live without that." Well, it was just the end one might have foreseen for him. Only he was, through it all and in spite of it all, as he had been through and in spite of his pictures, so handsome, so charming, so disarming, that one longed to cry out, "Be dissatisfied with your leisure," as once one had longed to say, "Be dissatisfied with your work." But, with the cry on my lips, my diagnosis suffered an unexpected check. "This is my own lair," he said, leading me into a dark plain room at the end of the florid vista. It was square and brown and leathery. No effects, no bric-a-brac, none of the air of posing for reproduction in a picture weekly, above all, no least sign of ever having been used as a studio. The fact brought home to me the absolute finality of Jack's break with his old life. "Don't you ever dabble with paint any more?" I asked, still looking about for a trace of such activity. "Never," he said briefly. "Or water-colour? Or etching?" His confident eyes grew dim, and his cheeks paled a little under their handsome sunburn. "Never think of it, my dear fellow, any more than if I'd never touched a brush." And his tone told me in a flash that he never thought of anything else. I moved away, instinctively embarrassed by my unexpected discovery, and as I turned my eye fell on a small picture above the mantelpiece, the only object breaking the plain oak panelling of the room. "Oh, by Jove!" I said. It was a sketch of a donkey, an old tired donkey, standing in the rain under a wall. "By Jove! A Stroud!" I cried. He was silent, but I felt him close behind me, breathing a little quickly. "What a wonder! Made with a dozen lines, but on everlasting foundations. You lucky chap, where did you get it?" He answered slowly, "Mrs. Stroud gave it to me." "Ah! I didn't know you even knew the Strouds. He was such an inflexible hermit." "I didn't, till after she sent for me to paint him when he was dead." "When he was dead? You?" I must have let a little too much amazement escape through my surprise, for he answered with a deprecating laugh, "Yes, she's an awful simpleton, you know, Mrs. Stroud. Her only idea was to have him done by a fashionable painter. Ah, poor Stroud! She thought it the surest way of proclaiming his greatness, of forcing it on a purblind public. And at the moment I was the fashionable painter." "Ah, poor Stroud, as you say. Was that his history?" "That was his history. She believed in him, gloried in him, or thought she did. But she couldn't bear not to have all the drawing-rooms with her. She couldn't bear the fact that on varnishing days one could always get near enough to see his pictures. Poor woman! She's just a fragment groping for other fragments. Stroud is the only whole I ever knew." "You ever knew? But you just said—" Gisburn had a curious smile in his eyes. "Oh, I knew him, and he knew me. Only it happened after he was dead." I dropped my voice instinctively. "When she sent for you?" "Yes, quite insensible to the irony. She wanted him vindicated, and by me." He laughed again, and threw back his head to look up at the sketch of the donkey. "There were days when I couldn't look at that thing, couldn't face it. But I forced myself to put it here, and now it's cured me. Cured me. That's the reason why I don't dabble any more, my dear Rickham. Or rather Stroud himself is the reason." For the first time my idle curiosity about my companion turned into a serious desire to understand him better. "I wish you'd tell me how it happened," I said. He stood looking up at the sketch, and twirling between his fingers a cigarette he had forgotten to light. Suddenly he turned toward me. "I'd rather like to tell you, because I've always suspected you of loathing my work." I made a deprecating gesture, which he negatived with a good-humoured shrug. "Oh, I didn't care a straw when I believed in myself, and now it's an added tie between us." He laughed slightly, without bitterness, and pushed one of the deep armchairs forward. "There, make yourself comfortable, and here are the cigars you like." He placed them at my elbow, and continued to wander up and down the room, stopping now and then beneath the picture. "How it happened? I can tell you in 5 minutes, and it didn't take much longer to happen. I can remember now how surprised and pleased I was when I got Mrs. Stroud's note. Of course, deep down I had always felt there was no one like him, only I had gone with the stream, echoed the usual platitudes about him, till I half got to think he was a failure, one of the kind that are left behind. By Jove, and he was left behind, because he had come to stay. The rest of us had to let ourselves be swept along or go under, but he was high above the current, on everlasting foundations, as you say. Well, I went off to the house in my most egregious mood, rather moved, Lord forgive me, at the pathos of poor Stroud's career of failure being crowned by the glory of my painting him. Of course I meant to do the picture for nothing. I told Mrs. Stroud so when she began to stammer something about her poverty. I remember getting off a prodigious phrase about the honour being mine. Oh, I was princely, my dear Rickham. I was posing to myself like one of my own sitters. Then I was taken up and left alone with him. I had sent all my traps in advance, and I had only to set up the easel and get to work. He had been dead only 24 hours, and he died suddenly, of heart disease, so that there had been no preliminary work of destruction. His face was clear and untouched. I had met him once or twice years before, and thought him insignificant and dingy. Now I saw that he was superb. I was glad at first, with a merely aesthetic satisfaction, glad to have my hand on such a subject. Then his strange life-likeness began to affect me queerly. As I blocked the head in, I felt as if he were watching me do it. The sensation was followed by the thought, if he were watching me, what would he say to my way of working? My strokes began to go a little wild. I felt nervous and uncertain. Once, when I looked up, I seemed to see a smile behind his close greyish beard, as if he had the secret, and were amusing himself by holding it back from me. That exasperated me still more. The secret? Why, I had a secret worth 20 of his. I dashed at the canvas furiously, and tried some of my bravura tricks. But they failed me. They crumbled. I saw that he wasn't watching the showy bits. I couldn't distract his attention. He just kept his eyes on the hard passages between. Those were the ones I had always shirked, or covered up with some lying paint. And how he saw through my lies! I looked up again, and caught sight of that sketch of the donkey hanging on the wall near his bed. His wife told me afterward it was the last thing he had done, just a note taken with a shaking hand, when he was down in Devonshire recovering from a previous heart attack. Just a note. But it tells his whole history. There are years of patient, scornful persistence in every line. A man who had swum with the current could never have learned that mighty up-stream stroke. I turned back to my work, and went on groping and muddling. Then I looked at the donkey again. I saw that, when Stroud laid in the first stroke, he knew just what the end would be. He had possessed his subject, absorbed it, recreated it. When had I done that with any of my things? They hadn't been born of me. I had just adopted them. Hang it, Rickham! With that face watching me, I couldn't do another stroke. The plain truth was, I didn't know where to put it. I had never known. Only with my sitters and my public a showy splash of colour covered up the fact. I just threw paint into their faces. Well, paint was the one medium those dead eyes could see through, see straight to the tottering foundations underneath. Don't you know how, in talking a foreign language, even fluently, one says half the time not what one wants to, but what one can? Well, that was the way I painted, and as he lay there and watched me, the thing they called my technique collapsed like a house of cards. He didn't sneer, you understand, poor Stroud. He just lay there quietly watching. And on his lips, through the grey beard, I seemed to hear the question, "Are you sure you know where you're coming out?" If I could have painted that face, with that question on it, I should have done a great thing. The next greatest thing was to see that I couldn't, and that grace was given me. But oh, at that minute, Rickham, was there anything on earth I wouldn't have given to have Stroud alive before me, and to hear him say, "It's not too late. I'll show you how." It was too late. It would have been, even if he'd been alive. I packed up my traps, and went down and told Mrs. Stroud. Of course I didn't tell her that. It would have been Greek to her. I simply said I couldn't paint him, that I was too moved. She rather liked the idea, she's so romantic. It was that made her give me the donkey. But she was terribly upset at not getting the portrait. She did so want him done by someone showy. At first I was afraid she wouldn't let me off, and at my wits' end I suggested Grindle. Yes, it was I who started Grindle. I told Mrs. Stroud he was the coming man, and she told somebody else, and so it got to be true. and he painted Stroud without wincing, and she hung the picture among her husband's things." He flung himself down in the arm-chair near mine, laid back his head, and, clasping his arms beneath it, looked up at the picture above the chimney-piece. I like to fancy that Stroud himself would have given it to me, if he'd been able to say what he thought that day. And in an answer to a question I put half mechanically, "Begin again," he flashed out, "when the one thing that brings me anywhere near him is that I knew enough to leave off." He stood up and laid his hand on my shoulder with a laugh. "Only the irony of it is that I am still painting, since Grindle's doing it for me. The Strouds stand alone, and happen once, but there's no exterminating our kind of art."
End of The Verdict by Edith Wharton. Read by Elizabeth Klett.
The Wedding Knell by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There is a certain church in the city of New York which I have always regarded with peculiar interest on account of a marriage there solemnized under very singular circumstances in my grandmother's girlhood. That venerable lady chanced to be a spectator of the scene, and ever after made it her favorite narrative. Whether the edifice now standing on the same site be the identical one to which she referred, I am not antiquarian enough to know, nor would it be worth while to correct myself, perhaps of an agreeable error, by reading the date of its erection on the tablet over the door. It is a stately church, surrounded by an enclosure of loveliest green, within which appears urns, pillars, obelisks, and other forms of monumental marble, the tributes of private affection and more splendid memorials of historical dust. With such a place, though the tumult of the city rolls beneath its tower, one will be willing to connect some legendary interest. The marriage might be considered as the result of an early engagement, though there had been 2 intermediate weddings on the lady's part, and 40 years of celibacy on that of the gentleman. At 65, Mr. Elwood was a shy but not quite a secluded man, selfish like all men who brood over their own hearts, yet manifesting on rare occasions a vein of generous sentiment, a scholar throughout life, though always an indolent one, because his studies had no definite object, either of public advantage or personal ambition. A gentleman, high-bred and fastidiously delicate, yet sometimes requiring a considerable relaxation in his behalf of the common rules of society. In truth, there were so many anomalies in his character, and though shrinking with diseased sensibility from public notice, it had been his fatality so often to become the topic of the day by some wild eccentricity of conduct, that people searched his lineage for a hereditary taint of insanity. But there was no need of this. His caprices had their origin in a mind that lacked the support of an engrossing purpose, and in feelings that preyed upon themselves for want of other food. If he were mad, it was the consequence and not the cause of an aimless and abortive life. The widow was as complete a contrast to her third bridegroom in everything but age. Compelled to relinquish her first engagement, she had been united to a man of twice her own years, to whom she had been an exemplary wife, and by whose death she was left in possession of a splendid fortune. A Southern gentleman, considerably younger than herself, succeeded to her hand, and carried her to Charleston, where after many uncomfortable years she found herself again a widow. It would have been singular if any uncommon delicacy of feeling had survived through such a life as Mrs. Dabney's. It could not but be crushed and killed by her early disappointment, the cold duty of her first marriage, the dislocation of the heart's principles consequent on the second union, and the unkindness of her Southern husband, which had inevitably driven her to connect the idea of his death with that of her comfort. To be brief, she was that wisest but unloveliest variety of woman, a philosopher, bearing troubles of the heart with equanimity, dispensing with all that should have been her happiness, and making the best of what remained. Sage in most matters, the widow was perhaps the more amiable for the one frailty that made her ridiculous. Being childless, she could not remain beautiful by proxy in the person of a daughter. She therefore refused to grow old and ugly on any consideration. She struggled with time, and held fast her roses in spite of him, till the venerable thief appeared to have relinquished the spoil as not worth the trouble of acquiring it. The approaching marriage of this woman of the world with such an unworldly man as Mr. Ellenwood was announced soon after Mrs. Dabney's return to her native city. Superficial observers, and deeper ones, seemed to concur in supposing that the lady must have borne no interactive part in arranging the affair. There were considerations of expediency which she would be far more likely to appreciate than Mr. Elwood, and there was just the specious phantom of sentiment and romance in this late union of two early lovers, which sometimes makes a fool of a woman who has lost her true feelings among the accidents of life. All the wonder was how the gentleman, with his lack of worldly wisdom and agonizing consciousness of ridicule, could have been induced to take a measure at once so prudent and so laughable. But while people talked, the wedding day arrived. The ceremony was to be solemnized according to the Episcopalian forms, and in open church, with a degree of publicity that attracted many spectators, who occupied the front seats of the galleries and the pews near the altar and along the broad aisle. It had been arranged, or possibly it was the custom of the day, that the parties should proceed separately to church. By some accident, the bridegroom was a little less punctual than the widow and her bridal attendants, with whose arrival, after this tedious but necessary preface, the action of our tale may be said to commence. The clumsy wheels of several old-fashioned coaches were heard, and the gentlemen and ladies composing the bridal party came through the church door with the sudden and gladsome effect of a burst of sunshine. The whole group, except the principal figure, was made up of youth and gaiety. As they streamed up the broad aisle, while the pews and pillars seemed to brighten on either side, their steps were as buoyant as if they mistook the church for a ballroom, and were ready to dance hand in hand to the altar. So brilliant was the spectacle that few took notice of a singular phenomenon that had marked its entrance. At the moment when the bride's foot touched the threshold, the bell swung heavily in the tower above her, and sent forth its deepest knell. The vibrations died away, and returned with prolonged solemnity as she entered the body of the church. "Good heavens, what an omen!" whispered a young lady to her lover. "On my honor," replied the gentleman, "I believe the bell has the good taste to toll of its own accord. What has she to do with weddings? If you, dearest Julia, were approaching the altar, the bell would ring out its merriest peal. It has only a funeral knell for her." The bride and most of her company had been too much occupied with the bustle of entrance to hear the first foreboding stroke of the bell, or at least to reflect on the singularity of such a welcome to the altar. They therefore continued to advance with undiminished gaiety. The gorgeous dresses of the time, the crimson velvet coats and the gold lace hats, the hooped petticoats, the silk, satin, brocade, and embroidery, the buckles, canes, and swords, all displayed to the best advantage on persons suited to such finery, made the group appear more like a bright-colored picture than anything real. But by what perversity of taste had the artist represented his principal figure as so wrinkled and decayed, while he yet had decked her out in the brightest splendor of attire, as if the loveliest maiden had suddenly withered into age and become a mortal to the beautiful around her. On they went, however, and had glittered along about a third of the aisle, when another stroke of the bell seemed to fill the church with a visible gloom, dimming and obscuring the bright pageant till it shone forth again as from a mist. This time the party wavered, stopped, and huddled closer together, while a slight scream was heard from some of the ladies, and a confused whisper among the gentlemen. Thus tossing to and fro, they might have been fancifully compared to a splendid bunch of flowers, suddenly shaken by a puff of wind which threatened to scatter the leaves of the old brown withered rose on the same stalk with two dewy buds, such being the emblem of the widow between her fair young bridesmaids. But her heroism was admirable. She had started with an irrepressible shudder, as if the stroke of the bell had fallen directly on her heart. Then, recovering herself, while her attendants were yet in dismay, she took the lead and paced calmly up the aisle. The bell continued to swing, strike, and vibrate with the same doleful regularity as when a corpse is on its way to the tomb. "My young friends here have their nerves a little shaken," said the widow, with a smile to the clergyman at the altar, "but so many weddings have been ushered in with the merriest peal of the bells, and yet turned out unhappily, that I shall hope for better fortune under different auspices." "Madam," answered the rector, in great perplexity, "this strange occurrence brings to my mind a marriage sermon of the famous Bishop Taylor, wherein he mingles so many thoughts of mortality and future woe that, to speak somewhat after his own rich style, he seems to hang the bridal chamber in black, and cut the wedding garment out of a coffin pall. And it has been the custom of divers nations to infuse something of sadness into their marriage ceremonies, so to keep death in mind while contracting that engagement which is life's chiefest business. Thus we may draw a sad but profitable moral from this funeral knell." But though the clergyman might have given his moral even a keener point, he did not fail to dispatch an attendant to inquire into the mystery, and stop those sounds so dismally appropriate to such a marriage. A brief space elapsed, during which the silence was broken only by whispers and a few suppressed titterings among the wedding party and the spectators, who after the first shock were disposed to draw an ill-natured merriment from the affair. The young have less charity for the aged follies than the old for those of youth. The widow's glance was observed to wander for an instant toward a window of the church, as if searching for the time-worn marble that she had dedicated to her first husband. Then her eyelids dropped over their faded orbs, and her thoughts were drawn irresistibly to another grave. Two buried men, with a voice at her ear, and a cry afar off, were calling her to lie down beside them. Perhaps with momentary truth of feeling she thought how much happier had been her fate if, after years of bliss, the bell were now tolling for her funeral, and she were followed to the grave by an old affection of her earliest lover, long her husband. But why had she returned to him when their cold hearts shrank from each other's embrace? Still the death bell tolled so mournfully that the sunshine seemed to fade in the air. A whisper, communicated from those who stood nearest the windows, now spread through the church. A hearse with a train of several coaches was creeping along the street, conveying some dead man to the churchyard, while the bride awaited a living one at the altar. Immediately after, the footsteps of the bridegroom and his friends were heard at the door. The widow looked down the aisle and clenched the arm of one of her bridesmaids in her bony hand with such an unconscious violence that the fair girl trembled. "You frighten me, my dear madame," she cried. "For heaven's sake, what is the matter?" "Nothing, my dear, nothing," said the widow. Then whispering close to her ear, "There is a foolish fancy I cannot get rid of. I am expecting my bridegroom to come into the church, with my first 2 husbands for groomsmen." "Look, look!" screamed the bridesmaid. "What is here? The funeral!" As she spoke, a dark procession paced into the church. First came an old man and woman, like chief mourners at a funeral, attired from head to foot in the deepest black, all but their pale features and hoary hair, he leaning on a staff and supporting her decrepit form with his nerveless arm. Behind appeared another and another pair, as aged, as black, and mournful as the first. As they drew near, the widow recognized in every face some trait of former friends long forgotten, but now returning, as if from their old graves, to warn her to prepare a shroud, or with purpose almost as unwelcome, to exhibit their wrinkles and infirmity, and claim her as their companion by the tokens of her own decay. Many a merry night had she danced with them in youth, and now in joyless age she felt that some withered partner should request her hand, and all unite in a dance of death to the music of the funeral bell. While these aged mourners were passing up the aisle, it was observed that from pew to pew the spectators shuddered with irrepressible awe, as some object hitherto concealed by the intervening figures came full into sight. Many turned away their faces, others kept a fixed and rigid stare, and a young girl giggled hysterically and fainted with the laughter on her lips. When the spectral procession approached the altar, each couple separated and slowly diverged, till in the center appeared a form that had been worthily ushered in with all this gloomy pomp, the death knell and the funeral. It was the bridegroom in his shroud. No garb but that of the grave could have befitted such a death-like aspect. The eyes, indeed, had the wild gleam of a sepulchral lamp. All else was fixed in the stern calmness which old men wear in the coffin. The corpse stood motionless, but addressed the widow in accents that seemed to melt into the clang of the bell, which fell heavily on the air while he spoke. "Come, my bride," said those pale lips. "The hearse is ready. The sexton stands waiting for us at the door of the tomb. Let us be married, and then to our coffins." How shall the widow's horror be represented? It gave her the ghastliness of a dead man's bride. Her youthful friends stood apart, shuddering at the mourners, the shrouded bridegroom, and herself. The whole scene expressed by the strongest imagery the vain struggle of the gilded vanities of this world when opposed to age, infirmity, sorrow, and death. The awestruck silence was first broken by the clergyman. "Mr. Ellenwood," he said, soothingly, yet with somewhat of authority, "you are not well. Your mind has been agitated by the unusual circumstances in which you are placed. The ceremony must be deferred. As an old friend, let me entreat you to return home." "Home, yes, but not without my bride," answered he, in the same hollow accents. "You deem this mockery, perhaps madness. Had I bedizened my age and broken fame with scarlet and embroidery, had I forced my withered lips to smile at my dead heart, that might have been mockery or madness. But now let young and old declare which of us has come hither without a wedding garment, the bridegroom or the bride." He stepped forward at a ghostly pace and stood beside the widow, contrasting the awful simplicity of his shroud with the glare and glitter in which she had arrayed herself for this unhappy scene. None that beheld them could deny the terrible strength of the moral which his disordered intellect had contrived to draw. "Cruel! Cruel!" groaned the heart-stricken bride. "Cruel?" repeated he. Then losing his death-like composure in a wild bitterness, "Heaven judge, which of us has been cruel to the other? In youth you deprived me of my happiness, my hopes, my aims. You took away all the substance of my life, and made it a dream without reality enough even to grieve at, with only a pervading gloom, through which I walked wearily and cared not whither. But after 40 years, when I have built my tomb and would not give up the thought of resting there, no, not for such a life as we once pictured, you call me to the altar. At your summons I am here, but other husbands have enjoyed your youth, your beauty, your warmth of heart, and all that could be termed your life. What is there for me but your decay and death? And therefore I have bidden these funeral friends, and bespoken the sexton's deepest knell, and am come in my shroud to wed you as with a burial service, that we may join our hands at the door of the sepulchre and enter it together." It was not frenzy. It was not merely the drunkenness of strong emotion in a heart unused to it, that now wrought upon the bride. The stern lesson of the day had done its work. Her worldliness was gone. She seized her bridegroom's hand. "Yes," cried she, "let us wed even at the door of the sepulchre. My life is gone in vanity and emptiness, but at its close there is one true feeling. It has made me what I was in youth. It makes me worthy of you. Time is no more for both of us. Let us wed for eternity." With a long and deep regard the bridegroom looked into her eyes, while a tear was gathering in his own. How strange that gush of human feeling from the frozen bosom of a corpse! He wiped away the tear even with his shroud. "Beloved of my youth," he said, "I have been wild. The despair of my whole lifetime had returned at once and maddened me. Forgive and be forgiven. Yes, it is evening with us now, and we have realized none of our morning dreams of happiness. But let us join our hands before the altar as lovers whom adverse circumstances have separated through life, yet who meet again as they are leaving it, and find their earthly affection changed into something holy as religion. And what is time to the married of eternity? Amid the tears of many, and a swell of exalted sentiment in those who felt aright, was solemnized the union of two immortal souls. The train of withered mourners, the hoary bridegroom in his shroud, the pale features of the aged bride, and the death bell tolling through the whole till its deep voice overpowered the marriage words, all marked the funeral of earthly hopes. But as the ceremony proceeded, the organ, as if stirred by the sympathies of this impressive scene, poured forth an anthem, first mingled with the dismal knell, then rising to a loftier strain, till the soul looked down upon its woe. And when the awful rite was finished, and with cold hand in cold hand the married of eternity withdrew, the organ's peal of solemn triumph drowned the wedding knell. The end of The Wedding Knell by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Read by Dave Kay of Southern Minnesota.
The Widow Ho by Reverend J. McGowan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Widow Ho by Reverend J. McGowan. One day in the early dawn a distinguished mandarin was leaving the temple of the city god. It was his duty to visit this temple on the 1st and 15th of the moon, whilst the city was still asleep, to offer incense and adoration to the stern looking figure enshrined within. This mandarin was Shi Kung, and a juster or more upright official did not exist in all the fair provinces of the empire. Wherever his name was mentioned it was received with the profoundest reverence and respect, for the Chinese people have never lost their ideal of Tien Li, or divine righteousness. This ideal is still deeply embedded in the hearts of high and low, rich and poor, and the homage of all classes, even of the most depraved, is gladly offered to any man who conspicuously displays this heavenly virtue. As Shi Kung was being carried along in his sedan chair, with his numerous retinue following closely behind him, he happened to notice a young woman walking in the road in front of him, and began to wonder what it was that had brought her out at such an unusually early hour. She was dressed in the very deepest mourning, and so, after a little more thought, he concluded that she was a widow who was on her way to the grave of her late husband to make the usual offerings to his spirit. All at once a sudden furious whirlwind screamed about the woman, and seemed determined to spend its force upon her. But beyond her nothing was touched by it. Not a leaf on the trees nearby was moved, and not a particle of dust on the road, except just where she stood, was in the least agitated by the fierce tempest that for the moment raged around her. As Shi Kung gazed at this strange occurrence, the woman's outer skirt was blown up in the air, and he saw that underneath was another garment of rich crimson hue. He then knew at once that there was something radically wrong, for no woman of ordinary virtuous character would ever dare to wear such a glaring color, while she pretended to be in deep mourning. There was something suspicious, too, in the sudden tornado that blew with such terrific violence round the woman only. It was not an accident that brought her there. It was clearly the angry protest of some spirit who had been foully misused, and who was determined that the wrongdoer should not escape the penalty for the evil she had committed. Calling two of his runners to him, Shi Kung ordered them to follow the woman and to see where she was going and what she did there, and then to report to him immediately. The two detectives obeyed his instructions to the very letter, and found that she went to a cemetery which lay on the hillside at the outskirts of the town. She had brought with her a goodly supply of gold and silver paper money, such as is usually offered to the dead to enable them to purchase food and other necessaries in the land of shadows. She was preparing to set these on fire in order that they might reach the spirit for whom they were intended, when, much to the amazement of the runners, another tornado came with the same violence as before, and scattered the paper in all directions, so that not a single piece was left to offer to the dead. All this was duly reported to Shi Kung, who at once sent a dispatch to the county magistrate, commanding him to investigate the case thoroughly, and giving him all the particulars of the extraordinary occurrences which had been witnessed. This inferior mandarin was greatly puzzled as to how he should act in the matter. No complaint had reached him from anyone concerning the woman, and he had not a particle of evidence on which to proceed against her. In these circumstances he determined to make an appeal to the city god to reveal to him a mystery that was beyond his powers to unravel. Accordingly, close upon the hour of midnight, he repaired to the temple of this famous idol, and lay down to sleep, believing that, if he did so, he would be granted some revelation which would deliver him from his difficulties. During the early hours of the morning, and close upon the break of day, a vision seemed to pass clearly before the mandarin's eyes. He saw the grim god come out of his shrine and appear beyond the yellow curtains which hide his features from the unholy gaze of the crowds that every day flocked to his temple. Immediately in front of him floated in the air the coffin of a full-grown man, which gradually settled on the table just below the altar, on which are placed the brazen bowls containing the ashes of the countless incense sticks burned before the god to gain his favor. After the lapse of but a moment, the sleeping magistrate saw a man step up out of the surrounding darkness and take his stand at the head of the coffin. There was something very familiar in the appearance of this mysterious individual who stood there so solemnly, and the mandarin felt that he had seen him before. Suddenly he recognized him as the coroner of his own district, with whom he had often acted, and whose reports were frequently submitted to him in cases where murder was suspected. He was so amazed by this discovery that he woke with a start, when the whole scene at once vanished from his gaze, and he could see nothing but the idol in its shrine, surrounded by the tawdry, untidy articles that make up the furnishing of a temple. By this time the dawn was sending its pale silver light into the great gloomy building. So the magistrate arose and hurried back to his yamen with a lightened heart, for the god had revealed to him that the grim secret which had so far evaded him lay in the coffin of the dead, and was to be solved there and there only. His course now seemed easy, and it was with a mind full of relief that he entered his home. He at once issued a warrant for the arrest of the widow, and at the same time sent officers to bring the coffin that contained the body of her husband from its burying place. When the widow appeared before the mandarin, she denied that she knew anything of the cause of her husband's death. He had come home drunk one night, she declared, and had fallen senseless on the ground. After a great deal of difficulty she had managed to lift him up onto the bed, where he lay in a drunken slumber, just as men under the influence of liquor often do, so that she was not in the least anxious or disturbed about him. During the night she fell asleep as she watched by his side, and when she woke up she found to her horror that he was dead. "That is all that can be said about the case," she concluded, "and if you now order an examination of the body, it simply means that you have suspicions about me, for no other person was with him but myself when he died. I protest, therefore, against the body being examined. If, however, you are determined to do so, I warn you that if you find no signs of violence on it, you expose yourself, according to the laws of China, to the punishment of death." "I am quite prepared to take the responsibility," replied the mandarin, "and I have already ordered the coroner to open the coffin and to make a careful examination of the body." This was accordingly done, but no trace of injury, not even the slightest bruise, could be discovered on any part of the dead man's body. The county magistrate was greatly distressed at this result of the inquiry, and hastened to Shikung in order to obtain his advice as to what steps he should now take to escape the punishment of death which he had incurred by his action. The viceroy agreed that the matter had indeed assumed a most serious aspect. "But you need not be anxious," he added, "about what you have done. You have only acted by my orders, and therefore I assume all responsibility for the proceedings which you have adopted to discover the murderer." Late in the afternoon, as the sun began to disappear behind the mountains of the west, Shikung slipped out by a side door of his yamen, dressed as a peddler of cloth, and with pieces of various kinds of material resting on his shoulders. His disguise was so perfect that no one, as he passed down the street, dreamed of suspecting that instead of being a wandering draper, he was in reality the governor general of the province, who was trying to obtain evidence of a murder that had recently been committed in his own capital. Traveling on down one street after another, Shikung came at last to the outskirts of the town, where the dwellings were more scattered, and the population was less dense. By this time it was growing dark, so when he came to a house that stood quite apart by itself, he knocked at the door. An elderly woman, with a pleasant face and a motherly look about her, asked him in a kind and gentle voice what he wanted. "I have taken the liberty," he replied, "of coming to your house to see whether you would not kindly allow me to lodge with you for the night. I am a stranger in this region," he continued, "and have traveled far from my home to sell my cloth. The night is fast falling, and I know not where to spend it, and so I beg of you to take me in. I do not want charity, for I am quite able to pay you liberally for any trouble I may cause you, and tomorrow morning, as early as you may desire, I shall proceed on my wanderings, and you will be relieved of me." "My good man," she replied, "I am perfectly willing that you should lodge here for the night, only I am afraid you may have to endure some annoyance from the conduct of my son when he returns home later in the evening." "My business leads me into all kinds of company," he assured her, "and I meet people with a great variety of dispositions, but I generally manage to get on with them all. It may be so with your son." With a good natured smile, the old lady then showed him into a little room just off the one which was used as a sitting room. Shi Kung was very tired, so he threw himself down, just as he was, on a trestle bed that stood in the corner, and began to think over his plans for solving the mystery of the murder. By and by he fell fast asleep. About midnight he woke up at the sound of voices in the next room, and heard the mother saying, "I want you to be very careful how you treat the peddler, and not to use any of your coarse language to him. Although he looks only a common man, I am sure he is a gentleman, for he has a refined way with him that shows he must have come from no mean family. I did not really want to take him in, as I knew you might object, but the poor man was very tired, and it was getting dark, and he declared he had no place to go to, so that at last I consented to let him stay. It is only for the night, and tomorrow at break of day he says he must be on his travels again." "I do most strongly dislike having a strange man in the house," replied a voice which Shi Kung concluded was the son, "and I shall go and have a look at him in order to satisfy myself about him." Taking a lantern in his hand, he came close up to where Shi Kung was lying, and flashing the light upon his face, looked down anxiously at him for a few moments. Apparently he was satisfied, for he cried out in a voice that could easily be heard in the other room, "All right, mother, I am content. The man has a good face, and I do not think I have anything to fear from him. Let him remain." Shi Kung now considered that it was time for him to act. He stretched himself and yawned as though he were just waking out of sleep, and then, sitting up on the edge of the bed, he looked into the young man's face and asked him who he was. "Oh," he replied in a friendly way, "I am the son of the old lady who gave you permission to stay here for the night. For certain reasons I am not at all anxious to have strangers about the house, and at first I very much objected to have you here. But now that I have had a good look at you, my objections have all vanished. I pride myself upon being a good judge of character, and I may tell you that I have taken a fancy to you. But come away with me into the next room, for I am going to have a little supper, and as my mother tells me that you fell asleep without having had anything to eat, I have no doubt you will be glad to join me." As they sat talking over the meal, they became very friendly and confidential with each other, and the samshoo that the son kept drinking from a tiny cup, into which it was poured from a steaming kettle, had the effect of loosening his tongue, and causing him to speak more freely than he would otherwise have done. From his long experiences of the shady classes of society, Shi Kung very soon discovered what kind of a man his companion was, and felt that here was a mine from which he might draw valuable information to help him in reaching the facts he wished to discover. Looking across the table at the son, whose face was by this time flushed with the spirit he had been drinking, and with a hasty glance around the room, as though he were afraid that some one might overhear him, he said in a low voice, "I want to tell you a great secret. You have opened your heart a good deal to me, and now I am going to do the same with you. I am not really a peddler of cloth, as I have pretended to be. I have been simply using that business to disguise my real occupation, which I do not want anyone to know." "And what, may I ask, may be the trade in which you are engaged, and of which you seem to be so ashamed that you dare not openly confess it?" asked the son. "Well, I am what I call a benevolent thief," replied Shi Kung. "A benevolent thief!" exclaimed the other in astonishment. "I have never heard of such a thing before, and I should very much like to know what is meant by it." "I must tell you," explained the guest, "that I am not a common thief who takes the property of others for his own benefit. I never steal for myself. My practice is to find out where men have made money unjustly, and then by certain means at my command I deprive them of some of their unlawful gains, and distribute them amongst the people they have wronged. In this way I have been the means of bringing suitable punishment on the heads of the guilty, and at the same time relieving the necessities of those who have suffered at their hands." "I am astonished at what you tell me," replied the son, "though I do not believe all you say about not taking a share in the plunder you get. But now that you have opened your heart to me, I shall repay your confidence by telling you what I am. I am a real thief, and I support my mother, who does not suspect the truth, and keep the home together simply by what I steal from others." He then proceeded to give me an account of some of the adventures he had met with in the course of his expeditions by night to rooms and houses, which, as he always found out beforehand by careful spying, contained valuables that could be easily carried away. While he was relating these stories, Shih Kong's eyes gleamed with delight, for he saw that the man had fallen into the trap which had been laid for him, and felt confident that before the night was over he would be in possession of some clue to the mystery he was endeavoring to solve. He was disgusted with the sordid details of the criminal life of which the man before him seemed to be proud, yet with wonderful patience this mandarin, with his large powers of mind, and with a genius for statesmanship which had made him famous throughout the empire, sat for hours enduring the wretched talk of this common thief. But his reward came in due time. "By the way," exclaimed this man, whose business it was to break into homes when the small hours of the morning found their inmates wrapped in slumber, "some time ago I had a most remarkable experience, and as you have shown yourself such a good fellow, I will tell you about it, if you do not think it's too late to do so." "I shall be most delighted to hear you relate it," said his guest. "I have been greatly entertained by your vivid way of describing the adventures through which you have passed. You deserve to be classed among the great heroes of old, who have made their names famous by their deeds of daring. Go on, I pray you, and tell me the particulars of this unusual experience." "Well," proceeded the man, "I had very carefully planned to pay a visit to a certain house just outside the walls of the city. It was an easy one to get into, without any danger of being observed, for it was in a quiet street, where passers by are very few after dark. It was a gloomy place after sunset, for the high walls that looked down upon it threw deep and heavy shadows, which faint-hearted people declare are really unhappy and restless ghosts, prowling about to harass and distress the unwary. It was a little after midnight, when with stealthy footsteps I crept along the narrow streets, keeping as much as I could under cover of the houses where the darkness lay deepest. Every home was hushed in slumber. The only things that really troubled me were the dogs, which, with an intelligence far greater than that of their masters, suspected me of some evil purpose, and barked at me and made wild snaps at my legs. I managed, however, to evade them, and finally to arrive at the house I intended to rob. When I got close up to it, I was surprised to find a light burning inside. There was another thing, too, that I could not understand, and this was that a little side door by which I had planned to enter had not been bolted, but had been left ajar so that any prowling robber could easily gain admittance through it. Taking off my shoes, I walked on tiptoe along the stone-paved courtyard in the direction of the room where the light was burning, and, hiding myself just outside the window, I could observe everything without being seen myself. I saw a woman of about 30 sitting alone by a table. She was evidently annoyed about something, for a frown rested on her face, and her eyes now and again flashed with suppressed anger, as though she had suffered some great wrong and wished to avenge it. I was just beginning to wonder when I should be able to attend to my own particular business, when I heard the side door slam, and the heavy, staggering footsteps of a person under the influence of samshoo sounded in the dark. I drew back a little further from the window. A man approached the room where the woman was sitting. Lurching heavily, he sent the door open with a bang, fell down on the floor, and lay there perfectly insensible. He was a little insignificant fellow, whilst his wife was a vigorous, strapping woman. Looking at him with a world of contempt in her eyes, she came and picked him up and laid him on a bed that stood in the corner of the room. She then went back to her seat, but there was an evil look in the glances that she kept casting at her wretched husband. I was wondering to myself what was to be the end of this curious scene, when I saw her get up and go to a kind of wardrobe and take out a needle some 2 or 3 inches in length. She then undid her husband's dress, and, seizing a mallet that lay on the table, she drove the needle deep down into his navel until it had entirely vanished into the flesh, and not a trace of it was to be seen. The drunken man screamed as though in great agony, tossed convulsively on the bed, and then lay still and moved no more. I was so paralyzed with fear lest I should be implicated in this murder, that I dashed out of the house with all the speed I could command in the dark, and without stopping my flight for a single moment I reached my home, terrified beyond measure at the awful scene that I had just witnessed. The only amusing part about the whole business was the inquest which was held the other day upon the body of the dead husband. I was present, and laughed in my sleeve at the whole proceedings. There was the coroner, with solemn face, going through all the regular rules of examining the body for some proof that the man had been murdered. Then there was the county magistrate, questioning and threatening the woman as to the part she had played in the tragedy. And then, too, there was the wife, with sobs and sighs, and with tears running down her face, calling heaven to witness that she had nothing to do with the death of her husband. It was a splendid farce, carried out with wonderful acting by the wife, for there was not a flaw in her evidence, and no sign on the body to convict her of the crime. A few words from me would have settled the question in a moment, and the county magistrate, who seemed dreadfully distressed because of the responsibility he had incurred in the eyes of the law by holding an examination of the body without sufficient evidence to warrant him in so doing, would have had his heart lightened of the load that was weighing it down if I could only have had the opportunity of whispering a single sentence into his ear. "It is your duty," interposed his guest, "to proceed tomorrow morning to the mandarin's yamen and tell your story to the county magistrate, so that a great wrong may not go unpunished." "That I could never do," promptly replied the man. "What do you think would happen? What you suggest? I am a thief. I get my living by thieving. I was in the house on the night of the murder for the purpose of robbery. That would all come out when I give my evidence. After I had proved the murder, what would become of me? I should be cast into prison, and I might have to lie there for years, for who would ever bail out a thief? And then my poor mother would starve, for she has to depend on me entirely for her living, and she would be compelled to go on the streets and beg for charity from door to door. No, it is impossible for me ever to interfere in this case." Shi Kung recognized the difficulty in which the man was placed, and yet without his evidence it would be impossible to convict the woman of the crime she had committed. He accordingly thought out a plan which he felt would remove the obstacles that stood in the way of securing him as a witness. Turning to the man, he said, "I have had a very pleasant evening with you, and I thank you for your courtesy and hospitality. I feel my heart moved with a desire for a deeper friendship than mere words can ever express, and so I propose that you and I become sworn brothers, so that whatever may befall us in the future, we shall stand by each other to the very death." The young man looked up with astonishment at this unexpected proposal, but the sudden flash in his eyes and the smile that overspread his countenance showed that it was very pleasing to him. "I shall be delighted to agree," he quickly replied, "but when shall we have an opportunity of appearing in the temple, and of registering our vow in the presence of the god?" "There is no need to go to any temple," Shi Kung replied. "Your family idol, which sits over there enshrined before us, will be quite sufficient for our purpose. Give me a pen and paper, and I will write out the articles of our brotherhood, and present them to the god." In a few minutes the document was written out according to the minute rules laid down by the law which binds two men in a sworn brotherhood. By the most solemn oaths, Shikong and this thief agreed to assist each other in any extremity in which either might be placed in the future. Any call from one to the other must be instantly responded to. No danger and no peril to life or limb must be allowed to deter either of them when the cry for help or deliverance was heard. Each was to regard the interests of the other as identical with his own, and as long as life lasted, the obligation to succor in every time of need could never be relaxed or annulled. To prove that this solemn engagement was no mere passing whim of the moment, it had to be read in the hearing of the household god, who happened to be the goddess of mercy. She would then be an everlasting witness of the transaction, and with the invisible forces at her command would visit pains and penalties on the one who broke his oath. Standing in front of her shrine, Shikong read out the articles of agreement, word by word, in a slow and measured tone suited to the solemnity of the occasion. He then lighted the paper at the lamp, and both men gazed at it until nothing was left but ashes, when each of them knew that the goddess had received the document and had placed it in her archives in the far-off western heaven as a record of the vows made in her presence in those early hours of the morning. When they sat down again, Shikong looked with a strong and masterful gaze at his newly created brother, and said to him, "You and I are now sworn brothers, and of course we must be frank with each other. I do not wish to deceive you any longer. So I must tell you that I am neither a peddler of cloth nor a benevolent thief in the sense in which you understood the term. I am in fact Shikong, the viceroy of this province." No sooner did the men hear the name of this great mandarin, who was a profound source of terror to the criminals and evil doers within his jurisdiction, than he fell on his knees before him in the most abject fright, and repeatedly knocking his head on the ground, besought him to have mercy on him. Raising him up gently with his hand, Shikong told him to lay aside all his fears. "You are my brother now," he said, "and we have just sworn in the presence of the goddess to defend each other with our lives. I shall certainly perform my part of the oath. From this moment your fortune is made, and as for your mother, who received me with such gracious courtesy, it shall be my privilege to provide for her as long as she lives." Emboldened by these words of the great statesman, the young man appeared at the second inquest, which Shikong ordered to be held, and gave such testimony that the guilt of the wretched wife was clearly established, and due punishment meted out to her. End of The Widow Ho by Rev. J. McGowan. The Wind Gnome by Jonas Lai. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The Wind Gnome by Jonas Lai. There was once a skipper of Deirvig called Bardun. He was so headstrong that there was no doing anything with him. Whatever he set his mind upon, that should be done, he said, and done it always was. If he promised to be at a dance, the girls could safely rely upon his being there, though it blew a tempest and rained cats and dogs. He would come scudding along on a faring to his father's house through storm and stress. Row upon row of girls would be waiting for him there, and he spanked the floor with every one of them in turn, and left their gallants to cool their heels as best they might. Cock of the walk he always must be. He would go shark fishing too, and would venture with his fishing gaff into seas where only large vessels were wont to go. If there was anything nobody else dared to do, Bardun was the man to do it, and absurd and desperate as the venture might be, he always succeeded, so that folks were always talking about him. Now right out at sea, beyond the skerries, lay a large rock. the lair of wildfowl, whither the merchant who owned it came every year to bring away rich loads of eiderdown. A long way down the side of this lofty rock was a cleft. Nobody could tell how far into the rock it went, and so inaccessible was it there that its owner had said that whoever liked might come and take eiderdown from thence. It became quite a proverb to say, when anything couldn't be done, that it was just as impossible as taking eiderdown from Deirvig rock. But Bardun passed by the rock, and peeped up at the cleft, and saw all the hosts of the fowls of the air lighting upon it so many times that he felt he needs must try his hand at it. He lost no time about it, and the sun was shining brightly as he set out. He took with him a long piece of rope, which he cast 2 or 3 times round a rocky crag, and lowered himself down till he was right opposite the cleft. There he hung and swung over it backwards and forwards till he had got a firm footing, and then he set about collecting eiderdown and stuffing his sacks with it. He went searching about for it so far into the rocky chasm that he saw no more than a gleam of sunlight outside the opening, and he couldn't take 100th part of the eiderdown that was there. It was quite late in the evening before he gave up trying to gather it all. But when he came out again, the stone which he had placed on the top of the rope and tied it to was gone, and now the rope hung loosely there and dangled over the side of the rock. The wind blew it in and out and hither and thither. The currents of air sported madly with it, so that it was always kept sheer away from the rock and far out over the abyss. There he stood then, and tried again and again to clutch hold of it, till the sun lay right down in the sea. When it began to dawn again, and the morning breeze rose up from the sea, he all at once heard something right over his head say, "It blows away, it blows away." He looked up, and there he saw a big woman holding the rope away from the cliffside. Every time he made a grip at it, she wrenched and twisted it right away over the rocky wall, and there was a laughing and a grinning all down the mountain side. "It blows away, it blows away." And again the rope drove in and out and hither and thither. "You had better take a spring at once, and not wait till you're tired," thought he. It was a pretty long leap to take, but he went back a sufficient distance, and then out he sprang. Bardun was not the man to fall short of anything. He caught the rope and held it tight. And oddly enough, it seemed now to run up the cliffside of its own accord, just as if someone were hoisting it. But in front of the rocky crag to which he had fastened the rope, he heard a soughing and a sighing, and something said, "I am the daughter of the Wind Gnome, and now thou hast dominion over me. When the blast blows and winds about thee, 'tis I who long for thee. And here thou hast a rudder, which will give thee luck, and a fair wind, whithersoever thou farest. He who is with thee shall thrive, and he who is against thee shall suffer shipwreck and be lost. For 'tis I who am in the windy gusts." Then, all at once, everything was quite still, but down on the sea below there swept a heavy squall. There stood Bardun with the rudder in his hand, and he understood that it was not a thing to be lightly cast away. Homeward he steered with a racing breeze behind him, and he had not sailed far before he met a galeas, which gave him the Bergen price for his eiderdown. But Bardun was not content with only going thither once. He went just the same as before, and he returned from the Deirvig rock with a pile of sacks of eiderdown on his boat right up to the mast. He bought houses and ships, mightier and mightier he grew, and it was not long before he owned whole fishing grounds, both northwards and southwards. Those who submitted to him, and did as he would have them do, increased and prospered, and saw good days. But all who stood in his way were wrecked on the sea and perished, for the Wind Gnome was on his side. So things quickly went from good to better with him. What was to him a fair wind was the ruin of all those who were in any way opposed to him. At last he became so rich and mighty that he owned every blessed trading place and fishing station in all Fenmark, and sent vessels even as far as Spitzbergen. Nobody durst sell fish up north without his leave, and his sloops sailed over to Bergen 18 at a time. He ruled and gave judgment as it seemed best to him. But the magistrates thought that such authority was too much for one man to have, and they began to make inquiries and receive complaints of how he domineered the people. Next, the magistrates sent him a warning. But the right to rule lies in my rudder, thought Bardun to himself. Then the magistrates summoned him before the tribunal. Bardun simply whistled contemptuously. At last matters came to such a pitch that the magistrates sailed forth to seize him in the midst of a howling tempest, and down they went in the Fenmark seas. Then Bardun was made chief magistrate, till such time as the king should send up another. But the new man who came had not been very long in office there before it seemed to him as if it was not he but Bardun who held sway. So the same thing happened over again. Bardun was summoned in vain before the courts, and the magistrates came forth to seize him, and perished at sea. But when the next governor was sent up to Fenmark, it was only the keel of the king's ship that came drifting in from the sea. At last nobody would venture thither to certain ruin, and Bardun was left alone, and ruled over all. Then so mighty was he in all Fenmark that he reigned there like the king himself. Now he had but one child, and that a daughter. Boel was her name, and she shot up so handsome and comely that her beauty shone like the sun. No bridegroom was good enough for her, unless, perhaps, it were the king's son. Wooers came from afar, and came in vain. She was to have a dower, they said, such as no girl in the north had ever had before. One year quite a young officer came up thither with a letter from the king. His garments were stiff with gold, and shone and sparkled wherever he went. Bardun received him well, and helped him to carry out the king's commands. But since the day when he himself was young, and got the answer "Yes" from his bride, he had never been so happy as when Boel came to him one day and said that the young officer had wooed her, and she would throw herself into the sea straight away if she couldn't have him. In this way, he argued, his race would always sit in the seat of authority, and hold sway when he was gone. While the officer, in the course of the summer, was out on circuit, Bardun set 100 men to work to build a house for them. It was to shine like a castle, and be bright with high halls, and large reception rooms, and windows in long rooms, and furs and cloth of gold, and bright tiles were fetched from the far south. And in the autumn there was such a wedding that the whole land heard and talked about it. But it was not long before Bardun began to find that to be a fact which was already a rumor, to wit, that the man who had got his daughter would fain have his own way also. He laid down the law, and gave judgment like Bardun himself, and he overruled Bardun not once nor twice. Then Bardun went to Boel, and bade her take her husband to task, and look sharp about it. He had never yet seen the man, said he, who couldn't be set right by his bride in the days when they did nothing but eat honey together. But Boel said that she had wedded a man who, to her mind, was no less a man than her own father, and it was his office, besides, to uphold the law and jurisdiction of the king. Young folks are easy to talk over, thought Bardun. One can do anything with them when one only makes them fancy they are having their own way. And it is wonderful how far one can get if one only bides one's time, and makes the best of things. Whatever was out of gear he could very easily put right again, when once he got a firm grip of the reins. So he praised everything his son-in-law did, and talked big about him, so that there was really no end to it. He was glad, he said, that such a wise and stately ruler was there, ready to stand in his shoes against the day when he should grow old. And so he made himself small, and his voice quivered when he spoke, as if he were really a sick and broken down man. But it didn't escape Boel how he slammed to the doors and struck the stones with his stick till the sparks flew. Next time the court met, Bardun was taxed to a full tenth of the value of all his property, according to the king's law and justice. Then only did he begin to foresee that it might fare with the magistrates now as it had done formerly. But all women like pomp and show, thought he, and Boel was in this respect no different to other people. And she was no daughter of his either, if she couldn't keep the upper hand of her husband. So he bought her gold and jewels and other costly things. One day he came with a bracelet, and another day with a chain, and now it was a belt, and now a gold embroidered shoe. And every time he told her that he brought her these gifts because she was his dearest jewel. He knew of nothing in the world that was too precious for her. Then, in his most pleasant, most courtly style, he just hinted that she might see to it, and talk her husband over to other ways. But it booted him even less than before. And so things went on till autumn. The king's law was first, and his will was only second. Then he began to dread what would be the end of it all. His eyes sparkled so fiercely that none dare come near him, but at night he would pace up and down, and shriek and bellow at his daughter, and give her all sorts of vile names. Now one day he came into Boel with a heavy gold crown full of the most precious stones. She should be the queen of Fenmark and Spitzbergen, said he, if her husband would do according to his will. Then she looked him stiffly in the face, and said she would never seduce her husband into breaking the king's law. He grew as pale as the wall behind him, and cast the gold crown on the floor, so that there was a perfect shower of precious stones about them. She must know, said he, that her father and none other was king here, and now the young officer should find out how it fared with them who sat in his seat. Then Boel washed her hands of her father altogether, but she advised her husband to depart forthwith. And on the third day she had packed up all her bridal finery, and departed in the vessel with the young officer. Then Bardun smote his head against the wall, and that night he laughed, so that it was heard far away, but he wept for his daughter. And now there arose such a storm that the sea was white for a whole week, and it was not long before the tidings came that the ship that Boel and her husband had sailed by had gone down, and the splinters lay and floated among the skerries. Then Bardun took the rudder he had got from the wind gnome, and stuck it into the stern of the largest yacht he had. He was God himself now, said he, and could always get a fair wind to steer by, and could rule where he would in the wide world. And southwards he sailed with a rattling breeze, and the billows rolled after him like mounds and hillocks. Heavier and heavier grew the sea, till it rolled like white mountains as high as the rocky walls of Lofoten. It couldn't well be less when he was to rule the whole world, cried he, and so he set his rudder dead southwards. He never diminished his sail one bit, and worse grew the storm, and higher rose the sea. For now he was steering right into the sun. End of The Wind Gnome by Jonas Lai.